Listen, if you're gonna complain, I can have you on while I troubleshoot. If you're gonna be so needy as to just start begging me to go live, I can do that. I'm just focused on other things right now. I haven't made my wet palette yet. You absolute animals, come on. Absolute sillies. Oh, frickin' heck. Gosh, diggity darn. Oh, of course, now it shows up. You know what? I guess. I guess. The chat's not even caught up. The chat's late. The chat is delayed. I don't even freaking know. I don't even know what the heck is going on. Anyway, hi. Goodness, garnish, gracious? What the frick? Am I even saying proper words? Am I an animal? So, I am desperately trying to set up the last bits of this while not doxing myself. Because I'm just like, oh, that has my name on it. Let's move that. This keyboard needs to go out of the way, not because of any issues, but just because it's in the way. How do I set up my wet palette again? Oops, forgot about that. So I'm still setting stuff up. If you just want to hear like AroSamar of me, then what's it freaking called? AroSamar of me setting up stream. Just like, yes, this miniature goes here, and these paints, they go there, and I need to set up the frickin', let's move my, ah! Don't worry about it. Nothing bad has ever happened to the Kennedys. Okay, let me real quick move this. Let me check here. Womp. I need to move my phone. I need to move this out of the way. Shift that out of the way. There. Hello. Hi. We are back. We are returned to the hand cam. I don't know if this is interesting to you. I don't know if this is what you want to see. My hand cam is like in this weird spot where like it's most comfortable for me to be here. So I'll have to like stretch forward to be up here again. I need to pop you out and put up a question. Dude, streaming is so difficult. No one should ever be a streamer. It's like the worst thing you should ever do. It's way more difficult and way more effort than anything else. No! I have to... Okay. My keyboard. You don't see my keyboard is like here. So I have to like type like this. Like a keyboard. Like a keytar. Oh my gosh. Little guys. As you can see, wet palette currently not set up. So I'm going to need to leave you. I'm going to need to abandon you. I'm going to need to go get milk for like 3 minutes. I just need to get a lid. I need to wet this. And I need to put some paper towels on it. So I'm going to go do that after I set up the Q&A. Q&A. I'm just going to go... Nah. Wait, so if I say Q&A Tyranid painting stream questions. Go. And this is my Q&A. If it looks like I had a stroke, don't worry about it. Let's remove unpinned message. I'm going to grab the stream link. I'm going to post in Discord stream announcement. And I'm going to say, I can't type no good cause keyboard sideways. Come watch hand in paint warmers. And then this will be live now. And then I post the link. And I ping people. This looks like this looks like I'm on something. Okay. That's been sent out. Shut up. You won't get nothing, buddy. Hi. Nice nail polish, thank you. Yeah, so yet again, my nails are just black because that's what I do. I just paint my nails black. I've started recently doing this. I did this like part of the reason why I was comfortable doing the last hand cam stream is because I had just painted my nails. New arms. These are not new. These are actually in the same pack. I have. I also have a brown pair. I have a brown pair. If this would interest you more, I can swap. I do have the black ones, but I wore the black ones earlier in the week. So, like, they're dirty. They've been used. I could wear brown. I could wear cream. These are supposed to be white. They're cream. One brown, one. No, asymmetry. I like symmetry. No, I love symmetry. Shaking my head, Arrow doing dress up and not even for bits. Listen. Where the frick do I put my mouse? Where did I put my mouse last time? What the frick? Right, if you don't know, I have a little Tiernigiri mouse pad. My roommate got me this for my birthday like 2 years ago or whatever, because my previous mouse pad was literally falling apart when I had it. I had it since like 2010, 2011, and I kept using it even as it was literally crumbling apart. Hey, looking pretty is a great bit. Well, okay, no. He's saying, like, you're not paying me, which you're not. You're not paying me to put on arm warmers. That is delightful. Yes. It's such an adorable little sushi. Yes, it's a little and it's nigiri. It's nigiri because it's like protein or like fish equivalent on rice. So it's nigiri, tira nigiri. It's so cute. Even though I don't paint them, I think this is this Behemoth? Is white and purple Behemoth? Name it a little sushi? Oh, I haven't named it. Well, because it's just an image. This is not like a friend or anything. Is this Leviathan? No, Leviathan is the like the kind of flesh colored. You're the exact type of person I see when I imagine a Tyranid collector. Okay. I have talked about this at length multiple times now. The only reason I'm collecting the bugs, the only reason I'm collecting Tyranids, is because a buddy of mine got the Leviathan box set, painted his Ultramarines, assembled and primed all of the NIDs, and then said, I'm not ever going to play these NIDs. Do you want to buy them off me for like half the normal price? And I said, sure. So I bought all of his unpainted but pre-assembled and primed Leviathan box set. And these have been the only minis I've had since like 10th came out. like the only other minis I have are not assembled, and they're in a... Where are they? Where the frick did they go? Oh, they're I put them with the rest of my 40k stuff. I have a box of gargoyles. I have a box of warriors. And I also have some old school models like orcs that I painted like pre-2010. Which, yes, AroHands is real. AroUnks is real. Arrow from the time before is real. Tyranids are simply the best faction, no contest. Disagree. I love me my Alpha Legion. I love me Chaos Space Marines. All the girls know I play bugs. Well, yeah. So all of the like femme presenting individuals that I know of, like streamers, reactors, VTubers, whatever. If they get into 40k, They love, in order, Grandpa Nurgle, because I've heard memes about him. Then they love orcs, because they're so funny, so silly. Then they fall into Tyranids. And I don't know why it's that specific pipeline. It's not even like variable order. Every time I've seen it, it is, I know about Grandpa Nurgle. I think that's really funny. And he's so like cute and stinky. And then after that, they're like, oh, the orcs are so silly. I love the orcs. And then they go Tyranids. And the only difference there is some of them don't go Tyranids. Some of them stay at orcs. But rarely do I see them not start at Death Guard and then also end at Death Guard. Xeno says Pog. I don't know. Chaos is kind of where it's at. The rest are just depressed soldier men. Well, no, the Eldar are depressed soldier twinks. You're gender fluid and I too do bugs. The Tau are the best faction because linear problem solving is hilarious. No, the Tau suck. Not because they're weebs. Not because they're too optimistic, but because I think lasers aren't as cool as ballistics. One of the best things 40k did is it made the standard weaponry just really, really, really big and high caliber guns. I stand by this. I don't care how effective your Tau rail cannon is. I will come at you with a bolter, a bolt pistol, a heavy stubber, and or a heavy bolter or reaper autocannon, purely due to the aura that going dung, 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 dung with your gun goes, as opposed to like, come on, you can't tell me I'm wrong. Zinch is also really cool, just straight up trolling 24/7. See, I respect the hustle, but that's me. I am not a Zinch worshiper. I am Zinch. I am the troll. You've thought about it? I feel like so many Imperium factions are so hyper masculine and weirdos get mad when they get the lore wrong. Okay, the actual unironic answer behind that, the actual unironic reason for that. A lot of 40k players, very silly. A lot of 40k players, very queer. Like 40k is much like Magic, where there's a lot of trans people that very much enjoy 40k. And now obviously being trans does not mean that you are not problematic. It's just you are, in all likelihood, less probably to be problematic due to the fact that being queer means that you probably are interacting with other queer people who tend to be more like left-leaning, whatever. But a lot of 40k players are actual, unironic, not for the bit, not for silliness, not for satire. They genuinely believe the Imperium are the good guys and we should just do that. Which, if you're going to cry when the super bad guys of the super bad future have bad stuff happen to them, I'm not even going to drink your salty tears because I don't want to catch whatever stupid you have. You know? I'm going to go make my wet palette. Drop Q&As in the very, like listen, the question channel, very clear what I'm asking. So just like rock that however you will. I'm going to make my wet palette. Hello. So, for those of you unaware, this is my second time painting little nids. Ever. So, last time on stream, I painted nids, gosh, what was it? Like 3 weeks ago? Probably like 4 weeks ago at this point, like I think over a month ago. And so I do not have a wet palette. I have a lid for Tupperware, I have a sponge, and I have paper towel. And what I do, because I looked this up and this was like effective enough last time, I take a sponge, I wet it, I put it in a flat surface, and then I put paper towel on top of it. Then I put my paint on this. And then generally I and I paint with it. So what we did last time, we did a winged Tyranid Prime. You let me know how the color is. I messed with my camera's saturation. This is like more warm tone. No, I do not like my brush. This is more warm tone than it is like IRL. IRL, it's much more chill. However, plus Aero Paint's not AroHands. Well, AroHands are making an appearance. People seem really excited whenever AroHands come up. Did I do any shading? No, I did. What I settled on is a base coat with a top brush, whatever. A base coat with. I screwed up this brush. Does anyone remember what it's called when I like with the intent that I can like, you know, or like that? I don't know what that's called. I did that. So I did that a red across the entire thing. Dry brushing, thank you. I dry brushed the entire thing red, and then I did all the carapace red. I did a black over the red. I did a white dry brush across the weaponry and across the fangs and the hooves. And aside from that, I don't really know. I don't recall. Oh, I remember now. I put all of my chats and stuff in front of me because I'm doing nothing on the screen. I can see all of your questions looking this way instead of looking that way to my second monitor. Okay, so that's my rough brush now. Yeah. I mean, it's been my rough brush. Like, I made it my rough brush last time. This, as you can see, it's still red. That's a very bright red. Okay, let me see if I can. Because my issue was when I did this, right? When I did this, and I configured my video, and I went to defaults. It was kind of salmon colored, right? This is what it was last time. And this is like really desaturated. If I just turn this off, it goes full like bright orange. And like if I mess with my white balance, like it goes all over the place. So I'm not sure what's the best from a viewing perspective. I tried just sticking with like the standard white balance, but then just kind of like messing with my saturation a little bit. But then that makes it go like this, you know? So I don't know what works for y'all. This is like desaturated, it feels like. I mean, I could do this and then I could also like increase saturation a little bit. Like that, maybe? Lobster. How are you feeling about this? Like this is like normal auto white balance, but with a little bit of saturation increase. I wonder if edge highlights. Okay, so point of order. I don't know anything about painting. I had to learn, like I knew what dry brushing was, and as you can see, I had to be explained what it was. I looked up how to make a white palette. Oh my gosh, it's so bright. I looked up how to make a white palette or wet palette, and I don't know how to paint. So this is something where I'm just gonna kind of, I have a bunch more. I have 10 things in Neurogons. I have 10 things in Termagants. I have 5 Barbgons. I have my 3 Von Ryan's Leapers. I have my Neurotyrant with his little doodads. I have the Psychophage. I have the Screamer Killer. I have the Swarmlord. And I think that's it. Oh, and Ripper Storms. So my plan today, get through the rest of the Termagants, literally just do the Termagants like this. What's my favorite Tyranid? Okay, I really like, I mean, the Swarm Lord is like one of the closest things to like a leader character that they have. Old One Eye as a character. So, Old One Eye. He is a Carnifex. Screamer Killer, not a Carnifex. Screamer Killer, basically a Carnifex. For the sake of imagery. So, Old One Eye. He was a big Carnifex, which is just this big giant monster that goes around, you know, like it goes up to someone, beats it up, and in the tabletop, Carnifexes are notorious for being a lot of points, and they suck. So, the term Distraction Carnifex came around, where I pick up a Carnifex, and I field it on the board, and I make them go, but I don't actually care what they do. All I'm doing is having the Carnifex distract you. Distraction Carnifex. So, Old One Eye, Carnifex. On this planet. Going around. Okay. The Hive fleet in the planet where Old One is deployed retreats, backs off, isn't there anymore. Now, the thing about Tyranids is that they have these things called synapse creatures. Synapse creatures are nodes in the hive mind. So if the hive mind leaves, the synapse creatures are going to go with it. And if you don't have a synapse creature, then all of these little guys, all of these little Termagants are just going to like go stupid, go crazy. They're not going to be like intelligent, directed, or anything. They're literally just going to be stupid. Carnifexes. Old One Eye is not a synapse creature. However, he is just built that different. You tell me whether or not the plasma shot came before or after the hive mind left. I don't remember that. However, Old One Eye, despite not being a synapse creature, goes around and goes, no, 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 and kills everything. And it kills stuff so good that this little Termagant is like, wait a minute, you're really good at killing stuff. I'm gonna kill stuff with you. No, 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 as I knock over my keyboard. I'm so good at killing stuff, I killed my setup. Anyway, so then now it's Old One Eye and this Termagant. And then this other Termagant said, actually, you two are really good at killing stuff. I'm gonna come with you. And then joins it. And then this other one says, your guys are really good at and joins it. And then this Von Ryan's Leaper goes, you're really good at killing stuff. I'm gonna join you. And then more, and then more, and then more. And so suddenly, Old One Eye, despite not actually being a synapse creature, basically made Old One Eye, despite not being a synapse creature, effectively made a miniature version of the hive mind, where by sheer ferocity alone, every other creature it came across, every other Tyranid it came across, basically was under its own synapse and in its own like localized hive mind. And Old One Eye goes, rah, 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 fights the Imperium. Naturally, Imperium wins by a classic Imperium. The Imperium wins by a classic Imperium Pyrrhic victory, and someone shoots Old One Eye in the eye. With a plasma gun. Plasma guns are powerful enough they can kill a space marine, right? However, despite the fact that it left a mark on Old One Eye, this didn't kill him the first time. I think what the timeline was is that, so Old One Eye is going around doing all this stuff, gets shot, comes back, does the synapse stuff. And then the whole thing, like the whole point of Old One Eye story is that now it's like their entire side of the face is scarred. And so shooting it again with a plasma bullet in the same spot is what kills it. Old One Eye's dead. But these are the Tyranids, baby. Death don't mean nothing when St. Peter's got biomass for sale. So, Old One Eye comes back. Across the galaxy. Old One Eye, like every other Tyranid model, will go around and just pop up, including the little like missing part of the eye, will make everything around it more aggressive. Still not a synapse creature. Still not part of the hive mind. Still not intelligent or a node in the network. It is literally just a big giant monster that goes so kaiju stupid that it makes everything around it also go kaiju stupid. Probably one of my favorite characters of the Tyranids. The other one probably be the Death Leaper. The Death Leaper is a lictor. And a lictor is basically an assassin for the Tyranids. So what the lictors will do is that I will have a planet. And let's say that, like, this is my planetary governor. I'm a normal human person. Ignore the scales. And then this lictor will go up. No, eat them. And with its, like, little, like, mind flayer... Do you see its, like, little mind flayer tendrils? It will consume the memories of whoever it eats. And suddenly it has all of their memories. And now, because it's part of the hive mind, it sends all of that back to the hive mind. The hive mind has all of this dude's memories. Now the hive mind knows all the battle plans. Now the hive mind knows where all the weaknesses are. Now the hive mind knows X, Y, or Z. So, lictors, very powerful. The Death Leaper is a special one that was so badass that it was basically a serial killer on a planet, and it was literally just like killing like one person at a time, consuming their biomass at a time. Like the Hive fleet hadn't even arrived yet. It was here like years in advance, setting the stage, independent of like gene stealers or anything. The Death Leaper was assigned a target. Planetary governor. Again, ignore the wings. This is just normal human. The Death Leaper was sent after this planetary governor. Do you want to know what the Death Leaper did? The Death Leaper mogged this man. The Death Leaper went into his private bunker, slaughtered literally all of his security detail, walked up to him face to face, and just looked him dead in the eye, and left. Do you know why? It was not for any tactical reason. It was entirely to mog this man. The Death Leaper went in, destroyed the entire security force of this planetary governor, took out a private bunker, took out like highly trained warriors and guards and servitors and like all of his stuff, and then it looks him dead in the eye, surrounded by the corpses of his private security detail. like does the mewing thing where it's just like, and then leaves. It literally just hits him with that, like... Wait, so it'd be like... And then leaves. Also, hi, if you don't know, I'm Aro. I'm a TTRPG VTuber, right now in the flesh. AroHands is real. I also paint 40k minis, and I'm painting Tyranids right now. I've been all over the place this stream, in case you couldn't tell. I have Tyranids, yay! So, two things we do here on YouTube streams. First off, we have a Q&A channel where if you have questions not directly relevant to the current stream, you can ask them there, and I will get back to them at the end of stream. Generally, I have like an hour or like half an hour or whatever, however long questions are at the end of stream devoted to the Q&A section. The question topic for today is very simple. It's very straightforward. You shouldn't need any explanation, so if you ask, I'm gonna just ban you because clearly you're trying to waste my time. And otherwise, hi. If you are here, whether as a lurker, or whether as a VOD watcher, or whether as someone watching this live and in chat right now, say hi. I will say hi back, because I think that if you are giving me your time and attention, it is only respectful for me to give you mine. And I love seeing a wall of people just go, hi, 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 hi. It's so fun. The Hive Mind knows of all WOD lore ever made. That's insane. OMG, I just subbed because of meme shorts, and you stream Warhammer? Jackpot. Okay, so I don't stream Warhammer per se. I occasionally do a hand cam where I paint. This is like my second time doing it, so advice welcome. Backseating for painting is welcome. Now, if you tell me like, oh, shade the spines, I'm gonna be like, what? And I'm not gonna know what to do. However, if you just tell me like, oh, the way to like get a better dry brush is to do X, Y, or Z, I appreciate that. The setting you had starting the stream is better than the desaturation. What the frick? Oh, also, favorite Tyranid. As a generic model, I really like the Norn Emissary. The Norn Emissary and the Norn Assimilator are not like characters. Are they considered monsters? I think they're mechanically considered monsters. So the Norn Assimilator and the Norn Emissary are basically super high tier, high level Tyranids. They can fight you real good. They're synapse creatures that have psychic abilities. They can shoot you real good. They're also intelligent enough and like mobile enough to be either assassins or generals or like scouts. And they are just like super high tier, awesome Tyranid units. So Hi Beluga and Skeleton and Licorice and Kriz and Kali and Bee and Misery and Monty and Ignis and DP and Malo and Bee and Pokemon and Minx and Awesome Pokemon and Angerbomb and Knight of Dice and Hey Neko and N and the rest of the Can Matrix, Camerex, Caffeine, Grot. I think I got everyone who said hi. Hi everyone. Hi Star Dragon, AroHands and Bugs. Is it Christmas? No. If it was Christmas, I'd be doing probably another Christmas cover. Okay, question. This is actually crazy to me. So last year, for Christmas, for my birthday, I made a cover of Payday 2's 12 Days of Payday, which is a parody of 12 Days of Christmas about Payday 2, because I love Payday 2. Payday 2 was a hyperfixation of mine. I did The Secret. I had so much fun with it. With that, not only did I have a lot of fun, so many people were so kind to me about it and like said so many nice things about it that I kind of want to do something similar again. And so my thought process is, and you let me know, maybe I don't even wait for Christmas. Maybe I do this like Christmas in July kind of deal. But the male version of Santa Baby, because have you ever, like, Santa Baby obviously is a very flirty song. Is a very just like, Santa Baby, do da na 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 na. You know, like it's very like swing. It's very flirty. But the male version is intentionally trying to not be flirty and fails so hard, and it's incredibly homoerotic, which I think would be very funny. Make a Halloween Pentex Sucks. I did consider Pentex Sucks like over the summer. The issue is, if I did that, I would have to have like 3 minutes of lead up, because it's like a 6 minute. Okay. How many of you don't know World of Darkness? How many of you are unfamiliar with Werewolf the Apocalypse, with the Garrow, with Pentex, with all of this stuff? Because I've talked about this like across multiple channels. If talking about favorite Tyranid units, are we including Gene Stealer cult units? No. Sans Gene Stealers and Patriarch. Because Patriarch is just Broodlord. I actually, mechanically, I would say I have a great fondness for Gene Stealers as well as Broodlords, because I would run my Termagants against my buddy, who I bought these off of, as Gene Stealers with a Broodlord leading them. Bro, when I'm fighting like, when I'm fighting like Ultramarines, when I'm fighting K-Suns, when I'm fighting Death Guard, and my highest AP is like -1. Lethal hits and dev wounds are a lifesaver, particularly when they have like a Land Raider. I had no answer to a Land Raider. Hey, I know Werewolf, and that's it. I know WOD quite well. Hey, Togedamaru. You get a chance to see more handcam than the previous stream. Hooray! Yes. So, WOD. In World of Darkness, there are vampires called Kindred. There are werewolves called Garrow. And there's like changelings and mages and hunters and all this stuff. Demons, all that stuff. There's an organization called Pentex. Pentex is your real life super evil mega corporation with a brand swap. Like the game, like literally WOD as a series says, in describing companies like Pentex, you might have real life equivalents that come to mind. We are not going to say those names because we're a small TTRPG studio and we can get sued. However, if you in your real game want to use those, go ahead. Or sorry, I'm thinking of Burger Creek. Burger Creek made a joke about that. Anyway, Pentex. Fingers in every pie. They're in military. They're in industrial equipment. They're in electronics. They are in the arts. They are in the humanities. They're in science. They're in medicine. They are in sanitation. They're in all fields. Pentex sucks. Did you know that Slipknot? Yes, that's Slipknot. The one with the masks. The one that was super popular in the 90s, made psychosocial, has continued to this day. Apparently really awesome guys, because like, I would say 9 out of 10 metal bands are just like great guys. That's my read of the situation. 9 out of 10 metal bands are like the best people we've ever met. 1 out of 10 worst people we've ever met. Let's not get it twisted. I feel like the division in like good people and bad people in metal is probably the most severe out of any genre. And you tell me if I'm wrong. But metal as a genre tends to, like, most metalheads are really sweet. Most metalheads are really kind and gentle and nice because they get out all of their aggression at metal shows and like moshing and whatever. But there are some people who make it everyone else's problem. That being said, Slipknot, very nice guys from what I've seen thus far. Back in the 90s, huge Werewolf the Apocalypse fans. To the extent, their first album, Mate, Feed, Kill, Repeat, was filled with Werewolf the Apocalypse references. And their like self-titled song, Slipknot by Slipknot, on their first album, MFKR, is about werewolves singing about how Pentex sucks. And he goes, Pentex sucks, Pentex sucks, they drain the life force of my tribe, Pentex sucks. And like, it's just 6 minutes of industrial noises. And at the 3-minute mark, the music kicks in and it's lyrics. And it talks about how like Bonars are like heathens of the tribe. Pentex sucks and drains the life force of humanity. Like Garo are the clave of Gaia. You step sideways into the Umbra. You know who we mean, but we ain't saying it because we don't got lawsuit money, but you know. Oh, 100% metal bands are unironically so sweet and chill. Fingers in every pie with Pentex is likely very literal. Yes, so Pentex, and this is something where I don't know. My thoughts on my thoughts. Hello, me. This is me if you don't know. Hi. My thoughts on Pentex. In canon, there is okay, brief summary. In Werewolf the Apocalypse, there's this thing called the Triad. These are 3 spirits that make up everything in the world. Maybe Gaia made them, maybe they made the Gaia. You have the Wild. Wild is force of creation. The Weaver, the force of stasis and the force of construction. And you have the Worm, which is the force of destruction, entropy, and breaking down what is made to be unmade so that more can be made in its place, right? Balance. Worm, out of control. Weaver, out of control. Whole meta plot going on. Not going to talk about that. What is important is that Pentex is one of the few organizations of humans, just humans, not werewolves, not vampires, not changelings, not mages, anything, who know about the Triad and actively serve the Worm. So like Pentex in lore, in canon, World of Darkness has canon insofar as the like Star Wars has good stories. Okay, was that one too much? like World of Darkness has canon in the same way that Star Wars has good stories. Like, yes, it's true, but it's not nearly as true as people make it out to be. But Pentex is made up of people who legitimately want to bring about the end of the world. They serve the Worm, and they're actively going around trying to bring about the downfall of the world. The world is ending, and Pentex is mostly at fault. Like, not entirely at fault. It is everyone, but like mostly at fault. I don't know if I like that, because that takes the onus off of human greed, capitalism, like particularly in late stage, like competitive business practices, exploitation of natural resources, and like all of the political messaging kind of falls to the wayside because now it's, oh, they're evil. Oh, they worship the Worm. Yes, there's good people who work there and they don't worship the Worm and they do it accidentally, but whoops, like 9 times out of 10, if you're fighting Pentex, it's because they worship the Worm. Whoops. And that's like, that feels needlessly simplistic to me, personally. I like complex themes in my games, which is why everything I run has some degree of just like, well, you're right, but you're also right. And I never knew Slipknot was into World of Darkness. That's really cool since I've been listening to them lately. Yes, they are apparently huge World of Darkness fans back from the 90s. And actually, when I came to California, if you don't know, hi, I'm in California. I came from the East Coast like a year ago. When I came to the West Coast, I met a guy who, like a friend of extended family, he played World of Darkness back in the 90s. And I've played a lot of World of Darkness now in 5th edition. I've played Vampire, I've run Vampire, I've run Werewolf, and then like I've also seen like LA by Night or whatever. So I have a breadth of knowledge on the modern scene. And so we were chatting, And we're kind of talking the differences between now and then. And apparently, like, Sabbat games were way more common back then. Sabbat being super evil vampires that want to take over the world. Which, like, all vampires want to take over the world, but, like, these are super evil. They're extra evil. Don't worry about it. Minus Gene Stealer cults, my favorite Tyranid unit is the Neurolictor. The Neurothictor, oh my gosh. In the Gene Stealer cults, there's Jackal Bikers and the Achilles Ridge Runners. Yeah, so in 40k, back to 40k, you have Tyranids, which are bugs. They adapt, their whole thing is adaptability, but you also have Gene Stealers. Gene Stealers are both a Tyranid unit. A Gene Stealer might look like this, but instead of a gun, it has, like, claws, and it goes around, it kills people. However, Gene Stealer is also the name of a group of humans that have been effectively infected by Tyranids. The Tyranids will send forward a special Gene Stealer, and it will go up to you and will give you a big little kiss. Right? Give you a little kiss. And of course, that kiss is like an alien xenomorph, like, second tongue that extends into you and, like, injects you with genes, right? You get taken over by this thing. You are now subservient to the hive mind, and you, like, spend the rest of your life in slavish devotion, right? And then you die without any revolution happening, because the goal of the Gene Stealers is not to get a bunch of people and then start a revolution. The goal of Gene Stealers is to get a bunch of people and then get those people to live their life. And then they raise families. They have kids. They make connections and friendships and enemies and all of that stuff. And then they die. And their kids are part of the cult. And then these children live a full life. And they bring in other people from outside of the cult into the cult. And they make friends, and they make enemies, and they have kids, and they go around and blah, 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 blah. And so suddenly, a second generation passes, and a third generation passes, and a fourth generation passes, and a fifth generation passes, and sixth, and seventh, and eighth, and ninth, and 10th, and 11th, until eventually, you have a plan, generations in the making. And the day of ascension arises, where finally, the star gods descend upon the world, and the Gene Stealer cults rise up from their holes as the dregs of society, take over the planet, and then the star gods, the Tyranids, they look down at their children, and they say nothing. They just eat them. No. And that's your life as a Gene Stealer. Hope it was fun. The rest of your life in slavish devotion. So nothing changed? Exactly. Nothing changed from the Imperium. They retconned all the good things in V5. Their whole thing is adaptability. Can't adapt to any armor stronger than mesh. Oh, that was two separate things. Wait, hold on. Hey, did you photosynthesize? Because you're a transplant. Sorry, I think my mic might have muted because you couldn't hear me laughing. Let me try again. Did you get it that time? No? Dang, that's crazy. Would I make out sloppy style with the Gene Stealer? Okay. I have to think about it, you know? Like, it's one of those things where I'm just like, my answer isn't immediately no. Because I feel like there are circumstances where I would absolutely make out sloppy style with a Gene Stealer. The issue is I'm trying to figure out what those circumstances would be. Depends on what generation. Oh, no. So I'm assuming that N is asking me, like, one of these things, like a Gene Stealer that, like, goes around and, like, it shoves its tongue thing into your mouth, and then you get infected with the Gene Stealer virus. Like, I don't want to become a Gene Stealer. I don't want to join the Gene Stealer cult. That said, if I could guarantee that that wouldn't happen to me, and I really hit it off, if this Gene Stealer was, like, putting the moves on me, I mean, yeah, like, why not? It would be a fun experience. Uproarious laughter. That pause means yes. Oh my gosh. Okay, so, goodness gracious. Painting. Real quick. Does this look horrendous? Does this color look horrendous? Do I need to fix the balance? Do I need to change the white balance? Do I need to change the saturation? Is there anything that you would like me to fix here? Because to me, I think this looks a little desaturated still. That said, I already increased saturation and it looks kind of like lobster red if I do that too much. So you tell me. It looks like it. No, don't say that. That's gross. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take my big boys, my itty bitty boys, my inner city boys, and I'm going to put them over here. They're my friends now. And before, I had a tissue box right here to kind of like paint up and paint right there. Do you want me to grab that, or do you want me to just like paint like this, right? Yeah, if your diarrhea is that color, you should probably see a doctor. That is good advice. You're getting the weirdest performance issues. That's okay. Everyone has performance issues sometime. Can Tyranids be corrupted by the Chaos Gods? Okay. No. That's my answer. No, because like this winged Tyranid Prime is effectively a finger, right? This winged Tyranid Prime is a finger of Hive Fleet Kronos. It is a cell in the organism of Hive Fleet Kronos. You can't really corrupt a single part of a body without corrupting the whole. In order to corrupt the Tyranids, you would have to corrupt the hive mind. That has not happened in lore. I doubt that will ever happen in lore. I think that'll be really cool, but nah. Particularly so, and with Hive Fleet Kronos, I explained this last time. I actually made a short that got pretty popular from last stream, where Hive Fleet Kronos is actually specifically designed to find, fight, and kill chaos, because chaos doesn't give Tyranids any biomass. So if a Tyranid Hive Fleet fights chaos, they lose a bunch of resources that they would have otherwise gained. So Hive Fleet Kronos, they bite the bullet. Their whole deal is being specialized at killing chaos. And so other Hive Fleets, particularly Leviathan, will go out of their way to destroy the defenses of a planet and let Hive Fleet Kronos num whatever planet is left behind. So that means is that you can have a situation where I can do barbed gaunts. I'm gonna just finish up my termagants because I want to get like more skilled at painting before I jump on something that is a little bit cooler. Termagants are chumps. Neurogants are even more chumps, but they're hard to paint. The Hive Mind is more powerful than a Chaos Guard. Genestealer cults that are not eaten by the arriving fleet, they just get in ships that join the Hive Fleet. That sounds rad as heck. What the frick? Is the Hive Fleet more powerful than a Chaos God? I think that depends on who's writing the story. Personally, I think that the Hive Mind is incredibly powerful and is probably one of the most powerful entities in all 40k. I think that the collective Hive Mind of all of the Hive Fleets is like more powerful than an Eldari god, certainly. An individual Chaos God, maybe. I think the combined strength of the Ruinous Powers is probably more powerful than the Hive Mind. But I also don't know. I don't know. The Tyranids have a strong enough psychic presence to sever demons from their gods, if not outright banish them. So that is Hive Fleet Kronos. Like the Shadow and the Warp. The Shadow and the Warp, Tyranids aren't really warp entities, but they're kind of warp entities because they do have a presence in the warp. It's just kind of like an anti-presence. It's kind of like Knowles on steroids. So I don't know how that would go. I imagine no chaos entity has even attempted. I feel like the closest would be Khorne, and I think Khorne just wants to murder them. Ah, frick. Criminy. This is why you don't store your models in a big thing. Luckily, just got slotted out. Wait, when my buddy assembled these, did he not glue them? Have I just been lucky this entire time? I actually don't know. Anyway, so I'm gonna be painting these. I'm gonna be painting these termagants. And after that, we'll see how I'm feeling. I don't want to paint a Screamer Killer or the Swarm Lord or like the Psychophage. I think these are all, like, even though they're really big, cool projects, I want to wait until I get better at painting. And what better practice than termagants? So, what I'm going to do, I have Vallejo paints. Last time, mostly just used red. I think I didn't use bone white, did I? I think I used white. Yeah, I think I used dead white. And I used a little, did I use a little bit of black? I think I used a little bit of black. So, are they glued? Not all of them, apparently. So, what I'm going to do on my wet palette, I previously, I think I added too much. People were commenting that I added too much, because apparently I just need to do a dollop. So if what I do... Oh, shut up. Not with the dead weight comment. So if I do... that. I have made the Japanese flag. Now I can take this and I can go. And now I have red. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this and I am going to shift y'all. Please get out of the way. I'm gonna put my palette up here, just so it's on my little cardboard section. And the way I dry brush, which I want to do a passive dry brushing first, is what I figured, is I put a little bit on a dry palette, and then I buppa, and then I buppa, right? Hello, this looks cool, Af. It's really not Scarlet, but thank you. So I think what I want to do, you remind me, or is it that I grab it here and then I pat it out and then I go? I don't remember how dry brush. You paint your minis with those hands? I do. And as you can see, honestly, genuinely, I'm very proud of this. And the more I examine it, the more I'm like, oh, well, I could have fixed it. Like the wings look a little bit weird because like it's a little like, I don't think it comes up on the camera. It's a little bit splotchy. Like there's little streaks of black that go through here that don't really look intentional. Like, the undercarriage has like a red undercoat to it. But again, it looks kind of splotchy because I dry brushed it. That said, just looking over all of them, I like it. Looking over all of them, I'm proud of myself. Particularly as someone that hasn't painted before. Paint, cardboard, then mini. Okay. It was made with love, arrow, and that's what counts. No, literally. And like Bricky, for instance, Bricky, for instance, is a TTRP, or not, what's it called? So I just did a red across all of this. So I literally just went, is a 40K channel, which not really. He's not really a 40K channel anymore. He made a bunch of 40K videos and like kind of stopped because he wanted to talk about other stuff. He's had phases in his life and his channel. But he has mentioned, like on his second channel, where he's like commissioned artists to like paint armies for him. Like he had like a really nice painter do a Necron army for him. And I mean, it was really nice. He really liked it. But the issue with that is that he didn't paint it. So he didn't care about it. He didn't have an attachment to it. And he's talked about how as he's gotten older, he's like, I think he's just over 30 because I think he turned 30 like a year ago. He was talking about how like as he gets older, something he wants more in life is stuff that he made, stuff that he's proud of, stuff that he cares about. And even if something he paints is technically worse, like literally like actually looks worse than something that he could like pay for with money, he's more inclined to care about the thing that he put time and effort into. And that's kind of like the copium I'm huffing. Holy Unk, I know. I mean, in fairness, I did mention I was painting minis like 20 years ago, which is a wild thing. I mean, probably like closer to like 17 years ago, but like over 15 years ago is a wild metric to have. I know people who 15 years ago, they were not a cognizant being that could form memories. Do I know any? Well, I obviously I know some. I have like extended family, but like some of you in chat, I imagine. If I say, picture yourself 15 years ago, you were like under 5. Don't dox yourself. Don't say that because we don't do that around here. But like, geez. Bricky's a variety channel, I'd say. His Adeptus Ridiculous channel. Yeah, his Adeptus Ridiculous is 100% 40k. Which apparently he doesn't even consider Adeptus Ridiculous his. Despite being the quote-unquote like main host, he considers Shy, the editor, to be like, it's her channel, which I think is really cool. Okay, so now what I've done, it's very subtle. Like, do you see how there's like red kind of undertones to this? The goal is that I have red across all of it, red across all of the undertones, and then I can go through and I can paint the carapace red, I can paint the gun and the claws like a white, and then I can run over with a very light black if need be. Bricky, more like Unky. Yeah, so I always feel weird. I feel weird calling people Unk / being called Unk because like that one I have only ever heard in the context of AAVE. And I learned that it kind of like became TikTokified, right? Gen Alpha, Gen Z are using it all the time. Which can I brush with a dry brush or do I just pat? What's a better strategy, do you think? In a lot of language, a lot of slang, or a lot of popular usage with young people tends to originate from AAVE, right? And that's just kind of like been a well established for 100 years or whatever. AAVE, African American Vernacular English, that is like language most commonly used by Black communities. And it's been a major like through line of linguistic drift that because in America, Black communities are so often like othered and exoticized, that makes them and their language like enticing for young people. And therefore they mimic it without any of the context, and then they use it, and then it becomes mainstream, and then a bunch of people get upset at Black communities for being upset that their usage was taken from them, right? Because they're like, it's just mainstream, that's how language works. And it's like, well, you did kind of like appropriate this. So anyway, Unk is one where I have only ever heard it used in an AAVE context. And then I saw it get super mainstream on TikTok. I know a lot of other terms also go through that same pipeline. But a lot of the others, it feels as though I saw steps in the middle. So even though it's the same problem, to me, it like wasn't as severe or as drastic. With Unk in particular, I literally like it felt like it went from, oh, this is like AAVE to now everyone who is under like 23 saying it. Brushing or tapping creates different effects. I could stipple. I could stipple, because stipple is where I like pick it up and then I like that, right? Like I flick it. I don't think I want to do that. What I want, my goal here, you tell me what I can do, is a very light, like highlight effectively underneath everything, just so that there's an undercoat, a under color under everything else. So as you can see, maybe you can't see. This is slightly more red than this one, right? And it just makes the entire thing feel, to me, a little bit more cohesive, right? It makes it all feel a little bit less like it's just red next to black, and it feels more like it's red and black mixing together. Trying to paint with a dry brush will be very messy and imprecise. No. So what I'm saying is that, do I like, like all over it, or do I like, because remember, all I'm trying to do right now is get a coat of red across all of it. A very thin, light coat underneath everything else, purely so that it has some color other than black. I only got one model commission that was an impulsive order because an artist wanted to paint a Scalvian Explorer from Necromunda, and I wanted that too. You can brush, I think, yeah, because the goal isn't that I'm trying to like paint precisely right now. I'm literally like coating it, right? I'm effectively doing a second base coat, just way thinner. It's red on black. Short brush strokes is what I do for dry brushing, but I'm also terrible at it. I mean, you're probably better than I am. Rock raiders and power miners are exponentially funnier when you realize they're mining for uranium. That's just what uranium ore looks like. Oh my gosh. Arrow out here carbon dating themselves. Listen. I did that with the Billy Mays video. I made the Hydra short, which for those of you who don't know, I make a bunch of Lancer videos. It's a mech TTRPG, and I talk about the different frames you have access to. These are basically your different character classes. These are the different options you have available, and you can mix and match them super easily. But you have a base frame that you select from, and one of these base frames is the Hydra. And it's the entire mech is just a swarm of drones, and they decouple. Your arm comes off, your leg comes off, your head comes off, and they all do different things, right? And so I made the video talking about it an infomercial. Hi, Arrow Maze here with a special Hydra offer. Like, I just thought that would be funny, and I realized in the editing process, the last time Billy Mays was culturally relevant was like 2009. And I understand that the majority of my audience, is 18 to 25 and 18 to 24 and 25 to 35. Like that accounts for like 80% of my audience, those two demographics. Even if you're 18. Oh no. Even if you're 18, you were what? 3? Oh my gosh. I mean, my point being is that, like, yes, you were alive then, but like you probably weren't watching infomercials when you were 3 years old, or maybe you were. I don't know your life. Maybe you're a big spender young. But my point being is that, like, I've already like made references that like only a boomer would make, and it's because secretly I am a boomer. Lancer, my beloved, I gotta play it someday. I really want to play it. Funny enough, I've never played Lancer. I've run it. I've made homebrew for it. I've delved into the lore for the channel, but I've never actually played it as a player. So I would love to get a group together where I could play. But that's also me for most systems, right? I have never played City of Mist. I've run it. I have never played Werewolf the Apocalypse. I've run it. I've never played Paranoia. I've run it. But like, I am someone who, like, I think a lot of people would say I'm a forever GM. And I kind of agree with Matt Colville. I agree with Matt Colville in that I think forever GM is a self-imposed mindset. Genuinely. Because I'm of the opinion that if you are playing with a group of friends, they should want you to have fun and you should want them to have fun. So if you say, hey, we've been playing this game for a year and a half, and I'm the only one that has ever GM'd. I want a chance to be a player. I feel like it's natural for them to say like, okay, yeah, sure. Like let's get someone else to GM. And if they don't, and they say, well, no, none of us know how, you're just so good at it, be like, okay, I might be good at it, but I'm also not having fun. I want to have fun with my friends. And then I feel like if you just say explicitly like, hey, I'm not having fun, I don't want to burn out on GMing, I need a break. I want someone else to run for me. I feel like 9 times out of 10, they'll be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And then they'll do it. You should go to bed early. Good night. OMG, I cannot believe how long I haven't been a player. It's been such a long while. I know, right? Like it's one of those things where like, I don't much care. I love running. I love running. And if I'm ever a player, like, cause I've been a player plenty of times. Well, I say plenty of times. I say it's probably like, my roommate ran a vampire game for me that didn't really go anywhere. My Kane player, Celerity, ran a Kane one-shot for me that ended up being a 2-shot. I played Biophage with the dev and with Rory. Oh, I accidentally poked through my... Oh, whoops, that's bad. I played Biophage with Rory and Fern the dev. And outside of that, I've really only played D&D 5e. Like with any degree of consistency. And I haven't played D&D 5e in years. Oh my gosh, it's been actual years. Okay, I'm going to tell this story again. I keep telling this story every time I bring up D&D 5e. I have some friends. And funny enough, these 2 friends started dating. Then they broke up and it was messy. And so I'm like, okay, well, I'm kind of like the kid in the middle of the divorce, but I still really love both of these people. So I'm going to like still hang out with them, even though they're both like telling me the dirty laundry of the other person. I'm just going to keep my mouth shut and not make either of them like I'm not a snitch, right? That's my policy. I don't snitch. So like I kept my mouth shut. I told them both what I thought they needed to hear, not what would help the other one. And I helped them through it, and like, still good friends with both of them. I love them both dearly. And a couple months later, they start dating again. Beforehand, they're both talking to me about it, and they're like, ooh, like, is this a good idea? And I'm like, no, it's not a good idea. They end up dating anyway. They end up breaking up again. This time for like life stuff. Like the first time was like, no, we are not compatible. This is a bad relationship. Like we're breaking up because we're like, this is not good. The second time was life stuff is getting in the way. We don't really think we're compatible. Like, I don't really hate you or anything. This is just really isn't working out. So the second time, not actually as bad as it could have been. Time heals all wounds. A couple years later, a year and a half, 2 years later. We start a D&D game where it's the 3 of us run by... I have 2 friends. Call them... I don't even need to call them by their names. One of them, the femme one, she... A guy at her work was like, hey, I can run D&D for you. And she's like, awesome, I have some friends who like already know D&D. This will be so fun. So he runs for us. So context. Me, 2 of my best friends, who are exes twice over. Exes twice removed. Run by an absolute stranger. That's the most recent time that I played D&D. And it went fine. I like, it wasn't my favorite game, but it was a game where like I played a lawful good cleric who worshipped devils. And I was a light domain cleric where my whole thing is I was trying to convert people to join my cult. And effectively, I was like the recruiter. I was like the like attractive, smiling face that would go around and like I would like heal the sick and I would give money to the poor. And like people would be like, oh wow, like your organization is so charitable. I'm like, yeah, we actually are like setting up a mission like in this area. You should check it out. And then like a week later, you're sacrificing babies. Right. So I enjoyed my character, and I had some connections, like my female friend. She, my one friend, she very much like was never very I don't want to say good at role playing, but I'm going to say like serious about role playing. She was always more like just kind of having fun with it. And then it's like, that's just a personal preference thing. That's not good or bad. But she played a Tabaxi Sun Soul monk. And she was like, had pink glitter fire out of her fists when she was punching people. And like, she was like going Super Saiyan, but it was like, she's a kawaii neko cat girl. And then I had my other buddy who was playing a necromancer because he loves necromancers. Surprisingly, the two exes, totally cordial, totally fine. Like, mom and dad were playing nice for Christmas, right? Game ends in the most unexpected way. I don't know if you're gonna believe this. We're setting up a game. Oh man, sorry. Like, I don't think this is gonna work out. Like, oh man, sorry. Like, today doesn't work for me. Oh man, sorry. Next week won't work for me. And then we had like a couple weeks of multiple people not being able to make it. But we're like, okay, yeah, we can do this day. They can do this way. We can all go. The DM doesn't respond. We're finally all good after like a month of, oh, sorry, I can't make it. Oh, sorry, I can't make it. Oh, sorry, I can't make it. We're all good. DM doesn't respond. We hop and call. Because like maybe the DM just like didn't, okay. No response. That's weird. After the session and like after the time, DM's just like, oh, sorry, like couldn't make it. We're like, okay, I guess next week. Next week comes. No response from him. This time we don't hop and call because he didn't show up last time. And he doesn't tell us, hey, couldn't make it. Weird. Another week passes. Still no word from him. Another week passes. No word from him. He works at the same work as her, so she just goes up to him and asks him, like, hey, what's going on? And then he's like, oh yeah, sorry, like I'm just not really able to. He's just like ghosting us for whatever reason. She finds out months after the game, like we just gave up at that point. Game just died. She finds out months later the only reason he was running for her is so that he could date her. The GM was trying to slide in her DMs. The GM was trying to slide in her DMs. Decided to run a game for her and her friends, which involved one of her exes. And surprisingly, the GM was the problematic one. This is a Nathan situation. No, it's not a Nathan situation because it wasn't cheating, right? Like, no one was cheating in the circumstance. No one was like acting untoward. While I think that the GM was being unsavory in this instance, I don't think that you should run a game to hit on someone. I don't think that what he did was actually like... There are striations of being problematic. I think running a game for someone that you think is like pretty and they're like attractive or whatever with the hope of dating them is like not very chill, but I don't think it's bad in the same way that cheating on someone who is in the same play group as you is bad, right? No wonder you like Tyranids if that was your character design. Well, maybe. Is the GM in jail? Hopefully not. I don't know. I didn't keep up with him because he started ghosting us. Although it was very funny. When my friends were on good terms. Because obviously, like, I'm friends with both of them. They're dating at one point. Like, we're all hanging out, right? I'm third wheeling, but I don't really care because, like, while they will flirt, I don't really care. Like, while they were flirting, I wouldn't care. And they kept most of, like, the worst stuff to themselves, right? They kept most of the worst stuff to, like, okay, we're gonna hop off and, like, see you later. And I'm like, okay, enjoy your call. And they're like, okay, thanks. And then they would go off together to call and do, like, relationship stuff. We were a very masculine man, a very feminine woman, and a very androgynous non-binary person. And with our powers combined, we had the full gender spectrum under our control. And it was so funny. Because like I'm non-binary. And I think a lot of people read me as femme because I present a bit femininely in my well, in a lot of things. I have long hair, I paint my nails, I wear arm warmers. My model is more femme. I have a chest, but like I'm pretty androgynous. I think I like to think I'm pretty in the middle. Particularly in my interests. In my interests tend to lean more mask because I'm male socialized and I enjoy a lot of the stuff. Who was cheating in their partner with someone else in their game? I haven't heard the story before. Okay, so Tater the Bard. Tater the Bard is a pretty popular YouTube channel. I would say pretty popular YouTube D&D tuber, very popular TikTok D&D tuber, right? He makes shorts. He's the guy that ends all of his videos with, there's the list kind of deal, right? He's also the one that is running Min-Maxed, the recent D&D shorts that has like all the HEMA folks from like Self-Sword Arts and, is it Sensei? Professor Bensei, the Meteor Hammer guy, and Blumenek, the pole dancing archer. I think that's everyone. Because Self-Sword Arts is like 3 people. So he's running for them. Like they've been fairly popular recently, and bully for them. He has a story about him in one of his games he was running. He had this player called Nathan, and he also had some other players, and like they're all adults. They're all like in their 20s or even their 30s, and so 2 of them were married. So you had Tater, who's playing. So Tater is a player. Nathan is a player. And then you have 2 people that are married. Nathan, in this play group, cheated by sleeping with the wife of one of the players who was also in the group. Bad stuff. Don't cheat on people. They're all adults. Love is strong. They like move past it. They work past it. You have your own thoughts on this. I have mine. I'm not going to tell people how to live their life. Nathan proceeds to cheat on them again with the same person. Like, come on, dude. You were given a free pass. You were literally given a get out of jail free card. Yes, the spouse that you cheated on probably hates you. Like, yes, you probably irreparably damaged your reputation in this friend group. However, you all worked past it because you're adults. You then slept with the same person again, ruining that marriage. Oh my gosh. Jack Z Whipper, thank you. I was reading someone. Thank you. Jack Z Whipper is also on Min-Maxed. As you might have guessed, I have not seen Min-Maxed. Again, much respect to everyone involved in the production. I don't mean to like disrespect Jack Z Whipper or anything. There's just a lot of people. There's a lot of names. I forgot. Relationship mutual annihilation. I know. Nathan needs to be placed in a wood chipper, low-key. No, and that's why I think it's like been years since this has happened. And Tater the Bard will still make Nathan jokes. Like on his channel, Nathan is a running joke on his channel, and like he's made merch about it, and like he'll increase he'll make references to Nathan, and I think that is the perfect way to shame someone for cheating. Can I call you girl still? Because geez, that tea is spilling. Yeah, so I'm very open about the fact that if you want to call me girl or bro or dude or ma'am, or I've even gotten daddy and mommy before as a joke. My gender is whatever is funniest at the moment. Go for it. Nathan is the GM and was married and cheated with his wife, a player. Got it. Thank you. Thank you, B, for clarifying. Obviously, it is not my story. It is Tater the Bard's story, so I probably got some details wrong. My liege. I hope Nathan has grown as a person, but I know better than to believe. So, I know a couple people. I know one person in particular who cheated on their partner many years ago due to the relationship not being that great. And like not in a like a, oh, I'm so bored, like in a no, it was kind of like unhealthy way. And they were basically doing that as a way to try and encouraged their partner to break up with them because they wanted to leave the relationship and were struggling to do so. And then since then, they have not cheated. And that's a circumstance where I'm just like, you shouldn't have done that. But I also have seen how you are now, and I feel you've grown since then. And so, like, I definitely think that there is nuance there, but it is also absolutely the kind of deal where it's just like, there is a little bit of like, once a cheater, always a cheater. Particularly, piece of advice that you should never forget. I don't have experience with this. However, this is what I've heard plenty of times. If someone cheats on their partner to be with you, do not get together with them, because they will, in all likelihood, cheat on you and then get with someone else who they cheated you on with. They will get with whoever they cheated on you with. Which, that's just logical. That just makes sense. Their pronouns are hee-haw. Can I call you boss in a stereotypical Boston accent? I actually call people boss all the time. I call people chief, boss. I'd be like, yo, what's good, boss? I call people dog all the time. Not in like a, like, get running, dog. Like, in a, just like, yo, what's good, dog? It's gender neutral. It's casual. It indicates familiarity. It's like, yo, what's poppin', dog? Like a rock skipping in water. Okay, so now what I have to do is, I think what I did with these is I did dry brush, white, and then I did carapace. Carapace was the very last thing I did, I think. I believe. Oh yes, B, we have Kane Yuri. I'll get to that later. One of my favorite things to call my friends is big dog, because it always catches them off guard. Huh? Oh, I guess I didn't use dead white. I think I used bone white. Wait, what? Kane Yuri? Yeah, so, oh, sorry. B, I saw green and I thought it was you. Some dude. Yes, Kane Yuri. I did have Kane Yuri yesterday. Kane Yuri did happen. And like it was actual Yuri. It was actual, like, straight up Yuri. I keep randomly call Arrow dog. That's fine. Like, if someone wants to call me dog, like what the dog doing? He's exploiting the working class. Okay. So it was bone white. So I've been using bone white. So bone white, black, and red. I am now going to take... I don't have a thing to clean my brush. I forgot to get a little thing to clean my brush. Which I've really only been using one color thus far. So I haven't needed it. I am going to grab a tiny little dish and put a tiny little bit of water in it. And I'm going to clean my tiny little dry brush. And then I'm going to put it in white. Please hold. I knew I was forgetting something. Okay. Okay, everyone, I want you to get ready and chat. I want all of you to give me there are no mistakes, only happy little accidents. We must pray to our deity. We must bring forth good vibes. There are no mistakes. There are only happy little accidents. There are no mistakes. There are only happy little accidents. There are no mistakes. There are only happy little accidents. I was cheated. Oh my gosh. Apparently that was a happy little accident. I was about to read DP's message, which, like, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. What fell? Paints. So nothing bad, because they're all sealed. None of them are open. That could have been very bad. Aw, Criminy, now I don't know which one went where. I have this whole little thing, and there's no indication of which paint goes where. And I understand it doesn't, like, functionally matter, but it makes me sad, because I like keeping it in the normal spot. No one hears a word they say. When the memory's gone, are you feeling numb? Let me fix this real quick. Fine, I'll put them back in randomly. There is no God. There is only Stonewall Gray. Stone Cold Steve Austin. Wait, I'm missing some. Where did the others go? I have 3 there. I need one more. Wait, where'd my one more go? Can you find the missing paint? Dora the Explorer? No, like actually, where'd it go? Did the Fae take it? What the frick? I don't even know where it went. Anyway, that's enough praying to Bob Ross for now. To the Backrooms? I mean, I guess. I still haven't seen the Backrooms movie. I've heard it's good. I have returned. I didn't take anything. Well, maybe it was from a different court. I must construct additional pylons. Okay, I've been playing, or not in the past like couple months, but like at the end of last year, I was playing a fair bit of OG StarCraft because it's free on Blizzard the Blizzard store, and I grew up playing Brood War. I really enjoy we had the disc for Brood War, and so I was like, oh man, this sucks. It's only gonna have base game. But no, Brood War was included. So I was playing a fair amount of OG StarCraft. Like very early 2026, end of 2025. And I mostly played Terrans. When growing up, I played Zerg. But I just kind of like Marine spam. I think Marine spam is silly. I like making battle cruisers. Although my issue is when fighting AI, I would either get Zealot spammed in the beginning or Hydralisk spammed in the mid game. And that was really the only 2 ways that I was losing games. The spirit of Bob Ross accepted my offering. Well, yeah, you're so right. Bob Ross, did you take one of the paints? I mean, like, I would say, oh, you just had to ask, but I suppose that was you asking, wasn't it? That was you making a request, and I am fulfilling it by blood or by creed. Let's see if this is good. Yeah, that's white. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go over The claw. The iron claw. Okay, does anyone know Kung Pao, or is it Kung Fury? Kung Fury, the really poorly dubbed over movie from like the 90s. I thought it was the funniest thing when I saw it 20 years ago. That and apparently Shaolin soccer is more popular than I thought. I saw it again like 10 years ago, 15 years ago. I thought it was like the funniest thing. And then it turns out that other people also really enjoy it. And I'm like, that's so surprising. I thought this was like a random movie that no one knew about. It's always nice when you find out something that like you loved growing up, or that you have some sort of affection for, other people also do. Not even due to like, thing I like is popular, that reflects well on me. Literally just I'm glad other people are enjoying this. Like, I've talked about this before. I've said the name before. You have given me an answer before. I do not remember. There was a Digimon fighting game that my cousin had growing up. And it was a 2D fighter where you could play like Agumon. It's a bit much. You could play like Agumon, you could play Vmon, you could play Renamon, and you would start as one of the base Digivolutions. And you had a special maneuver. Like you had a Digigauge that you would have to like fight people and like build up, and then you could Digivolve temporarily and fight as like Greymon, right? And then while you were Greymon, you had a special move where you could turn into Dark Greymon and do one big attack. And or you could turn into like another form and do like a special attack. And I remember I would play Agumon. Agumon is my favorite Digimon. I know, basic, sue me. I like fire types. And Greymon, I would play Greymon, but there was a palette swap Greymon where you could play as Dark Greymon, where he had a slightly different moveset, and he didn't start as Agumon and then Digivolve. He started as Greymon. So you could just play as Greymon, but I think he had like a weaker special. So his whole thing was that like he started at a higher power level in the fight, and then like was at a higher baseline but couldn't go that high. And I think maybe it was like he was slightly faster but slightly like dealt less damage kind of deal. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Rumble Arena? Okay, Rumble Arena sounds right. Yeah, so growing up, I mean, I've talked about this before. I actually grew up with a fair amount of Digimon. Now, I don't consider myself a Digimon fan. I don't consider myself a Digimon that I was a Digimon kid. But like, I watched. I've talked about this before. The third season of the anime, I think it was Rangers, with Guilmon, and I think that was the one that also had like Renamon. And I watched the first season. These are things that I watched when I was like a teenager. But growing up, does anyone know? I've definitely said this one before because I heard the story surrounding it. Does anyone know what introduced me to Digimon? And I kind of just spoiled it. My introduction to Digimon, and the thing I thought Digimon was for the longest time, and I enjoyed this, was the Digimon movie. The one that had the really weird opening that caused that one divorce that one time and was a story I got told on stream, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's hilarious. I loved the Digimon movie growing up. I thought it was so cool. Like the OG Digimon movie that was kind of terrible, and like half the characters didn't even show up. Like Mimi was like on vacation. And because it was the main cast of season 1 a couple years later, and the main cast of season 2 was in part 2 of them, because the movie is really weird. The movie followed both the first season as well as the second season, but it was split in half. So the movie was like, I had the DVD of it. It was 2 separate movies that had different plot lines, one after the other sequentially. And one followed the like half the cast of the first season, one followed like half the cast of the second season. And I think it's because I only ended up watching the full season 1. And I didn't end up watching the full season 2. But like, I just don't really care about the season 2 team, even though it has, which I think is really cool. The season 2 team has 2 of the characters that were like child sidekicks of season 1, because season 2 of Digimon takes place a couple years after season 1. So while most of the kids are like, I don't know, like 10 to 13, right? 10, like classic middle grade heroism. They all have their Digimon or whatever. There were like child sidekicks who were like 4 to 6 that were involved in the story, but weren't part of the team. And these kids came back, 2 of them, in season 2. And they were like the leaders of the new team, which I thought was really cool. I think is a really cool tie-in to the first season. Pokemon, Spider Riders, Transformers, and like Animal Planet specials back when Animal Planet was good. Oh my gosh. There's a show called Did you know? So there's a show, and it's a Canadian show, and Neko and Rory were giving me grief because they said I looked like one of the characters. It was like Miss Cyclone from this random Canadian show, and I don't know anything about it, but I did see the resemblance when they posted it, and I was like, I have no idea who this is. And they're like, well, obviously, if you watched like this one TV show, like Hero Forge or whatever, like Battle Forge, you would know. You don't even watch Canadian television. I'm like, I'll have you know, I watched Total Drama Island and I watched 16 growing up. And actually, I watched all of season 1 Total Drama Island like a couple years ago. And the funniest thing is I found it online, like on YouTube. And then I proceeded to, after watching the entirety of season 1, I found a better quality version on YouTube, also on YouTube, the entire series. And so I watched it at like 480p or like 720p. And I'm like, you know what? This is just like nostalgic for me. And then I found one that was like in 1080, and I'm like, that would have been so much nicer. But like, you know what? This brings me back to the old days, back when you watch stuff online and the highest resolution was like 720. I should play Shadow Fight like right now. I don't even know what that is. I have heard of Digimon, but anything deeper about it becomes a wall of noise. So the main thing about Digimon is like the simple answer that every Digimon fan is gonna like crucify me for saying, but it's the true answer. It is, what if Pokemon, but instead of monsters that you go around and catch, you get one monster that can evolve and devolve basically at will. So instead of going around and catching a whole team of like 6 cool monsters, you get one monster that is 6 different forms. That's like the best comparison I can make, and I understand that like that is anathema in Digimon circles, but that's basically the best descriptor for someone that doesn't know anything about Digimon. Pokemon, but Mega Man a little bit. It even has guns and lasers. Like the memes about how, oh, classic Pokemon evolution is like you have this Termagant, and then it grows into this Barbgaunt, and then the Barbgaunt grows into this winged Tyrannid Prime. Like that makes sense. That is a classic Pokemon evolution. And then with Digimon, it'll be like, okay, so you have this Neurogaunt, and when it digivolves into the Screamer Killer. And then the Screamer Killer evolves into a rock that has a paintbrush, and if the paintbrush touches you, you die instantly. And like, that's what Digi-evolutions look like. And I'm not gonna say that, like, that's not awesome, right? Like, it evolves into a toaster. It becomes a fridge with an AK. Like, it's such stupid nonsense. I love it. I think Digimon is like... Digimon is not afraid to go as weird as Pokemon is. And I think at this point, Pokemon is really trapped in a gilded cage. Pokemon, I'm of the opinion, given that it is the largest media franchise ever, last time I checked, I don't think it is ever going to go back to any degree of experimentation. I think it's always going to play it safe. I think it's always going to market for like the age demographic of like 4 to 8, because they know, and they're not wrong. They are not wrong. Every single Pokemon game in 15 years is going to be nostalgia bait. Disney figured this out with Star Wars. It doesn't matter the quality of it. It matters that in 15 to 20 years, this is what I grew up with. Like, yeah, it wasn't the best at the time, but like, it's still like, it holds a special place in my heart. It was my first Pokemon game. Yeah, I'll pick up the 15-year edition. Yeah, I'll pick up the special merchandise. Yeah, I'm going to show my kids this game that I loved. And sure, you'll have a bunch of people who played it when they were like 18, 19, 20, 30, 40, and they're like, this game sucks. This is not nearly as good as Pokemon Gen 1. This isn't nearly as good as Black and White. This isn't nearly as good as whatever. But like, at this point, Pokemon knows, and Nintendo knows, they literally just have to wait. They have the money and the time and the resources that in like 6 years from now, Sword and Shield are going to have like, I already have heard people say like, oh man, Sword and Shield wasn't actually that bad. Like it's certainly not as bad as like Scarlet Violet, and like, oh, don't get me started on like Legends AZ. And then it's like, no, when Sword and Shield came out, everyone was clowning on it because it sucked. And already we're getting nostalgia glasses because everything since then has been the same quality or worse. And like, that's entirely a customer facing thing. Like, I don't even think that's like the Pokemon company or Nintendo being super nefarious and like purposely trashing their goods or whatever. I think what it is that it's consumers are just willing to buy it. So why would they change? Hello, Call Me Fox. Garfield is still bigger. I don't think so. Like, I think in terms of like merchandise sold, I saw this a couple of years ago, that Pokemon was like the largest seller of merchandise in the world. Like maybe not in terms of brand recognizability, but like just in terms of like volume, in terms of what is actually being moved. I'm pretty sure Pokemon is on top. No, Garfield does exist, simply at a reality that we cannot comprehend. I'm sorry, John, but you cannot comprehend me. Every day is Monday. And you are simply a lasagna that is yet to be consumed. Okay. One more for highlights, and then we're going to go back to an actual brush, not a dry brush, and we're going to do a red carapace. Simultaneously, some Digivolutions just put a hat on. Garfield isn't real. Name one piece of Garfield media that actually exists in a tangible form. Garfield cart. The Garfield phone. The Garfield comic. The Garfield movie. The Garfield origin story. Do you want me to keep going? I can make more. Garfield merchandise, such as calendars where they call out and specify Mondays. Pokemon formula, a thing plus magic plus cute. I mean, like initially, Gen 1 Pokemon were animal, but and like sometimes they didn't even change anything. They literally just like stylized it. Caterpie is just a caterpillar, but it's cute. Butterfree is just a butterfly, but it's cute. Growlithe is just a dog. It is a puppy. Arcanine is a big dog that has the colors of fire, like associated with fire. Like Pikachu, mouse, but yellow. Rat, but yellow. Like OG Pokemon was that. And let's not pretend like, oh, Pokemon designs really fell off since then. Like, no. Pokemon designs have always been that. They started experimenting with stuff like Gen 5, with stuff like Black and White. And then they got reprimanded because people kept complaining about it and saying that this wasn't proper Pokemon designs. And so they're never going to do that again, even though now Black and White is widely considered one of, if not the best generation. Because of all the Pokemon that I added, because of the story, because of the mechanics, all that stuff. I've never played it. I'm saying all this secondhand. Garfield pizza existed for a long time. Okay, but have you considered that if it's Chicago style, it doesn't count as pizza? We're not going back to this. We're not going back to this. Can you not, please? Like, incredibly rude of you. No, no, no. Not today, Mr. Motorcycle. Or Mrs. Motorcycle. I'm not going to judge. Let's soak you. Let's be Mormon and let's start soaking. Don't ask me what that means. I'm not going to answer you. I'm not going to tell you what that means. I never played Pokemon. I asked my friends, what are the monsters in Pokemon called? I have played plenty of Pokemon games. I played Pokemon Blue on the Game Boy. I've played Pokemon Yellow on the Game Boy. I played Pokemon Stadium, Pokemon Coliseum, Pokemon Battle Revolution, Pokemon Ranger. That might be it. That might actually be it. I have not beaten any of them. Oh, I've played Pokemon Fire Red, actually, sorry. So as you can see, a lot of Gen 1 / very recently post Gen 1. I really want, and I told Rory this, because Rory, huge Pokemon head, Rorston. I want to do a Nuzlocke blind and like play through like Gen 3 or something. One that I have very little context for, and just like play a Nuzlocke. And he said, that's going to suck. Blind Nuzlocks are so not fun. And I said, yes, but it would be very entertaining, right? And he's like, I don't know about that one, Chief. I have a Garfield TTRPG from an itch bundle about Garfield mysteriously appearing on different stages of your life and talking to you. That is horrifying. Arrow, you made me choke on pizza in public at work. Well, get better lungs? I'm sorry. I don't really know how to help you there. Okay, I need some more. I have learned my lesson. Instead of doing a big I will simply small dollop. Because that conserves paint. Okay. I want to thin my paint, so I want to do this, right? And I want to go like that. So now I take one of these, and because that's a good consistency, even though these are kind of salmon colored, if you want me to fix the saturation, let me know. You would play the F out of a Powered by the Apocalypse monster fighting game like Perfect Draw. Isn't that Monster of the Week? Isn't Monster of the Week literally that? Okay, let's first off. Oh gosh. See, this is the hard part, because I'm no longer just randomly dry brushing. I am now actually trying to get like proper paint through. Never focused on anything more in my entire life. Licking your brush makes the paint disperse better. So I've heard. I don't want to do that. Arrow, don't lick your brush tips. There might be uranium in the orange. There is no orange on this, though. There might be plutonium in the bananas. Have you considered that? What the frick? Sorry, I was like confused at the set. I was like, why does this leg not have any armor plates on it? And I was missing them because I'm dumb. Art requires sacrifice. I already sacrificed one of my paints. Bob Ross already claimed one of my paints, and I was just like, well, I guess that's Bob Ross's now. Like, I can't really argue with that. Like, what am I gonna do? Tell him that he made a mistake? No, it's a happy little accident. Don't be ridiculous. Okay. Okay. This is a situation where I'm doing one pass of red, and this is gonna be kind of thin. The goal is that I did this. It's gonna dry. It's going to be much more black than so the leg is already kind of way darker, and I'm going to do a second coat, 2 thin coats. Rip Professor Plutonium, his VA pass last week. I don't know Professor Plutonium. Oh, yeah, wait, no, I know from Powerpuff Girls. Yeah, I heard about that. Sad. Unrelated, but you should check out Shadowrun. It's like Cyberpunk, both magic. So I know about Shadowrun. My sibling has played it, and I've actually watched a fair bit of lore videos from Burger Krieg, because like years ago, he used to do a Shadowrun lore series. And so I've gotten the rundown on like Goblinification. I've been intermittently checking out the Acceptable Losses podcast, which is a offshoot of Adeptus Ridiculous, where it is still edited by Shy. DK is present, and is Kirioth? Can't remember if Kirioth is it, because I know Pancreas No Work has basically joined full-time, right? Pancreas No Work is not officially part of it, but has kept showing up and just like kind of lives in their walls now. I can't remember if Kirioth is also on it. Basically, it's a podcast that's an offshoot of Adeptus Ridiculous, where instead of just talking about 40k, they talk about other sucky settings, other places that suck to live. And one of the places they talked about was Shadowrun. So I also like heard about it recently. Shadowrun, I would love to talk about more. It's just I have so many other things to get into, and I like Shadowrun is one that I should probably put on the throne. Probably one that I should put on the itch wish list. The itch wish list, because if you don't know, you can gift me games on itch. I did not know this. So someone gifted me Perfect Draw, and after the girlfriend video, which apologies it didn't come out on Sunday or yesterday. It should be out tomorrow, but I keep saying that, so I don't want to disappoint you once more. The girlfriend video is like half edited. Like I've been working at it actively, and it's just way more effort than I expected. So like girlfriend video coming out shortly. My goal is like next long form video about a TTRPG is probably going to be like a review of Perfect Draw. Because like I want a palate cleanser. I want to talk about something I want to talk about something that's silly, something that is not the same wavelength as Girlfriend. But you tell me if this interests you. And if you say it doesn't interest you, I might not care. I might still do it anyway. I don't know how I'm feeling. This can use a little bit more. You tell me if it interests you. AroHands, AroASMR, but a cloud of bees is getting progressively closer. What the frick? What the frick? The frick? What is this, like string? Why are you string? You're like a bloody nose that is just like dripping. Gross. So it would be AroHands. It would be like 5 to 10 minutes of me giving you like affirmations, saying like how sweet and cool and awesome you are. But as it progresses, a massive cloud of bees slowly but steadily gets closer. And like at one point you interrupt me and you're like, do you hear that? I'm like, sorry, I can't hear anything over just how loud my heart is pumping. Just, I'm so nervous right now telling you all of this. And then like bees descend upon us and like all you can hear is bzzz, but like I'm still clearly just saying the exact same thing to you. I haven't stopped my like love confession or whatever. And then like the bees pass by and then I'm like, oh, you look like you just saw a ghost. I guess if you don't feel the same way, no, it's okay. And then I walk away rejected. And I think that would be very funny. I think for Pride Month, that would be very funny. You wouldn't watch it, but sure, bro. I've already made up my desire for Arrow squad leader shouting you to get up before the artillery hits. Listen, I am also on board with that one. That one also sounds very fun. ASMR, but the joke is that there is no joke. It's just ASMR. It always makes it gonna seem like there is a joke, but it's just a fake out. I have had the thought. I think it would be very funny. ASMR, but did I not do the gun? I didn't do the gun on this one. Criminy. ASMR, but it's just me rejecting you. Like it's confessing to your crush and they like give a heartfelt response. And my response is just like, listen, this is kind of weird. Like, I'm not going to lie. Like I think you're cool, but not like that. Sorry, dude. And just like turning down the listener. Because I don't listen to ASMR. I don't listen to like roleplay audios. I assume most of them is just like, oh my gosh, you're so cool and awesome. And like, I'm going to say all of the things that you want to hear and don't hear in real life because I'm filling a void in your life. And that's why you pay me money to say the things that you want other people to tell you. And it's really parasocial and weird and like exploitative. And so that's my assumption, which I might be wrong. Maybe I'm not right. But my assumption is that it's almost always positive. And then there are some people who want it to be more like, make them feel bad because like they're into that, but that generally wouldn't be like an ASMR roleplay. I think that would be more of like a NSFW commission kind of deal. So I think it'd be really funny to do it like completely neutrally, like no strong emotion associated. You don't get the catharsis of having someone say that they hate you or like bullying you or whatever. You don't get the nice feelings, the butterflies in your stomach of someone saying kind things about you. You literally just get someone being like, listen, dog, I hardly know you. And I'm a bit off-put that you would think that we're tight like that. Believe me. ASMR, you throw us through a mountain? What is this, like, invincible? I've known weird friends who kind of get a kick out of getting rejected, so yeah. I mean, like, I'm not gonna shame anyone for the idea of just, like, you're into being rejected / turned down. Like, if that's what you're into, that's what you're into. It's really not my place to judge you. However, I assume that that's probably less than the audience of people who really want like an attractive person to tell them like, you're really cute and I would love to get coffee with you sometime. Like, I feel like that would like drive a bunch of people wild because it fulfills the fantasy, right? It fulfills the fantasy of being wanted, which like, I don't really get that. And I know that sounds so stupid. That sounds so just like, oh, Arrow's just like rolling in it. I'm really not. I'm really not. But I don't really get the fantasy of being like, oh, I in real life feel like no one cares about me, so I'm going to pay someone online to say that they care about me and fill that void. I personally, like, that doesn't match my psychology. My psychology goes, oh, well, if I'm paying them, then that means that whatever they're saying isn't genuine. Right? Even if I was to be like, oh, I really want someone to tell me this, I feel as though I personally would not respond well to like someone that I paid to say that doing. You know what I mean? Like, am I weird for that? Or just like, I don't really get the idea of, well, I just want to hear someone say something nice about me. I personally am like when I've been in therapy, I have been suspicious of what my therapist has said because I'm just like, you're saying that because I'm paying you, aren't you? Which is not a healthy thing to think. Your therapist is trying to help you, presumably. But like that's like my thought process, which I don't know how common that is. I don't know if I'm the weirdo. Oh geez, like the legs. Oh geez, Rick. That's a secret. Lying to yourself always works. I mean, I lie to myself all the time. Genuinely, like fake it till you make it is lying to yourself. Allowing yourself to feel false confidence is lying to yourself. Putting yourself in circumstances where you know you're going to be uncomfortable, but you also know it's going to be a good experience for you is lying to yourself. I recently, like over the weekend, went out to a club for the first time in ages, and I was dancing. I was having a good time. People were chatting me up, and I basically had to like convince myself beforehand, like, you're going to have a good time. You're going to enjoy this. And I didn't know that. I lied to myself. I told myself like, hey, like, this is going to be a fun experience and you're going to have a fun time. And I basically like I didn't actually literally gaslight myself. And I try to avoid using gaslight colloquially, because I think that takes away the power of the real term and the real event that does happen. But I basically had to convince myself, like hype myself up and just like, yeah, like this is going to be a fun time. You're going to dance. You're going to have fun. Like, I don't drink, so I don't go there to drink. I don't engage in casual dalliances at this time. So I'm not trying to like go there to like find someone. But like I went there and I danced and I enjoyed the vibe and I met a couple cool people. So I would say that's a success. Please do the puppy girl vet one. I just need to hear the puppy girl heartbreak. Listen, that would be very funny. The issue is, like I said last time, I'm worried that would be like too close to legitimate. That's the issue. Like I love a good bit as much as anyone else. I fear what happens the day I start doing a bit and it turns out that I'm the only one that thinks it's a bit, you know? Because no one wants to be the person who's doing something really cringe and embarrassing and you're like, don't worry guys, it's just a bit. And then everyone else is like, are you sure it's a bit? It does not seem like a bit in any stretch of the word. Lots of awkward silence. You answer a call in the middle. Oh my gosh. There's an actual genre of ASMR and I always felt weird about it. Interesting. That would be on brand for you. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like my brand is not one where you come to me to have me like affirm you. If you come here looking for affirmations, I am so sorry, you're in the wrong spot. But like genuinely, I am just, I don't do that for a multitude of reasons, for a majority of reasons. The biggest one being that that's super parasocial, but also just like, I don't want to be like false praise. Like if you tell me, if you as a chatter tell me like, oh my gosh, like, man, this horrible thing happened. Can you just tell me like something nice about me? And I'm just like, you have a lovely smile. And you're like, oh my gosh, thank you. And I'm just like, I don't know what your smile looks like. I don't want to know what your smile looks like. I'm not trying to know what your smile looks like. And so it feels inauthentic to give you a compliment like that. And I am of the opinion that the authenticity of a compliment makes it that much more powerful. And that's why Riz tip. If you compliment someone on something that is unique to them and that you genuinely like believe, that is usually like the best option you have. So if you compliment someone for their smile, yeah, that's nice. Their eyes, classic. Those are nice. But like unique to them. Okay, hey, sorry, I know you don't know me, but like, I just gotta say, your neck piece, which is like a crow skull wreathed in like mistletoe, and that has like a spike running through one eye, that is the most awesome piece of jewelry I've seen in my entire life. They're probably gonna be like, oh my gosh, thank you. And like, obviously, like, if you're just gonna pay someone a compliment, that doesn't mean you're hitting on them. I pay people compliments all the time. I have made it my mission, actually, to go out of my way to compliment strangers and to go out of my way to be kind to individuals and to specifically give people compliments when I think they're deserving of a compliment. If I like someone's outfit, chances are I'll walk up to them and say, hey, excuse me, I love your outfit. And then I'll walk away because I'm not trying to like hit on them. I'm not trying to like get their attention. I'm literally just trying to spread positivity. And also what that does is that forces me to get out of my shell more. I can't really claim to be super shy, nervous, and whatever when I've gotten in the habit of, I see someone who has like colored contacts in, and I'm like, excuse me, I love your eyes. And they're like, thank you. And I'm like, those are so cool. And then I just walk away and I just let them, I leave them be. In this court, we compliment honestly. Exactly. And that's why I never compliment my friends. That's why you won't that's why you won't catch me talking nice about any of my mutuals. No, I will absolutely tell them what I think about them, mostly without filter, right? I have some friends who I understand they're softer than I am. I have some friends who I understand some of them can dish but can't take it. Some of them can't dish or take it. So I have some friends who I'm just like, okay, I am absolutely not going to tell you real criticisms I feel about you. I'm going to be extra nice to you because I understand with our relationship dynamic and also your comfort levels, that is very important to you. And so I accommodate that because they're my friend. Of course I'm going to accommodate that. And I feel like a lot of people kind of forget that socialization is a two-way street. Yes, your feelings are very important, as are the others. In the same way that if someone speaks to you in a way that upsets you, and you feel entitled to the idea of, oh, well, if I let them know this is distressing to me, they should stop. If I let them know that I don't want them to talk to me this way, they should stop talking to me that way. You have to be receptive of that as well. And so when I have friends who are just like, hey, I get it, you're like really big on banter, like I am huge on banter. I am someone who all of my closest friends will go shot for shot with me. And that is like the key to my heart. The one of the keys to my heart is like being passionate, being your own person, having your own interests that I can learn about and that you can tell me about and that I can just like sit enraptured listening to. Like unironically, that is like one of the things that like makes me like someone, not just necessarily romantically, but like as a friend. And then also on top of that, being able to go shot for shot with me is something that like you kind of need to do if you're going to be my friend. And multiple people have experienced this, and I think I've put off more people than not. Because a lot of people will chat with me, and I'll softball them in the beginning, and then I start going harder, and then I start like testing the waters and seeing how far I can push them. And like it's the people who match me, or the people who I match them because they start before I do. Those are the people who I have like spent like multiple years being friends with, because I'm just a difficult person like that. I love complimenting people like that. My issue is that I often encounter someone whose whole thing, outfit, jewelry, yeah, I can't pick out a single thing. So I'll walk up to them and I'll be like, this, and I just gesture to their entire body. I love it. Like the outfit, incredible. And like maybe they had like these onk earrings that were super, super slick, but they also had like a really tight black dress that just like showed off their figure really well. And then maybe they were wearing platform boots that had huge studs in them. And like they're wearing all of those together in an ensemble with like perfect makeup. And I'm just like, all of this, like your entire outfit, I love it. And that usually gets the point across without being too weirdo. Because the more you linger, the more it becomes weirdo, right? The more you linger on like, oh man, your earrings and then also your makeup and oh, this dress is fantastic. The more you compliment them, the more weird it gets. So I've found the golden medium is to just do one, right? Just drop one compliment, and if they have a bunch of stuff, you can either say like all of this, or you can say like, listen, those onks and those platforms, I don't know how you do it, but you're pulling it off amazing. And then you just walk off and you let them live their life. And I've had people, not often, but sometimes, who I walk up to them and I like give them a compliment. I'm like, oh my gosh, like you were so great on the dance floor, for instance. And then they are like, hey, like I'm X, who are you? And then they like start a conversation as a result of me opening that. But that's not something that like I'm looking for. I'm not like trying to like flirt with someone. I'm not trying to like hit someone up. But what I'll do is I'll just give them nice compliments. And then sometimes I make contacts. Sometimes I make friends. Sometimes I get to know someone. Most of the time I don't, because most of the time I don't like have the desire or even the opportunity. I'll be like walking out of a store and I'll see someone who has like a huge wide brimmed hat. And I'll be like, hey, excuse me, I love your hat. And then I'll just keep walking, and then they'll keep walking, and we're going in opposite directions. So like, even if they wanted to chat with me, they couldn't. But in a closed environment, you're way more likely to like if you're at an event, if you're at a party, if you're at a club, if you're at like a clubhouse, you're way more likely to have someone who's just like, well, we're both here anyway. Like, sure, let's chat. Fire fit twin. Okay. I don't do that. I think that's a little too Zoomer for me. I think that also feels a bit inauthentic. What does your friend tell you when they have nothing specific to say, but you're asking for your outfit? Fire fit twin. Oh, slay queen. That is basically code for I don't have anything specific to say, so I'm just going to give you a generalized compliment. And that's not a bad thing. By no means is that a bad thing or... criminy. By no means is that a bad thing or something that's like a negative. But it's certainly a thing where like that's not the same as being like, oh, I love your eyebrows. Oh my gosh, that necklace, where did you get it? And like I've had people like ask me like, where did you get that? And I'm like, you won't believe me, Walmart. And they're like, what? And I'm like, yes. And then like we'll have a brief little conversation, and blah, 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 blah. And I understand this is mostly a female socialization thing. This is mostly women that will like reciprocate and respond. It is social convention for femme individuals to give each other a compliment when they first meet. Not even just like first meet, but like when you meet up. So for instance, two women meet up, and it is expected societally that one of them will say like, hey, I love your makeup. And the other one will be like, thank you so much. Your necklace is killer. And like, that is like their greeting. That is, at least in Western culture, that's a very common thing that women and feminine individuals do. I did this independent of that, but it does serve me well when I'm, when on the odd occasion where I'm talking to women. How to Train Your Dragon moment. This gestures to everything. Yeah. The other day, I complimented an incredible punk goth MB while presenting straight man, and they replied, I love your dog. Listen. If you had a dog with you, that's what I would compliment. I ain't gonna front. You could wear like the most killer outfit, and I'd be like, listen, I love your outfit. However, I love your dog more. Can I have your dog? Can I please have your dog? Like, I love dogs. If you don't know, dogs are like literally my favorite animal. They're just so cute. They're so sweet. Liticulous drip vruz. What does that mean? Like, I understand the meaning behind it. What do the individual words mean is my question. I understand the intent behind it via context clues and critical deductive reasoning. You're killing me, Smalls. You got style? That is true. That is true. Also, happy 8th birthday to Elder Scrolls 6 announcement trailer. Are you serious? No. Okay, what I will say, we might be getting Persona 6 before Elder Scrolls 6 and also before GTA 6. I was not expecting that. Of all things. Does this already have red? A little bit of red. I guess I started and I put it down for whatever reason. We got the Persona 6 teaser trailer. Which, granted, the Persona 5 teaser trailer was like 5 years or like 4 years or something before Persona 5 came out. That said, we still got it. And I'm surprised that they released it like alongside the Persona 4 Revival trailer. I made a tweet / Blue Sky the other day. I'm so sad. Because apparently there's a huge argument going on right now. And this is mostly like just a Twitter thing, I'm sure. I'm sure no one actually cares about it. But there's a huge Twitter thing going on where a bunch of people are calling each other LARPers. A bunch of people are saying like, oh my gosh, I hate like Persona 4 fans, like thinking that they're modern Persona players thinking they're Persona 4 players just because they're going to pick up Revival. And it's like, I saw people cosplaying like Marie. I saw people talking about like Rise and like making memes about Persona 4, and like that makes me really happy because Persona 4 is a game that is like really important to me, and It's not important to me because like I grew up with it. I played it a couple years ago, or like years ago. So it's not like I have some kind of like nostalgic attachment to it. It's just kind of like a game that I really enjoyed and that I really had a lot of fun with and I care about a lot. It also is the game that my Kamiyoshi was playing when I got into VTubers. When I first got into VTubers, the first VTuber that I consistently was watching ended up being my favorite VTuber. In part, and in large part, due to the fact that she was the first VTuber that I started watching. But like that's also like Persona 4 kind of got me into VTubers, and getting into VTubers helped me start the channel. I would not have started the channel in the same way I did had I not been a VTuber. And did I not do the gun? I didn't do the gun. Frick. I keep forgetting the gun. Being a VTuber gave me the confidence to start the channel. I only became a VTuber because I hyperfixated on VTubers. I only hyperfixated on VTubers because I watched Persona 4. I only watched Persona 4 because I hyperfixated on Persona 4 by playing it. And it's just very special to me. Arrow, you're my first VTuber and I hate you. I hate me too. Oh my gosh. We have so much in common. See, whenever I say that, people are like, no, you can't say that. And I'm like, oh, come on. As if you weren't making the exact same joke, just directed at me instead. Dogs are cute, but I don't think I could be a dog owner. Okay, I constantly bounce back and forth. Would I be a good dog owner? Because you have to be active to be a dog owner. You should not be sedentary. I work from home. I do stuff online. I spend a lot of time on the channel, but I also go out daily for like runs and jogs and walks. And so I can just take my dog with me. The issue is if I'm sat at my computer for 6 hours, if the dog needs to go out in the morning, I can just take the dog out in the morning. Then at night or in the evening, I take them out on an evening walk where I do my evening walk. What are they doing the rest of the day? Is my dog just kind of like stuck inside, not being able to do anything? Is my dog just kind of like... Because like right now, I don't have a yard that I can set them out in. And I grew up with a dog, and I grew up in a house that had a yard. So we would just let the dog out in the back. And then actually we didn't take our dog out for walks too often because we had a backyard that the dog could run around in and I could play with the dog in and like could entertain himself, had elevation. So I don't know if I would be a good dog owner because like, yes, I would like twice daily take him out. Maybe, oh, do I have paint on my, whoops. Guess my nails are marked. Like I would take the dog out for a walk. I would absolutely do that. The question is, what's in the interim when I'm busy? I found some cute rainbow hand warmers the other day, but I'm too broke to consider buying them. But also cute rainbow hand warmers. That is fair. I am also too broke to buy more, which is why, if you notice, these are identical to the black ones and to the brown ones. They're all just different color swaps because I got a pack of 3. And they're like fairly thick. They're wool, I'm pretty sure. Like there's some thick material. And so they're very comfy. I love the feeling of them. They're very soft. They're so sweet. They're so soft. They're so like comfy. The issue is if I wear them in warm weather, they're so uncomfortable. But they're my only arm warmers. So I wear them in warm. I have brown ones? Yeah. I showed them at the start of stream. I have cream, which was supposed to be white. I have brown, and then I have the black ones that I wore last time. Do I get the cute rainbow hand warmers? I'm going to say no, because finances. The problem is that they don't clean themselves after bathrooming, unlike cats. That is, yeah. Well, depends on where it is. So like, if you have a dog and you have a backyard, you can let them out in the backyard when they go number 1. That's fine. It's on grass or whatever. Number 2, you have to clean it up. With cats, it's just usually in a litter box, and you still have to clean it up no matter what. Also, I've generally heard 3 times daily is recommended, and a couple of 10-minute play sessions in between. Very few people actually achieve that. So, I think that also depends on breed. I think if you have like a retriever, yeah, you need to like actively deal with them. If you have like a herding dog, probably you need to actively do that. If you have a work dog, probably you need to actively do that. A running dog, probably you need to actively do that. There are certainly dog breeds which just want to lounge around the house and still need exercise, that you still need to take them out even if they're like lazy. They don't come to mind. I think guard dogs would probably be, you need to take them out pretty regularly. But I'm thinking like the big, is it Saint Bernard? I'm thinking like the big like round ones that have like the kind of droopy faces kind of deal. Generally very large dogs. Bamboo yarn arm warmers? Really? Maybe linen too? Interesting. Gosh. So, I have a question for you. Do we want me to just continue rambling? Or do you want me to talk about something directed? And if we talk about something directed, do you want me to talk about 40K? Or do you want me to like go down the Q&A section and I can like talk Kane Yuri? No, the active breeds need more. Oh, really? Oh, that's good to know, Licorice. Yeah, because like obviously, dogs, very high maintenance. If anyone ever tells you their dog isn't high maintenance, chances are they're probably not treating their dog right. Not necessarily like mistreating it, but just like they're not like getting to the standards that is required. Luckily, one of my siblings is a vet, so I could always just ask my sibling. Arrow lore reveal as the motorcycle outside drowns me out. I have not had water in 2.5 hours. Which is not great, because all of yesterday and the night before, my throat was sore. And this morning, it was a little bit sore. Not really that bad. I thought I might be getting sick because I went out over the weekend. And like 3 to 4 days later is generally the incubation period for like cold and flu and COVID and whatever. I feel better now. So it might have just been like I had a sore throat for the day. Kane Yuri sounds like it'd be better with MS Paint. That is true. However, what is MS Paint if not just real life paint, but digital? How much Yuri can a cane if a cane can Yuri? Okay, so what I'll say, and I'll say this in the most provocative way ever. In my cane game, technically speaking, there was a 3-way kiss. And that's all you get for now. We'll talk about it more later. Linen can be pretty devastating for people prone to breakage when shaving. Really? Avoid bamboo fibers if you sweat. They're technically still synthetic and won't breathe well. Directed like the direction in the new Backrooms movie. It's just pretty solid. Okay, people keep asking me like, have you seen the new Backrooms movie? Do you have any thoughts on Amazing Digital Circus? And I'm like, no. Like a bully for indie animation. I don't watch it. Not because it's indie animation in particular, but just because like I don't watch stuff that much. I have a buddy who wanted to watch Maul, the Star Wars show, with me. And I just didn't watch it. Mostly because I was really busy. Let's be real. It wasn't even that I wasn't interested. It was I was too busy. But like I have people who are like, hey, let's watch this thing together. And I was like, pog. And then I didn't watch it because I'm so caught up with the other stuff. Evocative description. Yes. Are you going to paint the names on the cardboard? That would be very funny. What I will say is that last session, my player needed to start late, and we went a little late to compensate. We ended up just kind of chatting for a while, and actually, I've done some more mining off stream. I should have been working on Girlframe. I've been doing more mining off stream. I have a system in place for how to make your own high blasphemy. And we were briefly talking about that. I was eating. I had to eat food because I was editing up, or I think I was editing up until the point where I hopped on call. I was busy up until the point I hopped on call. So I was eating, and then they were chatting, and they finally read. My player finally read the Kane short story I wrote about the players in the game I'm running for them, about the characters in the game I'm running for them. And they thought it was really sweet. They thought it was really cute. They were like, oh my gosh, I love it so much. I know what Snake can do, so I'm kind of scared. Oh yeah, Arrow, any interest in the Amazing Digital Circus? It's a thing that exists. So Amazing Digital Circus, I know 3 things about it. Super popular indie animation that is pretty well regarded by everyone that I've heard talk about it. The fan base sucks to the extent that the director is like no longer going to work on indie animation or something. Like the director feels like they've been bullied out of this project by the community, and like that's not really Amazing Digital Circus's fault. That's just kind of what happens when like the internet, and primarily young people on the internet, en masse latch onto something. The same thing happened to like Hell of a Boss or slash Vivzy Pop slash the other one, Has Been Hotel. And then the third thing is a lot of people are not very normal about the clown girl, Pomni. A lot of people are kind of creepy weirdo about her, and they really like making NSFW art of her. I know that. With Snake involved, you can go all the way to a 12-way kiss doing the math. Okay, so you have Bond, sister. No, sister. She's too young. We're not doing that. Bond, Hattie, Raph, Mix, Snake, Acme, Faust, Newton, Watson. Currently, we have the facilities for a 9-way kiss. 13 with Bridge, thank you. Or so 10 with Bridge. If Bridge is involved. Like, who else would be involved in the kiss? So, like, Sister's out. She's too young. Community of a thing is never monolithic. Yeah, obviously, it's never monolithic, but also, like, for Undertale, you can't tell, or, like, Deltarune, you can't tell me, oh, well, it's not actually that bad. There's just a couple problematic actors when, like, 60% of the audience is problematic. Or even if it's, like, 30% of the audience, they speak with the authority of, like, 80% of the audience, right? They are so loud and so vocal and so disruptive that even those that are like super chill end up being drowned out. And that's unfortunate. That sucks. But it happens whenever young people en masse love a thing. It even kind of happened to Epic a little bit. And one of my like, this is not a major complaint by any means. This is not like I actually care about this. This is just something I've noticed. Epic fans have a really weird... Again, I think it's literally just like people being young on TikTok. I don't think this is problematic by any means. But people on Epic, I've noticed, the Epic fandom has a really weird complex about like, oh, the Epic fans are like the most like tortured and like obsessive, and we're all like the most hurt people that have all come together for like this really miserable piece of fiction. And it's like, brother, please. This is made by, hello, my friends, Rivera Arans. Mr. Jalapeno himself is like the most joyous man possible. Yes, Odysseus gets kind of run through the ringer. The community and the story are not that harrowing. I promise you that. But like, I think it's just a matter of relativity. I think a lot of the people who enjoy Epic don't consume a lot of other media that is like truly depressing. And I don't want to like gatekeep, right? Again, this isn't like an actual literal problem. It's just kind of something I noticed. They see this and they assume it's the peak of melancholic fiction, and I'm just like, I disagree with that. They're also really weird about this rabbit guy. Yeah. As an Undertale and Deltarune fan, don't get into Undertale and Deltarune fan base. Yeah, I considered picking up Deltarune back when like the I think it's like episode 3, episode 4 dropped or something. Episode 4, episode 5. And I was like, hey, would people be interested if I streamed this? And overwhelmingly, the response was, no, do not do that. Please do not. And I was like, oh, wow, really? And like a couple people were like, yeah, I would watch that. But most people were like, no, please do not do, like, you will summon them. And I'm like, what? And still to this day, whenever I make Lancer content, I open every single Lancer short with, in Lancer the Mech TTRPG. And still, I get people in my comments that say, I thought this was about Deltarune Lancer. Or someone will say like, Chris, I think this is the wrong Lancer. And it's just like, brother, like, I literally open explaining what this is. I go out of my way to fit that into my script every single time. Just like with 40k, every single time I open with in 40k. Like, what is wrong with you? I will summon them if I do it. Yeah, I know. And like, I'm not gonna lie, I do not care about Deltarune. I obviously, like, Undertale, cultural touchstone of the 2010s. I never played it. I watched people play it. I don't claim to have played it. I think it's neat. I think I got overblown. I think that it is like held up as some exemplar of gaming that I don't know if it deserves to be. But I do think that it's like a good product. I think that the success that it got is deserved. And I think that I am happy for Toby Fox and the effort that he put in was rewarded, right? Him and everyone else that contributed to it, that kickstarted it, whatever. That said, like I don't know. I don't plan on playing Undertale because I've already seen it played, like all the different routes or whatever. And with Deltarune, just like everything I hear about it just makes it sound so uninteresting. Like, yeah, I'm sure that it's a really compelling story, and like the characters are really amazing, and like it's super sweet and wholesome while at the same time being really emotionally devastating. Like, I'm sure it's all of those wonderful things, but just nothing I've heard about it has like drawn me to it. And I played episode 1 back when it first dropped, like back in like 2019, and oh my gosh, that's so long ago. And like I remember being like, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I didn't walk away with any strong feelings. I didn't walk away like blown away or something. I walked away being a little confused because of the whole like, oh, it's all of the Undertale cast, but also they're not Undertale cast and they have different relationships, and also they've been like on the surface for a while. But like that's not a problem with it. That's just like something that I was a bit confused by. It's a good game if you want to play it on your time, but it's best not to stream it. I think this isn't about medieval Warhammers. Listen, all 40k of the Warhammers are present in this short. Don't you worry. Those fandoms remind me of that one infographic meme about the most nice innocent shows have the worst fandoms. Yeah, and the most grimdark properties. So I won't say that the most grimdark properties have the most well-adjusted fans. I will say that it is a well-known phenomena that the darker and edgier the source material, the less serious the fans take it. I direct you to Darkest Dungeon. I direct you to Berserk. I direct you to Fear and Hunger. Any of these things have the most like silly posting, nonsense fueled, like don't take anything seriously fans. And I don't know if they're the most well adjusted, but they certainly like, contrary to the popular belief that like people that like melancholic stories and like sad stories and grimdark stories are all like super edgelords that like don't know how to socialize. A lot of them are just like, haha, like funny man yaoi between Guts and Griffith. And like they do genuinely enjoy the story, and they do like genuinely connect with the themes or whatever. But broadly, most of the conversation around it is like, man, I can't believe that the final chapter got leaked, and it was literally just 5 straight pages of Guts and Griffith like making out like dirty style. Whereas with like Undertale, which I would say is very much not grimdark, it's very much hopeful, it's very much optimistic, has an audience which like makes everything awful, and makes both in the sense of like in universe awful, like in universe they have like Underfell and like alternate dimensions or whatever, and also the audience doesn't know how to contain themselves and like doxes people and like sends death threats and whatever. Like I absolutely agree with the dichotomy there. So what we're doing right now, I'm currently doing a second coat. Compare and contrast. This is with 1 coat. This is with 2 coats. This is like pops way more, which is very nice. The best yaoi I've played was Warframe's Old Man yaoi? Really? The Spanish-speaking community was very angry with Toby because he hasn't translated his to other language other than Japanese. I mean, that's something where, like, okay, I'm a game dev. I make Smorgalorg, very popular game that like gets 10 million copies sold. The international audience is begging for an official translation. I say, okay, I'm going to translate into Japanese. The ESP, the FR, the PRG, all these different communities, the RUS, they're all like, dude, what the heck? I thought you were going to translate in other languages. I'm like, oh no, I said I would translate it. So I did it to 1 language. I feel like it's justified to get upset over that. Now, if I'm an indie dev and I made Smorgalorg 2, the Smorgaling, and I sell 1,000 copies, that's very good. That's a dedicated audience. If the ESP fan base is like, hey, listen, dude, we need a translation. And I'm like, bro, I cannot translate nothing. And they're like, but you have a Japanese translation. And I'm like, yeah, because a Japanese fan took it on themselves to translate all the game. And I checked with them, and like they're allowing me to release it as an official translation so long as they're credited. That's a situation where it's just like, well, yeah, at that point you can't really blame the game dev. They're just operating off of what opportunities they can. For instance, with Synthop, which did get a couple hundred downloads, I'm pretty sure. Another VTuber hit me up and was just like, hey, would you be okay if I made a ESP translation? And I said, like, absolutely. If you want to translate into Spanish, I will release it officially with credit to you if that is interesting to you. And they're like, yeah, absolutely. So Synthop, one of the TTRPGs I made, has an official Spanish translation. The formatting is screwed up because, like, in them doing the translate, the formatting had to be changed. And I wasn't going to screw with their formatting. So I just kind of, like, let it ride. But technically speaking, there is, like, an official Spanish translation. And I feel like if someone was like, hey, your Japanese viewers feel really disrespected that you translated this into Spanish, not Japanese, I'd be like, listen, dog, big dog, I did not translate nothing. I don't have the resources to commission someone to translate it for me. I just let a fan do it because I wanted to. And then I wanted to give them the shout out and recognition they deserve. And it's a little bit of like a do-it-yourself moment, which is a little disrespectful, but it is kind of true. I believe he didn't translate it to anything other than English / Japanese because he didn't speak them himself. Ah. I mean, yeah, at that point, that's like big dogs. How do you say big dogs in... I know pedal is dog. How do you say big? How would you call someone big dog in Spanish? Because at that point, you're just like, big dogs. Big amigos. Chill. Man's trying his best. I misheard you say Guts as Gus, and I was like Gus Fring from Breaking Bad. Oh my god. Someone somewhere has made fan art of Gus Fring from Breaking Bad and Guts and Griffith from Berserk kissing. I don't want to see it, but I do feel like it probably exists. Literally big dog. Nice. Gordo? I don't know. I don't speak Spanish. However, my neighbors are Spanish. And so we share laundry. And so like I'm someone who I'm not really friendly with my neighbors. not that like I'm rude to them, but like I'm just someone who like always like it's never been my culture in growing up in how I was raised to like be friends with your neighbors, throw like block barbecues kind of deal. Like I had a friend growing up who happened to be a neighbor, and our families got close because of that, but that was because we were friends and then our families connected as families tend to do. So the extent of our interactions is I'll be like going down to do laundry and then their dog will like run out to come see me. And I'm like, hello. And I'll like pet their dog. And I'm like, you're so cute. And then they'll be like, sorry. And then they'll be like, hey, ¿cómo estás? And I'm like, bien. And like, I've started like shooting them in like an hola. Just because like they're ESL, primarily Spanish speaking. So I'll just like shoot them a little hello. And that's like the extent of my interactions with them. Personally, I am totally comfortable with that. I am totally comfortable with having a relationship with my neighbor that is just like, hola, like, ¿Es bien? Are you good? And it's just like, bien. Because my issue is, when I think, like, if I'm asked, ¿Estoy bien? ¿Cómo estás? I think, like, bien, ¿et tú? Ça va? I think French, because I have a background in taking French in school. And so I don't ever know what to say, not because I like know zero Spanish. I know a little bit of Spanish. I know a couple phrases of Spanish. But I'm constantly worried I'll just start speaking French instead. Which is very funny to me. Because I hear like, oh, this is a romance language, let me respond in French. And that's almost never the play. And the issue is I don't know French well enough to actually like speak French. So I can't even claim like, oh, sorry, bilingual things. Like it's literally just me being a dumb American. Which is very funny. However, it is very inconvenient. I'm fascinated by this phenomenon. I cannot stand dark and depressing stories because I seek escapism. I get unhealthily attached, I know. I've been told grimdark enjoyers also seek escapism. Okay, so for me, I am not a huge fan of... I'm not a huge fan of what I would call caramelized worlds. That's a term I just made up right now. Caramelized worlds, in my conception, are worlds in which everything is sweet and nice, and the edges are smoothed off, and there is very little friction, because that's not interesting narrative. I don't care if you have a backdrop of rainbows and gumdrops, if you have the depressing story of the main character going through like the cycle of grief after they lost their dog and they're trying to save the world from the evil dark overlord who is objectively evil and like it's entirely good versus dark. Like I can rock that because there's an emotional through line and inner turmoil of trying to get over like the grief of the dog, right? It's not the aesthetic of me. It's not the aesthetic for me that matters. It is the core of it, the heart. And that's why I think I don't like black and white morality so much. Because black and white morality, 9 times out of 10, also has an emotional core tied to being the good guy for good reasons. You can have a story where it is the good guys fighting the bad guys. There's no question who is who. But it's still emotionally engaging. She-Ra, Princesses of Power, does this. And yes, obviously, Catra is very gray, and Catra is like the thing that makes the show. But like, genuinely, Adora is a very compelling protagonist. I think that the fact that she kind of like loses screen time as it progresses is a bit of a shame. I think Glimmer and Bo are significantly less interesting, and I know that's a hot take because I know everyone's like, oh, best friend squad. They don't do anything. It's the best friend squad after like season 3. Which I've noticed a lot of pieces of media do that. A lot of pieces of media, particularly when they're oriented towards children or a younger audience, I'll say. They tend to set up like, oh, here's the best friend characters. And then the best friend characters fade into the background and stop mattering. However, the main character still treats them as if we're best friends, which always rubs me the wrong way. This happened with Grover in Percy Jackson is the one that comes to mind, where in the Percy Jackson series, book 1, book 2, book 3, I don't remember book 4, but like all of these books, like Grover is one of the 3. It is Percy at the lead, it is Annabeth who is his romantic interest, and it is Grover as the best friend character. And I think Grover, being a non-combat character, falls to the wayside in book 5. And then he shows up maybe once in all of Heroes of Olympus. Or he's like referenced a couple times throughout Heroes of Olympus. And he still talked about like, oh yeah, he's my best friend. But it's so weird to me that he just doesn't really appear that much. And I say this as someone who like, I have best friends who I've not talked to in months. Sorry. I'll talk to them. I'll pick up the phone. We'll chat. Like nothing ever changed. Like we've been talking for months at this point, even though we haven't talked to each other in like 6 months. And I get that. I understand that is like a pretty realistic thing to happen, where you have best friends that kind of like just take 2 different paths in life. They diverge, and maybe they'll reconnect like once every couple months. Maybe they'll reconnect a couple times a year, but ultimately they're not actually that close anymore. But in fiction, that's a narrative choice that you as the author made. And I saw something that I mentioned on stream the other day, maybe the other week, where someone said, I hate it when I bring up a Doylean complaint about a story. And someone responds with a Watsonian answer. What does that mean? In narrative analysis, there is a Doylean explanation and there is a Watsonian explanation. A Watsonian explanation is as if Watson was explaining it, a character in the story, how, like why in the universe it is justified. Doyle, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, author of not Shakespeare, Sherlock Holmes and Watson. A Doylean answer is why on a meta level did the author choose to write it that way. For instance, this character dies. The Watsonian explanation is that they were an obstacle for the main villain, so the main villain killed them. The Doylean explanation might be the author is really misogynist and killed this woman to motivate the hero because they don't understand that women can have agency, right? That's the kind of thing we're talking about here. So what this person online was talking about is like, I hate it when I bring up a Doylean complaint. I hate when I bring up, why did the author kill this character? And the people who are fans of it give me an in-universe explanation. Give me a Watsonian explanation of like, oh, well, she was in the villain's way and like she didn't back down. And it's like, no, like, why did the author choose to make it happen this way? The author did not need to make this happen. The story would be more interesting if the author chose something else. Not even if the author like rewrote the villain's motivation. Not even if the author changed the scene layout and the order in which it all happened. Literally just changed how that interaction went to any other way. It would have been more interesting. And I think about that a lot. I think about that as literary criticism is very important because a lot of people don't know that difference. Arrow confirmed Tumblr user? Nope. That's something like I saw that on TikTok. I saw a TikTok of that on Twitter. I don't use Tumblr. Fun fact. Escaping reality? Nah, just like painting. Oh my gosh. I started making my homebrew guard army in Worlds have a lot of gray morality. I think it makes lore even better. Yeah. I would love, like unironically, I would love to make a Traitor Guard army. I love Chaos, Hydra Dominatus, Death of the False Emperor, all that. I would love to make a Traitor Guard army. And there is no rules for Traitor Guard. But I feel like it would be pretty easy to just run normal Guard, painted Traitor colors. And then maybe I just wouldn't run any Commissars, right? Maybe I'll just make the decision, the flavor decision to not run any Commissars, because Commissars, like, they will never turn Traitor, right? That's just like their whole thing. And sorry, painting. There is the Traitor Squad in CSM, and there is the Traitor Enforcer, who is like a leader unit that can attach them. However, I think the Traitor Squad isn't even battle line. I think the only battle line units for CSM are Cultist Mob and Legionaries. So you can't even take like 6 of them and like 3 Traitor Enforcers. You can only take 3 and 3, and collectively that's like 400 points. And it's not even good, like 400 good points. It's 400 points where it's like, if you're shooting at someone who is on an objective, get like +1 to wound. Because like they're meant to take and hold objectives, right? Whereas Cultist Mob has sticky. Like they're not even that good. They're just like, oh, it's like a block of 10. They all have a las gun. You can swap 1 out for a grenade launcher or a las cannon. You can swap out 1 for a flamer or a heavy stubber, and you can swap 1 out for a sniper or like a power fist, right? And like, so they're not even that good, right? So you can have like a couple units of guard, but you still have to play a CSM army, Chaos Space Marines, which makes sense for CSM. It's just kind of sad. Hello, Clam. I love CSM as an army. I like having regular soldiers while also getting Space Marines and vehicles. I like that too. The issue is, if I want to play CSM, I want to play CSM. If I want to play CSM, I want big, chunky Legionaries and Chosen. Sorry, I'm drinking water. Ah! Don't panic. I caught the psychophage. You fan this channel by the bedtime yaoi video? Yep, a lot of people, I'm sure, found me from that. A lot of people found me, I'm sure, from the... What was the other one I just did? What was the other video I just did? It was a non-binary pride. I have a voiceover channel. I'm also a TTRPG channel. I do a lot of things. I wear a lot of hats. Writers often don't know how to write stable relationships. Yeah. So sequels tend to destroy relationships they set up in the first place because they lean on big dramatic struggle to define the relationship. That's why in the story I wrote, I was about to say I'm writing. I wrote this story and I'm editing it. It is 2 women who they were dating. They were very close. They were very tight. And then they parted ways because of life. And they come back together. And they have to basically reinvent their relationship. They have to start from scratch and like kind of move on from the hurt of having abandoned one another. And then like technically it's a spoiler to say that they do get together, but they get together at like the halfway mark. So they get to experience you get to experience their relationship throughout the rest of the novel, which is why Can't Defy the Lonely Girl is still the best slice of life romance manga I have read, because the main couple, they are set up in chapter 1. The story is 32 chapters long. They get together in like chapter 12. They get together before the halfway point. So that means for like 20 chapters, it is them being cute and wholesome and like having minor disagreements and working past it with healthy communication. And it is amazing and it is wonderful. And that is why I follow the mangaka on all socials, including subscribing to them on YouTube because they're a VTuber. Great VA, by the way. Thank you. It's always so embarrassing whenever people talk about my VA work because I'm just like, I just kind of do stuff. I just kind of do nonsense. Okay, so let's. This is one I did last time. This is one I did today. Definitely brighter. Definitely darker. Do I do a third pass, do we think? Do we think I grab a third pass to go through this group of NIDs? These termagants that I just did. Because as you can see from some of these, let me real quick turn off the reference. These are the ones I did before. They're brighter than these ones. I don't think I need to do a third coat, but I could if y'all think I should. Maybe the color will settle when it dries. No, so the color gets darker when it dries. So these are like already pretty dried. I would need to do a third coat to get them to be brighter. Yes, but lightly. You're gonna do laundry while listening? Awesome. And it's Arrow from the rafters with the wholesome Yuri. Yeah. Arrow so many hats they be looking like a TF2 character. I did a collab with someone to play TF2 like a year and a half ago. I played a couple matches with them. It was fine. I didn't really enjoy it too much. I didn't really connect with the person too much. So moved on, didn't keep playing TF2. Prior to that point, when do you think was the last time I played TF2? Prior to like 2024. If I look on my Steam account right now, we'll say like last play 2024, last play 2025. Prior to that point, 2017. I thought it had been a couple years. It was like 2017 since the last time I had played TF2. And I all the time hear people say like, oh, you don't stop playing TF2. You just take a break. No, I stopped playing TF2. I picked it back up to collab with someone, and then I put it down and haven't touched it since. SCP is something where I'm of the camp that no, you don't stop. Like you don't get out of SCP. You just take a break. SCP is one of those things where every like 2-3 years, I will get back into it. I will pick back up SCP and I will get back into like the new hot thing or whatever. I can't remember the Only Wars trader guard that was still loyal to the God Emperor. I modeled my army after that faction, but on a tight leash. There's a couple of those where they're traitor to the Imperium, loyal to the God Emperor, to the God Emperor. Others, which are loyal to the Imperium, betray the God Emperor. And there are some who are anti-chaos, anti-Imperium. That's Warframe for you? Yeah, I hear the same thing about Warframe all the time. I'm going to step away for 1 second. You tell me what I should do next. If I should do another coat on these, if I should do the Neurogons, these little dudes. If I should do the Barbgons, these kind of medium-sized guys. Or if I should run through the Ripper Swarms. Because what I could do is I could do one more coat, all of the Neurogons, the Ripper Swarms, and then kind of call it there. I don't know. You let me know. a sippy some more water. Let me swap out the music track. I grab my blanket one more time. Because I stream, if you don't know this, I stream with a blanket on my lap. Because I get cold. The God Emperor did suggest a third, but like Coat of Paint. I backed the physical print Kickstarter, so I have 3 volumes of SCP entries. Oh my gosh. When I was like 10, I genuinely believed with my whole heart and soul that everything in the SCP was deadass 100% real and factual. That is so wholesome. Okay, so I heard a couple people said third light coat. I don't want to scrape away the paint though. This all seems like it's dry, right? I've been going light, right? So this is like a third light coat. So I think this should be fine. You caught my shit. Yes, you did, Chris. Welcome on in. I gotta ask, since someone has already said, hey, I found you by the Bedtime Yowie short. Who hears because of my videos? Who hears because of my voiceover videos versus my Lancer videos versus my Mega Dungeon videos versus my 40k videos? Because I have quite a few audiences at this point. Like, a lot of people who watch my 40k content also watch my Lancer content. A lot of people who watch my Lancer content also watch my Mega Dungeon content. A lot of people who watch my Mega Dungeon content also watch my Kane content. But not all of you. There is silos to this community, definitely. And like, the voiceovers are the most distinct out of all of them. A lot of people who watch my voiceovers don't actually watch any TTRPG content. You're here because of my King in Yellow VODs? Oh my gosh. Wait, are you the person who commented that you were listening to them and you're like, about the Core of the Dragon? Because I really enjoyed King in Yellow. However, I enjoyed King in Yellow more so for the like historical romance than for the cosmic horror, which if you told me that before I read it, I would have laughed at you. I would have said, like, what are you on about? The cosmic horror is clearly going to be better. No, not at all. The cosmic horror actually kind of blew. I'm not going to lie. Of like the 4 stories, I enjoyed 2 of them and thought the other 2 were not good. You're here because generally like everything, WAD, Kane, third coat, Granny Core. Oh my gosh. See, you can't say Aero DJs because I'm not a DJ. However, I did meet a DJ. I did meet a DJ over the weekend. And my plan is to get to know her a little better. She was cool. And I think it'd be really cool to have friends that are like, hey, I know a DJ. Let me set you up. I showed up, I think, during the Mega Dungeon. I tend to watch everything else. Nice. Like, obviously, some people watch everything because some people are here for me, which is really weird. But I think most people aren't here for me. I think most people are here for a specific style of content. I think a lot of people are here for 40k and Lancer. A lot of people are here for Kane and Lancer. A lot of people are here for making a Mega Dungeon and voiceovers. Like, I think a lot of people are here for 1 or 2 things. And a couple of people are like, oh, I'll take anything TTRPG. I love that. Which, like, initially I was doing voiceovers that were pretty solidly all like D&D related. Sometimes even like Lancer related, like pretty solidly TTRPG related. The thing with that, yeah, this is like, it's like barely different, but it is like, this is slightly lighter than this one. I don't think I do past the 3rd coat. I think that I rock the 3rd coat because I think the 3rd coat is allowing me to get it just like, basically just brighten it by a couple shades, right? Started with WAD, stuck around for Girlfriend. Well, you're in luck because after stream today, I'm going to go do a thing and then I'm going to come back and and then we go back to the editing mines, and I'm going to keep editing girl frame. And ideally, girl frame is going to be tomorrow. I say, like a liar. I'm genuinely like, so my video on Synthop did pretty well. Pretty well. I was not expecting it to do that well. And so I'm like, actually, that's like me reviewing a TTRPG. It's my own TTRPG. I'm explaining the system as I introduce it. But like, I was reviewing a TTRPG. Let me see what I did. The first like 3 minutes are so much effort that I forgot I put into it. And I'm like, oh, I see why this has a bunch of views. I see why this is more popular than a lot of my other long form content, explicitly because the first 3 minutes have a really good hook. I did multiple graphics. I did a pretty good back and forth between static and the dynamic B-roll. I made sure to have like text pop up that had different like flourishes to it. I'm very proud. I forgot how much effort I put into that. So I'm very proud of the Synthop video. And now with the girlfriend video, I'm like, well, I got to do like better than that. At bare minimum, I have to like meet par. I didn't even realize that the bar was so high. So that was kind of scary. And also I had a fun thing. So who here doesn't know about girl frame? Who here doesn't know about girl frame? Very nice color scheme. Very nice color scheme. Yes, Cantus. This is Hive Fleet Kronos, which if you can see right there. And this is the official reference art for them. So I'm basically just doing that they have red carapace, black undercoat. I'm giving them a little bit of red coloration to their undercoat, just so it's not just pure black. And white highlights to their blades and hooves and gun. I don't know about girl frame, though. I don't know about girl frame, though I heard you message them a lot. And ideally, when you're done, girl frame will have edited you. Not quite. Forgive me, but I don't believe you about girl frame tomorrow. And Clam, you're so valid for that. Like, I am someone who, I mean, I don't know. Y'all know. I'm very open on stream. I'm very open on stream, in the Discord about how like, hey, I feel really bad whenever I have to delay a video. Anytime I have to delay a video, I feel really bad. And even if it's just a couple of hours. And the community overwhelmingly is like, please be kind to yourself. And so I've kind of like tried my very best to take that to heart. And so even if I'm in a position where like, yeah, I'm like, I keep pushing this girlfriend video. Long form is really difficult for me. Long form, because I can't just sit down and knock it out in like a couple hours. I can't just sit down and just like be gone and then be done with it and like get the dopamine from completing a task. It's really difficult for me. And I'll start editing and I'll get distracted. And because I'm like only 10% done, I don't feel motivated to continue. Which is like genuinely a really bad issue for me. And so, yeah, I don't blame anyone for being like, I don't believe you that girlfriend's coming out tomorrow. It's not like, I still have like most of it to edit left. And I don't know if I want to do anything crazy with the remaining edits. I don't think I do. But I do have a section where it's clips of my initial reaction that I recorded. And it's all the different times, or a collection of the times, where the game jump scared me by referencing NSFW material. Because this is an 18 plus game. This is a game that is, you are mech pilots in the mechsploitation genre. So it's all 18 plus. And the mechanics are so good. And the vibes are so well put together. And the theming is so on point that I kept forgetting I was reading a sussy game. And so I'll be reading about like the mechanics on how handlers differ in their treatment of their pilots. And then I'm like, wow, I didn't even realize like you have like a DMPC built into the game that has a different like framework of mechanics than the players do. That's awesome. And then it will say like, so when you hanky panky your players, here's the different things you can do to them. And I'm like, oh, right. Forgot about that. And then it'll be like, here's the different types of monsters available, the various gorgons that you have like, that you can field. Each of them has like a class and a type, and the class indicates its behavior while the type indicates what its abilities are. And I'm like, oh, it's like it's like Pacific Rim, where it's just like, it's a class 2 doppelganger, like that kind of stuff. And then it'll be like, when you engage in intercourse with a Gorgon, if you're outside of your mechs, this happens. If you're inside of your mech, this happens. And I'm like, oh, got it. I mean, like, Cantus, like, basically. Like, basically. And that's something where it's just like, I open the video with, like, hey, here's my... First, I opened the video showing up, like, just reading all of the trigger warnings. Because that was, like, that's the first thing in the book. And I'm like, oh, that's what this game is. And then I give a 30-second review, which is basically just like, hey, I think Girl Frame is quality. I think it's well put together. I think that genuinely what it's trying to do, it does that very well. And I am very impressed at the technical level of skill that went into it. I cannot recommend it to anyone. And that's the long and short of my 30-second review. It's just like, hey, unless you are 18 plus and also you like mech games but don't want crunch, and also your entire play group is comfortable being uncomfortable, yeah, I'm not going to recommend this to you. If you are all three of those things, 100% go for it. This is the game for you. But like, it's an 18 plus TTRPG. Yes. It is a game that it includes explicit depictions and mechanics of 18 plus content. Yeah, it's the definition of niche. And that's why, like, I have a section of the review that's basically me just saying, like, hey, I am not interested in this game. I'm probably never going to play this game. I don't have any like special interest in this game. The reason I did this review is because it was a sub goal that someone brought up like as a joke. Like this got brought to my attention as a joke. That said, it's been a very pleasant experience for me being able to recognize and appreciate quality of something that I have no interest in. Like genuinely, I think this was a fantastic object lesson for me in appreciating something that is completely outside of my wheelhouse that I am not the target demographic for. Because I think that's very important. I think it's very important to recognize the quality of things that do not like interest you, that you are not a part of, that you are not attempting to do. Time to go find a looking for game post and try it out. Not on our Discord. I had someone, I don't know why they asked this. I had someone in our Discord be like, hey, can you make a Girl Frame channel? And I just said, this is a safe for work space. No. Because like, obviously, if it's a TTRPG I'm talking about, it makes sense to be like, oh, like, how can we discuss it further? And my answer is almost always like, hey, you're allowed to talk about it. You're not allowed to talk about it in any detail. Like, if you're going to do that, take that out of the server. This community is like PG-13. This community is safe for minors. I am not like, just because I'm talking about something that is 18 plus does not mean I'm explicitly demonstrating or showing anything 18 plus in it. I'm giving a review of a product that happens to be 18 plus, and I'm making it clear that if you're a minor, you should not be using this product. Right? That's very important to me, is like I feel like a lot of spaces don't actually put their money where their mouth is when it comes to protecting minors. So even though, like, yes, I'm literally talking about an 18 plus TTRPG, I'm not putting it in a position where like I'm putting it forward to people that shouldn't be having it. I'm talking about, like, the entire review is safe for work. The entire review can be watched at like a PG-13 level. And I censored everything that can't. Because that is like, not only will YouTube bonk me, that's also just like really important to me personally. Just noticed I never hear you swearing, and this is as safe for work as it gets. Yeah, like I literally don't swear. Like you, even when like something drops, like even when like my keyboard fell over here, knocked into my biophage and knocked it onto my lap, I wouldn't like, frick, criminy, drat. Gee whiz, darn. Like, that's the kind of stuff I say. And that's actually independent of YouTube. That a lot of people assume, like, oh, you're so YouTube pilled, you don't curse. Like you're too scared of YouTube that you're not even going to curse. No. I stopped cursing, like, in middle school. And I stopped cursing in middle school because I started cursing late elementary school because it was like, ooh, I get to curse now. And then I tried it for a bit, and I was just like, well, why am I cursing? And I was just kind of cursing to curse. No real reason. No real ethos behind it. And is this another bubble? Drat, darn it. I didn't really have an ethos behind it. And then I had the thought process, and I had someone point this out to me, and I think it was like I saw it online or something. When you curse a bunch, your cursing means nothing. Right? Your cursing doesn't mean anything if you curse all the time. If you say someone, F you, like, if you tell everyone, like, F you, like, that doesn't mean anything. But if I tell you, like, seriously, F off, like, you know you screwed up. Like, and I've had people in my life who I will be having a conversation with them, and I am very upset. And I curse at them. I say, like, can you, like, shut the F up for 1 second? And they shut up. Because when was the last time you heard me say the F word? Right? When was the last time you heard me curse at you? And like that shows that I mean business. That shows like, hey, this is not like a minor thing that I'm bringing up for no reason. This is something that's like genuinely really getting to me. And like, even in circumstances where it's very important to me, like there have been times where I've like talked to someone. I'm like, hey, like, we need to like have a conversation about your behavior, or I'm gonna stop being friends with you. And I will still just be like, it's really freaking annoying when you do X or Y, right? I unlocked the voice. I mean, a little bit. I'm like, it's really freaking annoying when you do this. Can you not do this? Like, what the heck, dude? But like, that's the kind of stuff I'll say, even like in a very important argument where like, oh, someone did something that like really deeply offended me, and then like I'm gonna stop being their friend if they don't like change their behavior. Like, even then I still don't do it. It's literally only on accident. I've cursed on stream before. I've cursed on stream before, and almost always I'm like, where did that come from? Oh my gosh. Because like I'll be like, oh shoot, and I'll accidentally say like other S word, and I'll be like, I don't even say that often. Why did I say that? Or I will be quoting something. If I'm doing like a read through of a game, I'll probably just like read the curse words. Because like I'm not afraid of cursing. It's just I choose not to curse in my personal life. And the other, so like basically it's only ever when it's accidental or when I'm quoting someone. And so if I'm upset at someone and I'm like, can you not do this? Like, seriously, what the heck? And then like we're talking and we're continuing to talk, and like I'm getting more and more frustrated, and like my willpower and my patience in particular is kind of degrading. I might be like, can you stop? Like, seriously? Like, what the F? And that's when they know, like, oh, okay, like Arrow is serious. Not even Arrow is like serious. Arrow is like, this is really important to Arrow. And that's genuinely changed the tide of some conversations I've been in. Now, obviously, it doesn't happen often. I would say that maybe that happens like once a year, right? It's very infrequent. But also one time I cursed out like my computer. I was doing something on my computer and my computer was broken. I was on call with a buddy, and I just start like literally like curse, slamming my keyboard. And my buddy in call just gives me the most just like, huh? Is this not freaking, dang it. He just gives me this like, huh? And I'm like, curse, darn you, like blah, 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 at my keyboard, because technology frustrates me. Technology like infuriates me like nothing else when it doesn't work. And he has not let me live that down. It's been like 3 years. And to this day, he maintains that the angriest I have ever been that he has ever seen me was one time when my computer wasn't working and I started cursing out my keyboard. Disco Elysium skill check. Since transitioning, I decided I like to be the kind of person who very rarely curses. Unfortunately, I find that there are moments where a curse would just flow better. And that's my issue, is that like, in my conversations, curses flow most of the time. Where do you get stock sound effects / music for your videos? Do you have a particular site you recommend for people starting out on YouTube? So the music you're listening to right now, I made this. A lot of my, like all of my stream music, I made it. For YouTube videos, initially for the longest time, I was only using my own music tracks because I wanted to avoid copyright. But since then, I have begun using mostly video game tracks because pretty consistently, video game tracks are less likely to get flagged. And also for shorts, I don't think that there's much, right? For shorts, they tend, I don't even know if there's content ID on shorts. But anyway, I have like almost never gotten flagged for using music in a short. Long form is way more specific. Long form is like you cannot use specific music tracks for too long, or else they will. Like I one time used Guts theme at the end of a video, and it was unironically for like 6 seconds, and my video got flagged, and I was like, I had to remove it. I had to re-upload the video without Guts theme, or else like the video would have been flagged. So like YouTube, download from YouTube if you are looking to get like game OSTs. Make your own, like I did. If you want completely copyright free, there are copyright free sites out there. Some of them are paid for, some of them are not paid for. A lot of SFX, a lot of people I know in the editing sphere will just grab from YouTube because there's a lot of free SFX, a lot of copyright free, royalty free SFX on YouTube. In terms of sound libraries, I don't have one in mind. So, sorry about that. Also, I've been figuring out some things about my identity recently. Good month to do it, I suppose. Yeah. Okay. One of my friends, she casually dropped that she was like at a pride parade and sent me a picture. And like she had the bi flag on her arm. And I was like, ma'am? Because like this is someone who very conservative area that she grew up in, very straight from what I'm aware, and so she sends me this and I'm just like, have there been developments? And so we got to talking a little bit. We didn't get a full conversation out of it, but like I don't know if this is from this month or not. Explorations all around. It's the month for it, absolutely. Persona OST carrying shorts content as much as Minecraft. Oh my gosh. Like, listen, I will be like a short will come up. I generally don't watch shorts too much unless it is either a content I know, like a channel I know, it is a specific topic that I'm interested in, or it comes up randomly and like it has an interesting hook, which is very rare. I don't doom scroll that much. I mostly, what I've started doing, I've started doom scrolling on Twitter of all things, which is very bad. And I started getting that habit because I was like, I need to post more on Twitter. I need to build up my posts so I get more followers, so it's more engagement, whatever. And then I started being on Twitter and I started doom scrolling. I'm like, I'm going to stop doing this. And then I stopped doing it. And now I don't really doom scroll on Twitter anymore because it's a matter of like discipline, willpower, habit forming. I wasn't at the point where I like built a habit of that. So I don't really doom scroll too much. But I will say that I see the Persona OST all the time. And it's mostly just P5. But I have seen some P3, P4. I just use a normal hierarchy, normal words. It's inherently supposed to convey anger. Can be a filler for words I can't pronounce. That's fair. So the thing with these, they're a little bit more red. They're still pretty dark. I don't think we do a fourth coat. I think we stick with this. Now, the frick do we do for the Neurogons? The Neurogons are little. They have a carapace. I mean, am I crazy for just doing the exact same thing to him? Red, dry brush all over. Then from there, do white on the claws. Red on the carapace, red on the carapace, red on the carapace. You have any interest in Warhammer Fantasy or Age of Sigmar at all? I mean, I played Vermintide. Like, I literally just started playing Vermintide. I've listened to a couple podcast episodes about it. For instance, like Realm of Ridiculous from Adric. So like I know, and I've played a Total War Warhammer. I played a little bit of 1. I played a decent bit of 2. And I have 3. I've yet to play Total War Warhammer 3. Let's get the Neurogons. The Neurogons actually have a leader unit. Mechanically, it is identical, but it is slightly larger. Are you mentioned? What? Bismuth colors? That would be funny. Could pick an accent color for their tentacles, maybe? I mean, they're not tentacles, they're claws. These are claws. Yeah, so Neurogons are weird little dudes. Their main thing... Remember earlier how I said that different creatures have synapse? So for instance, the Swarm Lord is a synapse creature. It is very smart. It is very intelligent. It directs all the little ones all around it. If it goes too far away, all these little guys lose synapse. Neurogons can be leadered, can be in the same unit as something like a Psycho Tyrant? What are you? Are you a Psycho Tyrant? I think you're a Psycho Tyrant. They can be in the same squad, and so normally the Psycho Tyrant has a range of like 6 inches for its synapse. With these guys, if these guys are in the same squad and they're like here, that 6 inches extends from the Neurogon. In addition to this model, Neurogons suck. Neurogons in 10th, trash. Not worth it. Do not run Neurogons, even as just like chaff to protect your Psycho Tyrant. It's like a basic opinion, but I love the Skaven. I mean, if you don't love the Skaven, you don't love fun. It's like not loving the 40k orcs, right? The 40k orcs and the Warhammer Fantasy Skaven are 2 factions that, like, if you don't love them, I don't trust you. Because they're literally just whimsy. They're literally just silliness. Like, if you just don't like them, you don't like having fun. That's what I'm going to assume about you. They're Wi-Fi repeaters? They are. That's a great analogy, yeah. They're radio operators. I never curse at or about people. I curse about me or inanimate objects. When it comes to curses, I feel like if I don't, I won't be taken seriously at all. That is also true. I think not cursing has made me sound more feminine, has made me sound younger, and also has made me sound more say-so. Has made me sound less, like, provocative. So if I say, like, what the heck are you doing? That sounds, that generally is more feminine. That generally is more family-friendly. Obviously, it's family-friendly, but it's more like domestic, I would say. It's generally more, I don't want to say infantile, but, like, there is a vibe difference to be found in saying, like, what the heck are you doing versus, like, what the hell are you doing, right? Also, if GW commits to making the Emperor a Chaos God, he will be the 40k equivalent of the Great Horned Rat. That is hilarious. They're never going to do that. Because, like, listen, you can't even get, like, female Space Marines. Do you think that they're going to go for something as big and controversial as, like, making the Emperor officially a Chaos God? Why am I doing white? I'm so dumb. I just did white. I just cleaned white. I love the Skaven, and I love that in AOS they have PTSD from fighting. They do? Okay, I don't know the difference between AOS and Fantasy and End Times. All I know is that they're all Fantasy. All I know is that one comes after the others. Is it AOS and then Fantasy and then End Times? I think. So I actually don't have much context for them, but they are pretty coolio. Let's get more red. That'd be too simple. Understood. Listen, we already had the time frame of, listen, once upon a time, it used to be that fantasy was a world in the 40K universe, and now it's not, question mark? I don't even know, dog. Yo, what's good, big dog? Fantasy end times age. Isn't Sigmar, like, you know? Isn't Sigmar, like, old school? Yeah, let's again, this is just a dry brush undercoat of red. Now, do I need this to be a dry brush? No. However, I like it being a dry brush because then that means that it's not the entire thing catches all of the red. I like that it doesn't get all of the red. It just gets like the highlights are all have more red to them. The Skaven are so great they can't be ported into 40K because all the great things of 40K are embodied by the Skaven. Too redundant. See, but the redundant department of redundancy would love that. I think that there's an Ordo redundance even. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, so I want to play Total War 3. I've heard both good and bad things about it. I heard it was bad on release. I've heard it's good now. And I have Total War 1 and 2. So I should have humans, dwarves, orcs, vamps, high elves, dark elves, Skaven, lizard folk. I don't have any DLC. Who are... I've asked this before. Who are the standard factions of Total War Warhammer 3? Because like I think there's like 4 baseline factions. I've asked this before and I got the answer, and I do not recall. Genestealer's cults fill the niche. I mean, yes, they literally like swarm and live underground, but Skaven are a mixture of human breeding and just never ending, Genestealer cults being underground, and orcish power of belief, effectively. Like, yes, the Skaven do not have actual literal power of belief. However, they effectively do. Like you can't tell me that their warpstone nonsense isn't the same level of shenaniganery that the power of belief is. Not cursing makes you sound more granny core, which ironically is very in line with late millennial and early alpha NBs right now. Really? Wait, so you say early alpha, you mean early zoomer? Because early alpha is a whole generation removed. Although I didn't realize that it was late millennial, early Gen Z were granny core. I don't consider myself granny core. I mean, obviously I'm wearing like gray arm warmers. Like that is kind of granny core. Like the fact that they're like wool or some thicker material is kind of granny core. That doesn't appeal to me though. The idea of like retreating to a cottage in the woods, I don't know. Like, yeah, obviously I think it would be nice to have like, oh, my own little place in the world where I have a perfect Wi-Fi connection, but no one's going to bother me. Like, yes, obviously that sounds very nice, but I'm not really like cottagecore. I'm not really like trying to like be in my own like fairy lesbian house in the woods that I know a lot of people are obsessed with. And maybe that's anathema. Maybe that's making me sound younger than I am. But at least for now, at least at this point in my life, I'm really like fascinated with cities. And I grew up near New York City. My answer whenever anyone asks like where I grew up is like, oh, near New York City. Because near New York City can be New York City. It can be New York. It can be Jersey. It can be Pennsylvania. It can be Connecticut. It can like be most of the southern Northeast. So like it's very broad in where and what it is. So that's why I like saying I grew up near New York City. I would have loved to live in New York City, particularly now of all times. And I know some people who do, and apparently things are pretty all right there. Things are pretty good. Where they in particular live ain't the best. But and obviously it's New York City, so it's expensive. But like city living sounds really nice. Like I don't know if I would survive New York City, but like I love New York City, so it's okay. New York City, you can kill me. I'll die doing what I loved. I'll get back to you on that. I don't know what that means. The fantasy of getting to do something without worrying about being annoyed. I mean, and that's why it's like, yes, obviously I have that fantasy. I think every human has that fantasy. Being able to do what you want without fear of reprisal or interruption. But like, I don't need a witch talk, lesbian, cottagecore, fae coded, of like goblin core cabin in the woods to do that. I just need like my space. I think honestly, I used to think this. I may have changed my mind since. I feel like a one-person studio apartment that is reasonably priced in or near a city sounds like it'd be pretty pog. Couple issues with that. One, cities are loud and expensive. Two, a one-bedroom studio apartment is not as much space as I think it is. I would love to just like have a because I think I like the look of studios. But like mentally, eating and sleeping and being on my device all in the same room, I think might get taxing after a while. And also that would prevent me from like getting a dog or something. Because like a dog wouldn't be able to survive in a studio. Like a cat might, but even then a cat probably needs like at least a couple rooms. One for it to be where they get fed, one for it to be their bathroom, one for them to sleep, and then they can walk between them when they want to explore. The cottage fae cabin in the woods is even more safe because people get sent to the Feywild if they dare knock on your door. I mean, like, I included your classic millennial cottagecore fae cabin in the woods in my werewolf game, where the sept learned of fae in the forest. And it was literally like a cabin hidden in the woods surrounded by glamour because it was a freehold. It was a balefire. And the Garrow and the changelings that were present had this realization of just like, we both hate vampires. We both want to just kind of be left to our own devices. And we both have the best interests of the forest at heart. What if we just didn't murder each other? And then they didn't. And then they made friends. And then we haven't picked up the game since. But that's why there's an old man in my game that my player is terrified of, because he's apparently been asleep for like close to 100 years. And him minorly like shifting in his sleep and like rolling with like a in his sleep was enough that the changelings were like, okay, story time over, bye, leave, get out right now. And they're like, what? And then they're like, we can talk about this later, we need you to leave right now. So that was fun. Arrow died doing what they loved, getting killed in New York City. Yeah, odd that Arrow claimed to love that. They didn't have an experience until the very end. Then we couldn't ask them their opinion. So I guess we'll just assume they had a good time. Glenn Scryer engineers are very intelligent, just not wise. Well, I guess you're more soft goth, which is related, but that's just a guess. So I wear a lot of black. I don't know if I'd consider myself goth. I would consider myself more alternative. Which my outfit right now, not alternative. It's comfy clothes, right? But when I go out, I will wear stuff that is like alternative. I will wear stuff that is like black or dark or I guess you could say like a little witchy, but like I don't consider myself goth. I like the goth aesthetic and I appreciate and respect it too much to claim to be goth when I know I'm not one. I am kind of alternative. And for the longest time, back when I was at my mother's place, quite some time ago. She would handle, like, she would go shopping with me and we'd go shopping together. Or even not even when I was at my mother's place, just when I was in the same like state as her, right? When we were close enough, she would be like, I want to take you shopping. So I'm like, okay, I'm not paying for it. I hate shopping. But then as I got older, I was like, I actually really appreciate having someone being willing to buy me clothes. Absolutely. And anytime I would grab stuff, I would always like gravitate towards black. I would gravitate towards black and really dark gray. And my mother was constantly just like, don't you have enough black? And I'm like, yeah, but I'd wear it. And so like, part of what this is that like, I still have a lot of clothes that my mother has bought me like years ago because I take care of my clothes. I'm not in the business of like buying new clothes like every month or whatever. I will go thrifting occasionally and pick up new stuff there. But generally speaking, I just wear what I wear. I just wear what I have in my closet. I am a cartoon character that the animators had the budget for like 3 outfits. And so that's what I wear on repeat. And that just happens to involve a greater like percentage of black. But I wouldn't say I'm goth. Like a soft goth is fair. 1 billion years of suffering. The Garo would never think long enough to come to that conclusion. I don't know. In my game of Garo, particularly because my player wanted to play a very intellectual character, the Garo are much less rage-fueled monsters that want to tear down the system because the system can be torn down, and more so just like overwhelmed and stressed out environmentalist like freedom fighters. And they're intelligent and they're measured and they're trying their best, but ultimately they just like do not have the time or the resources in order to effectively respond to all the crises that they are seeing. So like they will have a measured response to anything that comes their way. The issue is they need a measured response to like 7 things at once. And so they really struggle with that, which has been very fun to run. As Pancreas No Work has said, the Imperium of Man is the Skaven in 40k. He has said that, and I don't disagree. Like, I feel like there probably could be a better comparison, but I feel like that's not a bad comparison by any means. Arrow, what's my opinion of jewel tones? Very dark, saturated colors. I love jewel tones. Like, anytime someone asks me for my favorite color, I will say, like, grayscale. However, outside of grayscale, I would say jewel tones. Like a very dark, like emerald green, a very dark, like navy blue, a maroon, like very dark, very saturated colors. Like the red of this reference image, I love that red. That red is amazing. I love darker, saturated colors. I don't like pastels. I am very chill about colors. I don't like pastels. I respect the heck out of someone who is like Lolita goth or is like pastel goth or wears like really nice earth tones that has like a cream undertone to it. I would never wear that. That's just not my thing. As you might have guessed by the fact that my main color scheme is black, gray, and gold, right? That's a very dark, rich color scheme. And I love that. You and me right now, my friend. Okay. Oh, my back. Frick. Stretching. I did some push-ups yesterday. I work out every day. I work out and do like minor free weights and like squats and some leg exercises. But I did some push-ups yesterday. My pecs are sore and I need to do more push-ups because like I've been slacking on my push-ups. I've not been doing push-ups in like years at this point. So I need to get back into doing like just like 15 a day. Maybe 2 sets of 15 a day, right? Like that's something where I used to be able to do like 30 in a set and it sucked. It was a struggle, but I can still do it. I don't think I could do 30 right now in a single set because I was struggling with like 10 the other day. And that's because I haven't been doing like that recently. I've been doing that recently. All right. Yeah. You know how it goes? The warp stone nonsense is just probability. If it only works 1% of the time, but you have 5,000 attempts, it'll probably work at least once. Well, yes, but that's basically power of belief. Like, it's so silly. Like, that's what I'm getting at. The silliness is the same. Let me real quick. Is your hand your hand? Sorry, I had to get this out of my system. My hand is my hand. And yet at the same time, you can see my hand is right there. My hand is holding you, an arrow kisser. Therefore, is my hand my hand? Who knows? I'm gonna step away one more time. My apologies. My apologies. My nose was stuffy. Abandonment. Yes, I abandon you constantly, and you always come crawling back because I have the milk, and I have the cigarettes, and I have whatever else I went out for. Whew. So, on ice planets, woolly Tyranid or thermal production Tyranid? I feel as though thermal production Tyranid, because that can, 1, be weaponized, that can 2, be used in terrain excavation and acclimation, and 3, a single unit. Like, you'd probably only need like thermal production on your synapse creatures, because everything around is swarming around anyway. So if this is a living furnace, you could have a ton of small creatures run up beside it. And this one is like, has fur, like shaggy fur or wool or something. But even if it's in like Antarctic, like like negative dozens in Celsius, right? This would be fine because it's being produced by the heat. And I think that would be cool. Now, the heat production would probably be a lot more energy cost. So I think that would be that would not work for a war of attrition. That would probably work better for like alpha strikes and skirmishes. But it could be interesting. Is my hand my hand? Nah, me and my homie Todd traded. Is the power of throwing 1 billion things and seeing what works? Yes! That's basically the power belief. Don't tell me I'm wrong. No, not furnace fat Tyranid like a penguin or whale. No, this is thermo production. Thermo production, to me, is producing excess heat. If you're asking big, blubbery, like, walrus Tyranids or woolly Tyranids, I think monsters would be blubbery and swarm units would be woolly. That would be my answer. So we have a question on Kane Yuri. Do I tell you Kane Yuri? It's been, oh my gosh, it's been 4 hours. Holy frick. I mean, we got 10 Termagants done. We're working on this. I'm thinking of going maybe 5 hours, maybe 6, depending on how we feel. How are you feeling? Viewer, you, chatter, how are you feeling? Person that is watching the stream. 1 woolly Tyranid for cuddling. Waiter. 1 Tyranid for cuddling, please. Okay, let's get this. Now, take these. Is that it? No, they got hooves. I was gonna be like, is it just the claws? The claws. I need the highlights. Nope. So they also have hooves. Why do all of them have hooves? That seems inefficient. Like, obviously, hooves have their use. They did evolve naturally in environments. But, like, I feel like hooves are very specified. Hooves suck at, like, silted, like, uneven terrain. That's why you don't have horses in the desert. That's why camels are so important, because they have specialized hooves. A river in dry land. I was so surprised playing through all of Persona 5, where I did not hear rivers in the desert until most of the way through the game. That was such like a big, important song that I had heard so much about that I assumed it was going to happen earlier. And then I kind of like 2/3 of the way through the game, I was like, is this their Burn My Dread? Is this their like big final boss theme? And I was kind of right. Not quite, but I was kind of right. You have mountain goats too. I mean, you do have mountain goats, but like horses can climb over mountains. Have you ever played Skyrim? Like, obviously hooves are good at mountainous terrain. What they're not good at is sand, silt, mud. That is where it kind of like starts sinking in because all of their weight is pressed down on a single point. They can't distribute it like if you had toes or paws. Running on your fingernails is a dope show of moxie. That is a pretty strong showing of moxie. I can't really argue with you there. If the Tyranids have one thing, and one thing only, it's moxie. They have nothing else going for them. It's not my roommate, is it? Should my door close? Well, I have several roommates, but one of my roommates I thought was going to get back later, and the other ones I thought were still at work. So maybe my house is being robbed. I hope that's not the case. That'd be quite unfortunate. We have nothing to steal. Water buffalo would also like to know your location. Though, what if we just kill everything so the word worm can't corrupt it does come up a lot in Gyro Society. It's been done a lot of times. Yeah. And has the worm corrupted everything yet? No. It's struggling, so I think we should kill more stuff, and that will work. Pretty sure donkeys are desert creatures? I don't think... Are they? I wouldn't know. Like, I don't think that they're like desert creatures. I think that they might be able to like transit through the desert. That might be what you're thinking of. But donkeys, like, for sure are not desert creatures. They are creatures capable of going through the desert, much like humans are creatures capable of going through the desert. So humans are actually like pretty well qualified to go through the desert because we can just find shelter during the day, travel at night, sweat, continue going. Pretty nice. I regret posting the cliche American comment because all my ads are for red, white, and blue RV companies right now. Yeah, YouTube looks at everything you say, everything you type, everything you watch, acclimates it together. And that's why, actually, if you, as a commenter, talk about finance and investments and crypto, you will be shown finance and investments and crypto and as ads, and I will get more money. If you are like talking about anime and you're talking about RPGs and you're talking about like weeb stuff, then you're probably going to get anime and weeb and RPG stuff as ads. And that tends to pay creators less than like a crypto scam. So the ideal circumstance for a creator monetarily is to be authentic and not support crypto scams, but to then have all of their audience constantly talking about crypto scams, so we get a bunch of crypto scam ads and then make a bunch of money from it. That's the secret sauce. I don't think you should say that. Arrow, has there been Kane Yuri? I've yet to discuss Kane Yuri outside of what I mentioned earlier, which is technically there was a 3-way kiss. Oh, actually, that's another time. I curse in TTRPG sessions. When a character would curse, I allow the character to curse. For instance, in the game of Biophage I played with Rory and Fern, the dev of Biophage, at one point, my character says, well, yeah, she effed my wife, but like actually says it full on. And I censored that for YouTube. On Patreon, it's not censored. Because that flowed better and that was a better line to say than, yeah, like she screwed my wife. Like, that was such a funny game. It was such a funny game to set up. I mean, you are a self-titled hag. Would you not curse helpless creatures? Okay, I am not. I'm not a self-titled hag. I'll make jokes about being a hag because people call me Unk. And what is it like? Isn't it like if you're older than like 22, you're a hag? Like the age keeps going lower. The age keeps getting lower and lower on whether or not you're a hag. And so I think at this point, like, I don't get to make the decision. I think like a bunch of like 14-year-olds have made the decision for me. We painting minifigures? We are redheaded. Welcome back. It's been a minute. Cain like from the Bible or Vampire the Masquerade? So, who here does not know about the TTRPG named Cain? By Tom Bloom, one of the creators of Lancer, and the artist of Kill 6 Billion Demons. Jacob, you know ball. They effed my wife tails. I mean, listen, I went in and I was making my character. So in Biophage, real quick, you make a character who is a human. One of you makes a human, and one of you makes an alien parasite that is like infesting the human, and like you share the same body. So I made the human. Rory made the alien. And we're in character creation. We had to like make effectively touchstones from Vampire the Masquerade. We basically had to make World of Darkness touchstones, which were characters that are in your life that you can like call in favors from. And one of them is like, okay, well, we're a grave robber, so let's go in and let's have the graveyard keeper as like one of our contacts. Like, why do they let us in? Let's get back to that later. And then we made a partner, and then we decided that the partner was constantly assuming that we were cheating on them because we were going out and staying out late because we were robbing graves. And we're very open about the fact that we're robbing graves, but our partner thinks we're cheating on them. Why do they think that? And I was like, wait, what if our partner cheated on us and is now projecting on us? And then we had the realization, wait, what if our partner cheated on us with the graveyard keeper? And so that's why the graveyard keeper lets us in, is to keep the peace. And so we had this whole setup where the character, the human, got cheated on by her wife with the graveyard keeper. And so now leverages that against the graveyard keeper to get into the graveyard and rob graves effectively for free without any issues. And at one point, like the wife is arguing with my character, and the wife is just like, "Oh, come on! It was one time. You're still upset over that?" And then my character's like, "Yeah, I mean, she effed my wife, so I feel like I'm justified in that." Oh my gosh, peaks it. No, it was so funny. It was so funny. I love TTRPG mental gymnastics so much. Listen. Genuinely one of the funniest TTRPG sessions I've had in like actually a couple years, because it was like, for most of it, it was Rory and me, and like I'm sure most of you know Rory, Rorston VT, fellow VTuber, fellow content creator, real life archaeologist. And like, he's my buddy. And it was just us getting a chance to just screw around in a TTRPG session. And like, our poor DM, we both felt so bad for Fern, because like we were just kind of like talking circles around each other and also any NPC we came around. And I was playing a human that was mechanically dumb as a brick. And he was playing a biophage, a parasite that literally only wanted to eat stuff and didn't care about anything else. We ended up becoming villains. The GM planned for us to like fight this rogue biophage like parasite duo, and we ended up being mentored by them instead. And now I think we are a minor NPC villain that may show up in the future, and we might end up streaming that game again. We might have a second session. Who knows? The way I tried to banish Royston, but this is YouTube. Don't worry, you can banish him in our hearts. If you really want, you can go over to my Twitch channel where I'm currently not live, and you can banish Rory there. I mean, you kind of drink people and kill them. Seems pretty comparable on the sin evil chart. So Cain. A couple of you said, I don't know what Cain is. According to Wikipedia, donkeys were first domesticated in Nubia. Interesting. I didn't know that. Now I just need the carapace coat. And then we're good with the neurons. Nice. Like, and again, reminder. This is me trying my best. This is my second time now painting Tyranids. What I'm doing is I'm just rocking black base coat, a undercoat of red highlights, white accents for highlights, and then red carapace. And that's really it. And I'm trying to keep it simple. Honestly, like, as long as it's battle ready, because like I've been running the past couple of years when I was playing this game, my army was not battle ready, and I could not take it to convention. Also, I'd be super shy if I did. But apparently there is a local spot that I can go to that has 40k games. The issue is, I think I have like 800 points because I have the Leviathan box set and I have the Swarm Lord, right? I have the Leviathan box set of Nids and I have the Swarm Lord, which the Leviathan box set when it first came out was like 900 some points. And then they nerfed it. Or I suppose they buffed it by making it all cheaper. And then the Swarm Lord by itself is like 200 points. So I think I'm around 1k. I mean, honestly, if I go there and I like try, I'm like, hey, is anyone interested in a 1k game? I could probably get someone. Has the Biophage game been uploaded to YouTube yet? No. So what I did is I made a clip of it, posted it to YouTube. The full stream, post character creation, but like the actual full session is uploaded to Patreon. It's currently free. It should be free. It should be free. And I might do an edit of it. I would have to think, because like right now I'm focused on Girlframe. After Girlframe, I might do a Biophage edit as my next long form. That might be good. Just play Kill Team so you only need 10 models. I would love to play Kill Team. I don't know how Kill Team works. And I would feel really awkward going up to a game shop and be like, hey, I don't know how Kill Team works. I have my models. Like, I don't know how to do this, but I'd love to learn. Sounds like you could just safely do a combat patrol. I mean, I could do a combat patrol game, and that'd probably be easiest if I roll up and I'm just like, hey, is anyone trying to do a combat patrol game? And then I would probably just grab like Wing Tyranid Prime as my Warlord. I would probably bring my 20 Termagants, Barb Gaunts, maybe my Leapers. And then that would probably be like 400 some points. So then maybe I grab the Ripper Swarms, or maybe I grab like a Screamer Killer. A Psychophage might be in there. Because generally a combat patrol has one leader unit, 2 squads of chaff, 1 like gunline unit, and then 1 vehicle. Or in the Nid's case, a monster. So like Warlord, 2 units of chaff, vehicle / monster, ranged units that are like basically like heavy shooters. And then because Nids tend to be pretty cheap, I could probably also get like Von Ryan's Leapers. Maybe I could also get like a Screamer Killer instead of Von Ryan's Leapers. But yeah, I think that if I have 20 Termagants where one of them is led by a Winged Tyranid Prime, if I have Von Ryan's Leapers as infiltrators, if I have Barbgaunts as long form, and then I have Psychophage as a Feel No Pain aura, like that wouldn't be the worst. It certainly would not be a good combat patrol. That would be a sucky combat patrol. If I was to choose, I think I would probably go Screamer Killer, Winged Tyranid Prime as my Warlord, Barbgaunts, Von Ryan's Leapers, and like one thing of Termagants. Right? I think that might actually be better, because then this is Disruption. Winged Tyranid, I need a character to be my Warlord, and my two characters are the Winged Tyranid Prime and Swarmlord. Swarmlord is going to be like 200 of my 500 points. Barbgaunts I actually really like. I like Barbgaunts. I think are, I can't remember. I think they're like 501, and they reduce speed by 2. So like they're not the strongest. Like they're like ballistic skill 4 up, heavy 501. So they don't have any AP, and they only do 1 damage. But like strength 5, they're rolling like a 3 up on Marines. That's pretty good. Oh, you mentioning Vampire the Masquerade and Kane remind me. I'm playing a Hunter the Reckoning game right now. It made my character Russian. It looked like in the Russian lore, especially Hunter, it's unhinged, puts USA to shame. Yeah, so World of Darkness, being global, it has a lot of lore set in other locations. Russia is crazy, mostly because of the dissolution of the Soviet Union and the brouhaha that attempted to remake Constantinople in the USSR, which is wild. Brazil is firmly controlled by the Sabbat, which is like not great for them. What if I told you that you can grab your 5 biggest Tyranids and have one of the top 5 best armies in the kill team right now? Really? So when you say top like big units, do you mean like a Psychophage, or do you mean like a Winged Tyranid Prime? Because like I assume monsters can't be in kill team. Ask your local store. Mine do events for kill team every other week. I should ask. Like I want to play kill team. I like the idea of a skirmish war game. Trench Crusade was very appealing to me. I've played some Malagast. I've been playing some Malagast Magna Gothica, and I've had a couple games of that. I want to play some more. I need to bug some people about that, but Tyranids specifically get monsters. That is awesome. With the Brazilians or what? Okay, so in World of Darkness, the Sabbat are evil vampires. Now, all vampires effectively are evil. Evil vampires is just vampires that are extra evil. But the Sabbat are super evil, right? In Brazil, the Sabbat has a firm control over most of Central and Southern America. And there are Brazilian kill teams of human hunters that go out, hunt down, and take out like elder, like 500-year-old vampires. And like the Brazilian special forces are one of the biggest contributors towards military anti-kindred experience in all of Project First Light. All of the coalition, which is the Inquisition. Brazil got an IRL vampire vice president. The Sabbat just explains it. Brazil has a big Vampire the Masquerade fan base, so the devs have gifted us the Sabbat. Yeah, and I've said this before, where like Germans, or Germany, loves Shadowrun. So Shadowrun nuked Germany. Brazil loves Vampire the Masquerade and World of Darkness as general. So World of Darkness made Brazil the stomping grounds of the Sabbat. When you have a TTRPG and a nation or group loves your product, you put that group in your game, and then you stomp on them and you spit on them and you kick them, and then you tell them that they have to thank you. And then the players weekly thank you. Because that's just what TTRPG dev is. The newest Kill Team box is literally a boss fight they made. Oh my god. Oh, the Red Death is in Kill Team. Oh. Screw me. Egypt is under completely stronghold lockdown by the Setites. Yeah, so like the Setites are based in Northern Africa, particularly Egypt, because of the whole Set thing. They're the ministry now. Kinky? A little bit. Okay, Kane Yuri. I'm gonna drink some more water. No, I didn't leave. I just leaned backward, then I drank some water. You could still hear me drinking the water, I'm pretty sure. A gift for our fans, and we just kill you. Camarilla are evil while abiding by the law. Yeah, so I would say Camarilla, lawful evil. I would say Sabat, chaotic evil. I would go so far as to say Anarchs, chaotic neutral, right? Anarchs, institutionally, are not good, not evil. They're mostly self-interested. They mostly want to keep to themselves. But they resist and push against order imposed upon them. I would not go so far as to say Anarchs are chaotic good. I would say Anarchs are chaotic neutral. Although I was discussing this with my roommate the other day, we decided that in terms of kindred, where good is entirely subjective to the frame of reference of kindred, a Bruja would probably be like chaotic good. A Toreador would like range all over the place. A Ventru would probably be lawful evil. A Banu Hakim would probably be lawful neutral. Like Tremere would probably be lawful neutral. The Ministry, Setites, would probably be chaotic neutral. And I had the thought where I feel I would want to play, because I'm playing a vampire character right now. I forgot to mention that earlier. I started playing a vampire character with my siblings online. And I'm playing a Ventru who has no political acumen, but she can make money like a mother lover. Like, she is like 5 dots of resources, ultra rich. She has like multiple penthouse mansions. She, interesting. If you look right over here, this is not translated. But in my YouTube live chat, Mallow, I know you just said, I'm Joe, lol. Or at least that's what the auto-translate says. So, interesting. I assume that means I am, lol. Okay, I have a question. How many Brazilians we got in chat? Because I feel like at any given time, there's always more than a single handful of Brazilians in chat. Yeah, how'd that game go? So we have done 2 sessions. One session was like 3 weeks ago. The other session was like this Sunday. The first session was we're all working at a gas station. That's our setup. My character is in baby jail. My character is a 12th generation Ventru, has been a vampire for 9 years, so just about to stop being a fledgling. The issue is her blood manifested all fortitude powers. So she has 3 dots of fortitude, 1 dot of presence, and the 1 dot of presence is daunt. So she doesn't know how to play nice with others. She can't dominate others. She can't like bend others to her will via like emotional manipulation. She, for all intents and purposes, sucks as a Ventru. Not least of which, she is very bad about listening to authority. And so her character arc that her sire is basically forcing her into is, okay, well, I'm legally responsible for you during the under the rights of binding, even though we're in an anarch game. My sire is basically saying, hey, you have like 20 years. I'm going to give you like 20 years of baby jail until you learn to actually play nice with others, respect authority when it needs to be respected, subsume authority when it needs to be subsumed, and learn to do something for yourself. So my assets are cut off. I have 5 dots of resources. I've been restricted from my 5 dots of resources. I have a special ghoul that she is sent to basically watch over me and keep tabs on me. And so my whole thing is that I'm living like a poor lifestyle, despite having access to ultra rich, wealthy resources, because my sire is the gatekeeper of what I am and am not allowed to purchase. I can make my character can make like $5 million in like a month, right? That doesn't matter though when I can't defend myself when mortal hunters come up to me. That doesn't matter if I can't talk my way out of a terrible political situation. That's what my sire is trying to implicate me. One of my siblings is a Tremere cat burglar who burgled into a Tremere chantry to steal a book, and then got turned while there, and then now is using Tremere magic to help with being a cat burglar, and is lying low in the gas station where I'm in baby jail. And then my roommate, who's also playing, is a gangrel who doesn't actually work at the gas station, but just kind of like loiters outside and accidentally kind of like came in here and just has been like in the area for a while. And funny enough, our gangrel is the one that knows the most about the local political landscape, because I've been in baby jail. I haven't met no one. The Tremere is like a year old in terms of being like a kindred. And the gangrel knows other gangrel and like has met the Baron. So our gangrel is our like political acumen. And so the first session, it was mostly just getting the scene set. We're in the gas station. In the restroom, there was a circle made of blood drawn on the floor. And the mirror had a name written on it, and the back of the door had a name written on it on blood, and it was Garfield. And it takes place in Ohio, outside of Cleveland. And apparently this is all like an American Dad reference, because it's following the plot of like the assassination of Andrew Garfield. Because like my siblings both know this, but I don't. My roommate doesn't know it either. So that's apparently like some reference to American Dad. But all three of us in the second session were tasked or had some connection to a nearby Italian cultural center that has an auction going on. And my goal is that my sire calls me up and is like, hey, there's a super ugly hat that's going into auction. I need you to get it for me. And I said, awesome. So you're going to free up my assets so that I can auction on it normally, right? And she said, you're going to get it for me, and then hung up. And so I need to figure out how to get my hat, even though all of my money is tied up. And I'm going to an auction where I don't know if I have the funds for that. The cat burglar, their sire, reached out to them and said, there's a book there that you need to like retrieve for me. Very important for our plans. And my roommate met a Nosferatu who was claiming to be super young and unknowledgeable, but called himself a Canite, referenced being embraced like, pretty recently, like back in 78, and dropped a couple hints that he was more knowledgeable than he actually was. And he mentioned that he's been hiding outside of the Italian center. So all three of us are like, we had a session, like we had a heist planning. We're planning for the heist to go there. And basically what it is, I got a sentry and I'm going to participate in the auction. I'm going to attempt to buy the hat normally, legitimately, as the cat burglar goes in and seals the book. And then afterwards, if I can't buy it normally, our gangrel is going to run point and intercept whoever is like bringing the hat out to their car. And then we're going to steal the hat from that. And then we have the hat, we have the book, we leave. Right? Andrew Garfield, like the actor? No. I said Andrew Garfield. It's some other Andrew. It's whichever Garfield is the former president of the US. I do remember in lore there's a werewolf in Russia that threw hands with Baba Yaga. That thought lives in my head rent-free. Well, so in Vampire the Masquerade, Baba Yaga is, I believe, a 5th generation Nosferatu. She might be a 4th generation. She's under Nosferatu, I'm pretty sure. And she's like well known in that area. There's technically a Camarilla Prince of Egypt, but she's a Toreador fledgling with no support appointed there as a prank. That's hilarious. And then she learned and grew as a person, was better for it, and nothing terrible happened to her and those around her. Like the guy who made Magic the Gathering. Yeah. The actual president of the United States made Magic the Gathering. Kane Yuri. It's Kane. In Kane, you are a psychic exorcist. You have like psychic powers. You can with your brain. And you have psychic powers in your brain, and you have to go around fighting humanity's sins. So humanity's sins are tied to their trauma. If I am a person that has a lot of grace in me, a lot of like mental acuity, a lot of ability to like manifest psychic powers, and then I have a traumatic event happen to me, I might manifest a sin. You, as an exorcist, are going around. I need to find what the carapace on this is. Like the carapace is kind of hard to see. Oh, this is not good enough. I think maybe I need to grab my... second sheet, because I think it's too soaked through is the issue. The entire stream is just proof ADHD is transferred via exposure like a hive mind. Listen, I got diagnosed with ADHD like earlier this year. Maybe I caught it from one of you. Hey, you finally able to catch a live stream again. Howdy. Hello. Hello. Okay. My favorite Vampire the Masquerade character I've played was a Tremere who doesn't know anything about magic and is salty about it and uses Dominate 5 to be like, I just shot a fireball at you. That's really silly. That's very silly. Let's start with the big one. I know I tend to like starting with the small ones and work my way up to the big ones just because like it's a matter of comfort. But I do think starting with the big one can be exciting because it's easier to find your way around it when you can see it, you know? Like when it's right in front of you, it's much easier to just hop in and get started, even if like I would not do this without prep, right? I would not have just hopped on the big one if I hadn't been doing this for a while leading up to this. So we can... This is not enough here. That is unfortunate. You were diagnosed with ADHD at 4? Yeah. The meme where it's just like, man, oh, they have brain inside of them. I think I color the brain and then I do the carapace. Do all of them have this? No, just the big one has it. I need to color brain first. I don't know what color brain is going to be. Brain tends to be blue or purple. I feel like green could work. Yeah, but it really is true that like, wow, if you perform well academically, they just let you raw dog autism your whole life. Like the same is true with so many mental conditions. It's just like, wow, if you perform well academically, they just do not care. Which sucks. And it's unfortunately true. I need a little bit more. Is it that this isn't wet enough? Or is it that I need more paint? Colorful, soggy bacon. No. No soggy bacon. Do not sog your bacon. Okay, let's get a little bit more paint. See if this works. I'm so sorry that it's like blinding to you. I did mess with my saturation. It apparently did not work. It made things worse. So I just moved it back. I'm sorry. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah. I do like their little bits of armor because like, Neurogaunt, what are you going to do? Does this armor even protect you or is it just meant to look cute? I don't think you could take a lasgun. I think you're like T3. I think that a lasgun wounds you on a 4-up, which like, baby girl, what are you doing? Raw dogging autism is my new favorite term to describe my childhood. Well, so I use the term raw dogging all the time. And one of these days I'm going to get in trouble for it. But that day is not today. I regularly say like, oh yeah, I'm just going to raw dog this when like I'm just going to do something with no prep or like I'm just not going to think about it. I'm just going to hop in. And that is a bit of a dangerous game I'm playing, depending on my audience. Luckily, I have yet to be punished, and so I will not be punished going forward. That's how this works. I'm struggling to actually catch paint. I think I need to do a bit of a... I keep adding more and more paint. I feel like I've added too much, but... do like a proper squirt. I am using a lot of red, so it does check out. We'll see if that works. Okay. This is a Vantress raw dogging skid over again. Oh my gosh. Okay. Nice bright red. It's gonna dull into a black because it's drying on black primer. Oh, I also remembered in the Hunt of the Reckoning game, there's a bit going on. One of our members is good at flirting, but all we know is all female vampires are lesbian. So that's our plan. We find the lesbians, we find the vampires. You know, I can't really fault that logic. But like when I was out the other day. So, fun fact. I went out to the club the other day, over the weekend, and I had a fun time. I was dancing, I was chatting with people, I was enjoying myself. And not only do I think a couple people there were vampires, I did not realize this was a goth club. Goth clubs tend to have other types of people attend. And, well, let's just say I saw some interactions that I was not expecting to see that night. As, given that I went to this club, I thought, oh, it's a dance, it's a goth club. That means that, like, they're gonna play, like, goth music and, like, dark electronica or, like, techno or whatever it is. And everyone's gonna be wearing black. It's gonna be cool. I saw people in leashes. I saw people who, like, were halfway in a fursuit. I saw people who had, like, crazy stuff going on. And I realized my mistake was that the club I went to doubles as a fetish club. I'm like 80% sure that it is not just a dance club. It is also a club for other activities. And I saw an advertisement for an upcoming event that I'm not going to, which was talking about like finding playmates. And I'm like, oh, that's not what I was expecting from my night out. Was like bully for them, like no issue on them. It's just I was caught off guard. I see public toreador feeding them, sucking even. Imagine a club that caters to the Batman Beyond cyberpunk Gotham aesthetic. That is where my brain went at the beginning of this conversation. Literally, like I thought, my assumption, foolish as I was, is that a goth club or a club like a club that involves like a strong goth theme to it would mostly be gothic. No, it was more alternative. Which like I said, I enjoy being alternative. I enjoy having... I love the fact that there's a diaspora that's all kind of connected together. But being part of a diaspora means that there are members of the diaspora that you look at and you go, oh, I wasn't expecting to see you here. You do you. I'm gonna do me. Enjoy. So that was an awkward experience. You know, in fairness, you'd think they'd be a bit more upfront about it. I think what it was is that it was... The event I went to was not a sussy event. The event I went to was just like dancing. That being said, I think that there are sussy events hosted there other days. And so if you're someone that goes to this club for sussy events, you're probably also going to go to the club for the non-sussy events, because like then you just start meeting people, there's a culture there, you understand the area, like you know what the drinks are. And so I think what it may have been is that I just happened to pick up on a few of the people who normally go to the sussy events and happened to like also show up to the non-sussy event. That's what I'm telling myself. Like, maybe I read the room wrong. Maybe this is a me issue. Maybe this is a me issue, and I should have known going into this. Oh yeah, this club. You go there because you want to go with someone that like has you on a leash. Oof. Which like I will say, I have wanted to go to like a goth club for quite some time now. So cross that off the list, I guess. I might go in the future on one of the non-sussy days. See if it's still the same. less gothic and more... I don't consider myself thick with 3 C's, I must say. Like, I certainly have my curves, but I am not thick by any means. Oh, did I not? I have been doing these boys' heads. Aw, let me give you little pets. Pet. Oh my gosh, the non-binary pride video. How many? Okay. It's gotten a lot of views. It's gotten much more views than most of my voiceovers. Now, it's not gotten the most views I've ever gotten. I've had voiceovers that have been more popular, but it's still growing. I'm still like, it's still like in the circulation. I'm very pleased with it. How many comments do you think I've gotten? How many comments on the one where it's just like, good boy, good girl? What if your partner's non-binary? Employee of the month. And like going through all of those. How many comments? Would you guess 1,300? Because that's what it was last time I checked. And I don't even think the my favorite ship dynamic video got that much. Like, I do think that the format of the video lent itself to kind of the perfect storm of, if you're watching that, you probably have your own idea of what to call a non-binary person, generally as a joke, because it's like employee of the month, good asset, good job agent, good exorcist, like all those are like silly. I probably got a triple digit number of people saying like good pet, good dog, good puppy, good kitten, like good creature. Like I just got so many people saying that, and I'm like, that wasn't the joke. The joke was like, the joke was like, you may fire when ready, cadet. Like that's the joke. I always get flashbanged whenever people are like sussy. Not even because like I think it's wrong or I'm uncomfortable or anything. Literally just because I'm not expecting it. Like, yeah, I figured that I'd hear like a good few of like, am I a good person? I saw a triple digit number of good they, them. I think that's so funny. I love the idea of calling someone a good they. Just like you're with a non-binary partner and like you're doing the schmoves, and then they're like being good for you. So you're like, good girl, I mean they. Good boy, I mean them. That's so funny to me. It's so silly. Good thing, good entity, good darling. Listen, there's so many options. Are those too cinnamon roll for the internet? I mean, a little bit, yeah. Like I wouldn't say, I'm not a cinnamon roll. No, I reject that. I am no cinnamon roll. I'm just not like, you know. I will say, while I was out over the weekend, I did have someone who was flirting with me. And like the only reason I say this is because they told me explicitly, I'm flirting with you. Other people were very nice to me, and I assume they were not flirting with me. But this one person said like, I am flirting with you. And so they made their intentions very clear. And it was very embarrassing. Although apparently I have Riz. I have been informed that I have pull. Now, I understand that this circumstance is me saying, oh yeah, don't worry, I totally have pull. Like, this person said that I have it and they go to a different school. And I'm not going to prove it. But I have been informed that apparently I do have Riz. And that, okay, you're talking to someone. You're like they're sat down, you walk up to them, you start talking to them. You have a conversation, and then their height comes up. And they say, I'm taller than I look. And then you go, really? And then they stand up and look down at you and say, I'm 5'11". Is that them flirting with you? Because that's what I did. Like, I was sat down, someone walks up to me, we're talking, we're having a conversation, and then they ask me how tall I am, or like, they asked me about my height, and I mentioned that I'm taller than I look, and I stand up and I look down at them and I say 5'11", and apparently, one of my friends said that I was pulling a move. That was me, like, rizzing them. And I'm like, I was literally just demonstrating my height to this person. Oh gosh, I would love for someone to be upfront with flirting. Good work, 61. Now get some rest. Exactly. You get it. You understand the assignment. The full disclosure is frankly refreshing. Well, so, okay. What it was is that they were being really nice to me, and they were having an engaged conversation where they were trying to like get to know me more, and like they were like reaching out to me. And then after a while, they mentioned something, that's why I'm flirting with you. Right? So it wasn't like as like autistic Riz as just like walking up and being like, you know, I'm flirting with you, right? Like it wasn't quite as direct as that, but it still was like they explicitly said like, that's why I'm flirting with you. Like I'm flirting with you, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, that's very refreshing. It's very nice to just have someone say that. No, what do you mean that's a move? Like, how is that a move? I'm gay enough that would come off as possibly flirting to me. Well, okay. Who's flirting with what? We're discussing the logistics of flirting with someone at the club. Kane Yuri? No. Tall, hot? Eyes to see? What does eyes to see mean? Is that like my eyes are up here kind of deal? But yes, anyway, so that is my experience with that. We're flirting now? Yeah. The entire chat is flirting with me, and I'm rejecting all of you because no, I would not love you if you were a worm. I need more. My paint keeps running out. I don't know what the deal with it is. I think I just do this. It might be soaking into this is the issue. If I do this. Yeah, it's just not there. So I think Flag of Japan. I think I put you there. I think I keep you. And I add a little bit more paint now that's not going to bleed through. People like tall people, so you got to flex your tallness. I mean, apparently I did. And like one of my other friends has complained to me about apparently women in particular, but like most people are kind of obsessed with his height. He's tall. And I was like, I feel like I don't understand that. And then now I've been on the receiving end of that. And now I'm like, I still don't understand it. Like, I understand like, oh, tall can be attractive, but so can short. I don't know. I am not in the field, I suppose, enough to understand what people are looking for like that. But would I love you if you were the worm? I mean, I do love all members of the triad, not equally, certainly not equally, but I do have a fondness for every element of the triad. And when I think to myself, like, oh, what if I was to like be a part of like a cycle of rebirth and destruction? Like, would I be part of creation or like stasis or like destruction? Would I be part of the weaver or the worm or the wild? I do think like I think my answer, if I was in World of Darkness, I've pretty much agreed with, I've pretty much landed on, I think I'd be a changeling. I think I would be a changeling if I was to be in World of Darkness, because my whole thing is creativity, whimsy, glamour. Genuinely, something that is very distressing to me is like the banality of the world. But like that is some of like the most soul-rending stuff to me, is like paying taxes and stuff. And as you've seen from the channel, one of my big things is being silly. One of my big things is inspiring creativity in others. My glamour comes from my content creation. And I love that. From TTRPGs, from inspiring you, from telling stories. And I do genuinely think that, like, even though I don't really care about changelings, I think that would be like the most quote unquote realistic for me to be, the one that would fit my personality the best. But I do constantly think like destruction is not a bad thing. Destruction is necessary. And I am not the sort who I want to like, I would pledge my service to the worm in order to get the power to destroy my enemies. Like, I wouldn't do that. But I could reasonably see myself like working under the worm as like a, hey, listen, you need to destroy rotten institutions. You need to bring down that which exists so that new growth can come in its place. It is a ecological good for there to be forest fires, so long as they are not out of control. And I think that that's genuinely like compelling. The issue is every time in fiction I've seen like, oh, the power of shadow, the power of darkness, power of destruction, the power of the evil. Like it's always super corrupting, and everyone who goes for it inevitably succumbs to it, blah, blah, blah. When can I get powers where it's like the power of destruction and it is morally neutral? The power of creation is morally neutral. Neither is better or worse than the other. It just so happens that we as mortal entities are scared of destruction. I think that's a compelling discussion to have. And I think that so few properties actually engage with that. I'm always edge and evil. Oh my gosh. What is the worm triad? So in World of Darkness, there is 3 greater spirits of the world: the worm, the wild, and the weaver. The wild creates, the weaver shapes, and the worm destroys. And with them, the world is in balance as things are created, things are given form, and things are removed so that more can be created. You know? And in World of Darkness, one of the big meta plots of the werewolves is that the worm has gone out of control. The worm has gone crazy. And it's probably the weaver's fault. The entity of stasis tried trapping the entity of destruction so that none of its creations would get destroyed. And therefore, everything has gone bad. And that's why we have global warming. Like actually, like that's the in-universe explanation as to like why we have global warming. So I think working for the worm would not be that bad, assuming it wasn't corrupted. The issue is every time destruction comes up in media, it's always like a corrupting force. Which I feel like destruction would be the most pure force. I feel like destruction in its purest form cannot be corrupted because you cannot build an institution around the dismantling of institution. Like you can, but it won't last. It will be dismantled. I think that'd be really interesting to explore. And that's why I don't want to like say like, oh yeah, I would like join the side of like darkness, evil or whatever, and like be a good guy or whatever. Or I would join the side of destruction and use it to like bring balance, because I feel like every time in media where that's an option, that would not work. So their tails, I've been ignoring a lot of their tails. I think their tails, yeah, their tails are not carapace. The power of destruction is neutral, but giving it to a flawed human being is dangerous. I didn't say it's not dangerous. I just said the power of destruction is neutral. I think a story exploring a normal human with the power of destruction would be very interesting. I have an idea for Perfect Draw, the card game, the TCG TTRPG, where I really want to play a character who my character has a life gain deck. So the whole thing of Perfect Draw is when you make your character, you also give them a deck. You have a certain number of cards, and you you actually draw those cards, and you can use them with moves. And you have generic moves, which are your generic like cards you can play. So you don't make a deck that has Beaver Warrior or a deck that has Celtic Guardian. You make a deck that has Dark Magician, and then also Dark Magician Girl, and then also like Magical Hats. And those are the only cards you care about. But then you also generically can summon a weak monster and say, I summon Beaver Warrior, which I think is a very elegant way to solve the problem of bloat while still giving you the feeling of having iconic cards, right? And so I want to play a deck. I want to build my deck where the entire thing is life gain. And it's life gain for both myself and my opponent. And my win condition is I have an item that while it's on the field, if either player, you start at 3 life. If either player ever reaches like 7 or more life, I win the game. Or like if you reach 7 or more life, you lose the game, is what it would be. And so what I would want to do is I want to build a deck around that where the entire thing is a stall sustain deck. And as like the main character, as like one of the the shonen protagonists, I have this like sustain deck where my whole thing is about like avoiding death, increasing your health, decreasing my own health to give you more health, like healing you, like being magnanimous and kind and generous. And then I would want to have a rival character who their whole thing is self-damage, and they're like a burnout, and they're like hot-headed. So their whole thing is they want to take you down with them. And so they have a deck where they deal self-damage. They deal 1 damage to self to power this creature, deal 1 damage to yourself, and then 2 damage to your opponent, and like that kind of stuff. And so, like, basically in Injection Fairy Lily maxing. And it would be a really cool foil situation, not just character-wise, but deck-wise, where I am trying to sustain and build, and they are trying to tear down and destroy. And they are damaging themselves and dragging themselves down, and I am desperately trying to build up everything around me to bring myself up with it. And then it would be a really cool foil situation where, like, if we're fighting each other, you're dealing damage to me that I'm healing. You're dealing damage to yourself that I'm healing. I'm healing you to try and get you to 7, but you're constantly bringing yourself down so you're not reaching 7. And I think that'd be really cool narratively. I think that'd be really interesting. Everything is neutral. It only starts getting good or evil when complications of sentience are involved. There's got to be something in Magic the Gathering that does that as a strat, probably Commander. I don't know if there's anything that's like, if you have X or more life, you lose. Honestly, I could see it being a black card that's white hate, where it's an enchantment where it's just like any player that has more than double their starting life total loses the game at the beginning of their end step. Right? Because like white in Magic the Gathering has so many ways of gaining life, and I don't know how many times I've seen a white deck that has like over 100 life. And like, that'd be really niche. I don't think it would see much play, but I feel like you might side deck it if you're running a black deck, and like, if you run into angels in a tournament, you can play it. But even in like Commander, like that would be way weaker, because like twice your starting life total would be 80 instead of 40. There is a card, Transcendence. Interesting. Or is that a card where you win the game if you're so high? Notably, if you start at 3 and you're trying to reach 7, you've given yourself an uphill battle from the strat because you have to cover more distance. See, I don't know if it would be 3. I don't know if it would be 5. Like, I just said an arbitrary number. But, let me grab... One moment. I'm back. Angel of Destiny. Oh, yeah. You don't lose the game for having 0 or less. When you have 20 or more life, you lose the game. Whenever you lose life, you gain 2 for each one. Oh, got it. There is something like once you have 40 life, you win or something. Yeah, there's something in Magic. But in Perfect Draw, I would want it to be maybe comparable. Maybe it's like, maybe instead of 7, it would be 6. So it's like you start at 3. And then I win if I take you down to 3 to 2, 2 to 1, 1 to 0, I win the game. I win the duel. Versus 3 to 4, 3 to 5, 3 to 6, I win the duel. Right? So it's still a difference of 3, it's just healing. And that might be slightly easier from a math perspective, because in all likelihood, you, as a duelist, are probably only ever going to play cards that increase your life, not decrease your life. You might play cards that decrease your life. You might be like my rival character, but you might have like a generic card that heals you. And so I think that would be interesting as just like an alternate means of play. And clearly, I think it would be fun to make a deck where it's just like, I go full tilt, just like I'm running Robo Dinosaurs, and my ace card is Robo Rex. When Robo Rex enters the battlefield, destroy any one warrior, and then add its like if it was weak, destroy another warrior. Continue this process. Right? And then like my Robo Rex is my ace card that like I only whip out in the most dire of circumstances, and like it's a board clear but also a strong monster. And like I think that would be funny. I think that'd be cool. I think that'd be interesting. But I do think that the actual like drama behind my entire strategy is antithetical to my rival's entire strategy. Like you just can't beat that. Although what I have told, like I talked to Celerity, my Kane player for this. If I was to play or run Perfect Draw, I would say we need to do 4 kids. It needs to be 4 kids rules. And they were like, yes, because they knew exactly what I meant. What I mean by that is I'm dueling you. And this is like a duel to the death, right? If you lose, you're dead. And so you scream out like, no, don't do it. If you beat me, then I'm going to go away for a long time. And then like, it's super chuny. It's super just like shonen. And then I'm just like, don't worry. I can protect you, but only if you let me win this duel. And you're just like, no one can protect me after what he did to them with his evil eye. And like, it's just super just a ripoff of like Duelist Kingdom. I think that would be hilarious. Angel of Destiny, whenever you control deals combat damage, you and that player each gain that much life. Whenever you, at the beginning of your end step, if you have at least 15 more, each player, this creature attacked this turn loses the game. Right. Yeah, so like it could be something like that. I think what it might be is that it might be I make it an item. So the item is on the field and can be attacked. And the item on the field is like when either player reaches 7 or more life, they lose the duel. At the beginning of each player's turn, that player gains 1 life. And then maybe I could do something where like I could spend a life. So I could lower my life gain kind of deal. That might be fun. When your vocal cords explode after 30 minutes of that, I'm a voice actor. I'm a streamer where I stream for like, I've been streaming for 5 hours at this point. Like, dang, he's got me on the ropes. I need to draw my 1 perfect draw. And then I pull it out and say, huh, you had a good run, Beluga. But it turns out that I'm going to be the one going to nationals. What? And then I play my Robo Rex, and then I destroy all of your weak creatures, and then I like have them run forward, and I attack your life points directly, and you're down to 1, and you say, that was good, I'll give you that. But not good enough! And then you play a thing that like reverses time to the previous board state. Like, that would be so funny to me. That would be like the funny, like genuinely. I would have so much fun doing that. And that's why I like Perfect Draw, unironically, my first actual play that I do, that I like released live might be Perfect Draw, because I feel like Perfect Draw is perfect to get a group of people and just be as anime as possible. Like with World of Darkness, the expectations are going to be kind of edgy. You're going to be sad and depressed, and like you're going to be like fighting a losing fight. With Kane, there's a lot of trauma and there's a lot of sadness, and also it's very tied to combat. D&D, don't even get me started on D&D actual plays. But like Perfect Draw, you can just make it Yu-Gi-Oh! Who's going to stop you? You can play Duelist Kingdom. Having the Pegasus parody villain still be themed around cartoons, and his deck is all lawyers and legal threats. Wait, that's genius. That's actually hilarious. But what I've legitimately thought, like, if I was to do that, what I thought would be really cool would be this. I get 4 to 6 players. I run for each of them. 2, maybe 3 duels each. They each get a handful of sessions. And then that's them all qualifying for the final arc. All of you get to see the different like preliminary matches and you see their motivations. And at the beginning of the game, I asked them all, why do you need to win this tournament? And like with the tournament, once you get to the end, you get to fight the creator of the card game or whatever we end up deciding. Like you get to fight the Pegasus equivalent and he'll do something. What is that thing that you will get if you win? And so one of them might be like, oh, like they'll pay for my sister's medical bills. And one of them be like, I'll get back my grandpa's soul. And then the other one is just like, I'll get back my company. And like, it's all the Duelist Kingdom nonsense. And then, so they all have a reason. And when they enter, then I pit player against player. And so Freelance would play against Lag. And you as the audience would know, Freelance needs to win to pay for their sister's medical bills, and Lag needs to win because Lag is secretly a card that is masquerading as a person, and they're going out of print, and they're going to die if they don't get a reprint of their card series. And so if they're fighting, and Freelance is about to beat Lag, Lag can be like, wait, please, let me tell you my story. And then like we have a flashback sequence where Lag explains like who and what they are and that they need to win so that, like they can get their series reprinted, they can keep going. And Freelance says, I can bring that up. When I win, I can go forward and I can tell the publisher to print your series with the earnings that I get in addition to paying for my sister's medical bills. And then Lag's like, please, you're my only hope. And then Freelance wins, and then Lag is knocked out of the tournament, and now Freelance advances, and now Freelance is fighting Jacob, and then Jacob is about to beat Freelance, and Freelance says, no, my sister, I can't. And then Jacob goes, wait, your sister? And Freelance goes, yes, my sister has medical bills that I can't afford, so I need to earn the winnings so I can pay for her medical bills. And then Jacob goes, I am actually a doctor. And I'm just doing this for the love of the game. I'm doing this to get away from the malaise of the medical field. But I can't turn away someone in need. And then, like, Jacob concedes when they were about to win, and Freelance is like, huh, and then goes on to the next round, and then they're in the finals, and like that sounds like it would be so much fun. Like, imagine a character who's just a jerk and wants to win for the sake of winning. No, exactly. And then like you can have like, no, my sister, Serenity, and it's like, play your last pathetic card. And then like you're fighting against the odds and you're trying to like win for your sibling, and then the other person's just like, I'm in this for the fame. I want to get rich. I want to get famous. I want my name to be known. And then the other opponent's just like, well, look around you. You're in the finals of the tournament that everyone's going to be talking about for years to come. And then the opponent's like, what? And then looks at the cameras and like hears people cheering on their name, and they're like, I'm famous? And then like they have a change of heart last minute. Like that would be so funny, right? And they dissolve into a cloud of cards. Like, I need a character in the story akin to Panic Keith whose entire personality is, I am America. Look, man, that sister thing is really good, but I can't risk losing my aura. And that's the sort of story I would want to tell with Perfect Draw. Not necessarily those beats, not necessarily like one person is the protagonist, but the sort of idea where just like you lean into the kayfabe, you lean into the chuny, you lean into the we are playing a 4Kids dub where the power of friendship can solve anything and no one dies, they only disappear. No one gets killed, they get sent to the Shadow Realm. Right? No one points a gun at you, they point at you really aggressively. Like that kind of vibe, and then tell a really compelling story. Isn't that my Valentine's motivation actually, or am I remembering it wrong? Basically, she wants money. Anyone interested in watching Perfect Draw, how Perfect Draw works, MBT Yu-Gi-Oh! Is an ongoing series, nice. Imagine a character, please tell me the main antagonist is still a gay-coded rich man with fabulous hair. Okay, alternatively, because it's kind of my brand at this point, the main antagonist you think is a gay-coded rich man, but he is actually just the really supportive gay best friend of the real creator of the game, who is a very attractive older woman. And so all of my players will engage in either gay panic or straight panic because everyone I know is attracted to a competent older woman. Like, it doesn't matter if you're a gay man. It doesn't matter if you're a straight woman. Like, a competent older woman is just attractive to everyone, apparently. I was going to talk about Kane, wasn't I? Huh. Oh, well. Faye Valentine from Bebop? A little bit. Yeah. How old is Faye? Isn't Faye, like, really old because she was, like, cryo-frozen? I don't recall. Let me drink some water. I'm not abandoning you. I'm sitting here. I'm drinking my water. I've not left my side. I'm leaning back. You can see my shadow. Do I need to do this? Do I need to do this so that you think that I don't go? You're so needy. This entire chat, incredibly needy. I have a bunch of other questions that I have to ask. Okay. I think Faye was 50 during that? Really? I watched like 2/3 of Cowboy Bebop. I actually didn't finish it. I know how it ends, and I enjoyed it. I just don't remember ever finishing it. I need to go back and watch Cowboy Bebop. I'm going to go through my other questions real quick. Do my Neurogons actually don't need another coat. Like, surprisingly, my Neurogons are fine. I need this buster. I think I give them bright fluorescent green interior brain, because that's Christmas colors. And like, if you don't know, Christmas is very important to me. I'm not going to explain why. If you don't know why Christmas is important to me, you can ask chat. And they can give you incorrect answers that you will take as gospel, because I will not confirm or deny them. I miss Arrow. It's almost like I can still hear them. No! Okay. So that's way too much green for what I need. Whoops. Let's rinse off. Why is Christmas? Yeah. How many of you like don't know why Christmas is very important to me? I'll give you an answer. It's not because I'm Christian. It's not because it's like a religious celebration for me. That is not the correct answer. How many of you don't know why it's important for me? Because I'm secretly an elf. I have been called an elf before. I have been told, like, one of my friends, she constantly says that I'm like an elf. And I think it's in part due to RPGs, TTRPGs. I'm going to go take a shower, be around in 2030. I should still be alive by then. It's because of the stockings, isn't it? No. I mean, in part. Is it because their mother is Santa Claus and that's the only time they get to see her? Yeah, it's like Dave Jones. So what it is that I was born on Christmas. I was born on December 25th. This is revealed information. This is not new information. It was hidden. I did not reveal this information for a couple years. Like it took me like 2 years to reveal that information. But my plan is I want to do more karaoke for Christmas, because like last year I did the Payday cover. I think that was really fun. This year I think I might do Santa Buddy, because it's just so silly. It's so funny. Is it your birthday? Like that one guy I'm forgetting the name of? Oh, I was joking. Heck yeah, it's my birthday. I just got I don't know, my friend's birthday is Christmas. Maybe I am your friend. Have you considered that? Have you considered that maybe you're not just parasocially attached to me, you're also socially attached to me? Frickin' A, why are the brains like this? What the frick? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do coat of green on the brains. I'm going to mess it up, and I'm going to get green all over the carapace as well. Because that's intentional, is why it is. And And then I'm going to add red carapace around it. And it's going to be like, no green ever happened, right? Simple. Should I have done... Maybe I should have done... Maybe I should have done a dry brush for this. I'll see how this dries. I don't think I need any more green. Outside of like doing this boy and its tendrils. I don't think I need any more green. Santa baby, don't wanna na 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 na. Been an awful good girl, Santa honey. You have a buddy whose B-day is Christmas? Yeah, many people do. Arrow, you're adamant you're not my friend? Yes, I'm adamant. However, I think it would be funny if it happened that someone who knew me in real life also watched my stream. Happy escapage from your mother's depths. It's a bit late for that, like almost 6 months out. Fun fact, it's unlikely that Jesus was born on Christmas. It was a pre-existing pagan holiday, yes. And it was, I think it's Yule is the big one that it was likely tied into. It is theorized based off of early Christian calendars or like historians that Jesus's birthday was the same day that he died. So it'd be, I think, Good Friday. So sometime in March. Sometime in spring. Because it is a classical trope of Christian theology and saints in particular, holy figures, that they die on the same day they're born, right? So the idea being is that following that tradition, he would be born on the same day he was crucified, or the same day that he expired. And then 3 days later, resurrection, Easter, all of that. And so that would be the most likely explanation. And then the birth was shifted to be the Midwinter Festival or like Yule or whatever the Harvest Festival was. Imagine dying on your birthday. Yeah, that would kind of suck. Like imagine, oh, my birthday. Oh, geez. Statistically, about 1 in 365 people do. I don't know if that's the case. I feel like that's an easy thing to say. I feel like risk factors. For instance, I feel like St. Patrick's Day has a significantly higher amount of fatalities than your birthday probably does. I think that Christmas has a significantly higher amount of fatalities than your birthday does. Because like winter months, famously, higher fatality rate. Because cabin fever, people being stuck together, seasonal depression, all of this stuff, holidays tend to have higher rates of self-termination. Because if I'm at risk and I'm alone for Thanksgiving, I might take my own life because I'm already at risk and this is like a stressor. This is something that pushes me over the edge. So if your birthday is like July 13th, if your birthday is October 2nd, chances are you have a less likely chance of dying on your birthday than someone like on the holidays. Nice nails, by the way. Thank you. Oh yeah, I might have to start looking into the Yule traditions now that I have my own place. Nice. So Mark Twain was Jesus. Got it? Yeah, you got it. Easy. What a coincidence. I got 2 happy birthdays in 2XO back to back. Happy birthday, happy B-Day to my fave and the only streamer I watch. Bees, aw. Yeah, like I don't watch that many streamers. And funny enough, I have started watching more streamers now that I've started streaming. It's a weird thing where it wasn't that I saw a bunch of streamers, I'm like, I want to do that. I can do that. It was, I wanted to stream. So I started watching streamers because much like with writing, much like with reading, much like with computer programming, if you want to learn a skill, you need to consume the skill. Watch streamers, see what works, run from there. I would watch YouTube highlights of like RT Game or Doug for years. And it's only been like since I started streaming that I will watch their streams. Not consistently. Oftentimes I have them on in the background. But yeah. Is Northern Lion in the watch streamers rotation? The most I watch out of Northern Lion is the odd librarian clip. And also inevitably someone will retweet something with a Northern Lion clip that perfectly describes what was in the tweet, because Northern Lion has described everything much like The Simpsons. I played a Shadowrun character with hacking skills to dox people and about 6 drones with bombs strapped to them. Yours are pretty much the only streams I watch. Thank you. Like, it's always incredibly humbling to hear that, because like I understand personally how uninteresting streams can be. And for me, a stream that I'm running is go time 100% of the time. If I'm playing Vermintide, I'm playing Vermintide. If I'm playing like Darkwood or Pathologic 3, I'm playing a video game. Even if like interaction goes down, I'm still doing something. So it's not as bad as if someone was just watching it. But like, if I'm watching a stream and someone's like not feeling it that day, it might not be that interesting to watch. Even if this is someone that I care about or I'm friends with or whatever. And like, that's incredibly awkward because I'm like, I want to support this person, but like, they're just not being that entertaining right now. Or maybe it's like a medium-sized content creator who I have no connection to, and they're making a bunch of community jokes that I don't get because I'm not part of their community. And so I'm just like, yeah, I guess like that's just not for me then. And like, streams are weird. Streams are hard. Streams are odd and unusual, I will say. To be entertaining is not a given. And I don't even think I'm very entertaining. I think I just kind of ramble. I have been trying to explain Kane Yuri for the past like hour and a half, and I haven't even explained what the Valentines are again, because I do that basically every time. Let's frick. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna need to paint out of frame for this, just for a quick second. I'm doing a very precise touch up. I apologize. I'm being a bad streamer. Frick. As you can tell, something just happened that I didn't want to happen. And despite that, I still did not curse. Frick! Okay. Pogging. Nearly. Frick! This is a little bit the Joker, baby. I should probably do highlights on this before I keep doing it. Frick! I am not doing this right. Well, it's also like just an Arrogant, so I don't really care. I ain't gonna front. Okay. Just a little bit more. I'm just like doing a Joker. I'm doing a Joker outline of this green. Is green even like conducive to Hive Kronos? Okay, so what I did is I basically just did an outline around the brain. And my goal is that I want to not accidentally color in the brain. And would you look at that? I accidentally colored in the brain a little bit. Christmas nids. Yeah, that's why I was saying like I can just do green and red. They're complementary. It's Christmas colors. What I might do is I might grab the green. I might do like a highlight, like dry brush surrounding it. So it's kind of like a glow. Screw it. I'm going to add an LED into this, and I'm just going to make it actually literally glow. Because I'm just that cool. My minis are that amazing. Yes, highlight color. Like, I don't know how that's going to work. I want to try it. Because again, this is an Aragon. I do not care about this guy. Even though technically speaking, yes, oh no, I messed it up slightly. Like, I don't care that much. I'm trying my best. I'm new at painting. And the first step of being good at something is sucking at it. And that's okay. Tyrant players are slightly my bane, as I am a Knights player. I'm just finally allowed more than 5 models. Well, you have like your squires. You have your freaking like little dudes you can send out, right? I never... Okay. I think Knights are cool from a lore perspective. They're actually the first 40k lore video I did. And I really wanted to field a Dread Knight. A Dreadblade, even. The CSM army. The issue is, just like with Chaos Demons, and also with Imperial Agents, the fact that they don't get the keyword of the faction they're attached to is kind of silly to me. I'm of the opinion that if I have a Khornate Berserker, and I ally it in to my CSM, they should get Dark Pact. That's my take. I think that like a Rubric Marine should get Dark Pact. Like, yes, I understand that they get like sorcery points. I can't use sorcery points. I'm not playing that faction. So if I take the Rubric Marine, why don't I just take Chosen? Why don't I just take Legionaries? Like, obviously, I could take it for the stat line, but I can't use my core mechanic with them. Like CSM gets 2 mechanics. They get Dark Pacts and like Dark Allies. And like Dark Allies allows them to take Rubric Marines and Plague Marines and Khornate Berserkers, and I assume now Noise Marines, given that Emperor's Children have their own codex now. But like, come on, dude. Come on, fam. Brother. Why can't I use my feature with them? That'd be so convenient. That'd make me actually use them instead of just like being like, oh, that'd be cool. Guess I'm not doing that because I can't Dark Pact. But Arrow, Tyranids are allowed to have green brains and pronouns too. Me on my way to put chemicals in the planet's water supply so that when the Tyranids eat the planet, they all get pronouns and rebel against a centralized authority. i.e. the hive mind. Okay. Now, oh, they have little kneecaps. Oh, they have cutie little kneecaps. Like, look at this. Like, give me a moment. Look at it. Its knee is red because it's got a little armor plate there. Oh yeah, I need to do that on all of them. Whoops. I'm pretty sure most Tyranids pronouns are Shri, Shriek. Is there a scholarly consensus? I don't know. Have you asked the Neurolictor? Have you asked the Red Terror? Have you asked Old One Eye? Oh, they all have it. Okay. I guess I'm giving them little knee pads. Got to protect their knees from shock absorption. It is very cute. It does imply that they are worried about protecting their joints. Because, like, you would only have knee pads if you're worried about your knees breaking. Which, fun fact, if you're skateboarding, if you're scootering, if you are doing whatever, the number one joint you need to protect is... After putting on a helmet, the number one joint that is at risk is... your wrists. Your wrists. Not your elbow, not your knees. It is your wrists, because your wrists are the most fragile of your joints that are exposed to those things. So if you land on your hand the wrong way, you might break one or more bones in your wrist. And that is a significantly more delicate and damaging healing procedure than your elbow. So if you're only ever going to ride with one piece of protective gear, make it a helmet. But if you're ever going to ride with 2 pieces of protective gear, make it helmet and wrist guards. I mean, ankle is not that bad a guess. It's basically, the ankle is the wrist of the foot. Let me tell you what. I will say this is very soothing. Like, I'm not thinking about Kane. I'm not thinking about telling you the topic that I brought up and has been brought up for like an hour and a half at this point. But I am soothed. I am enjoying myself. I have been going strong 5.5 hours, and I probably am going to wrap up in half an hour. I think I wrap up the Neurogons, which I'm about to do. Like, literally doing their knee pads is about to wrap them up. And I might do the Ripper Swarms. Because at that point, I will have done 10 Termagants. I will have done 10 Neurogons, and I could do 2 Ripper Swarms. Barb Gaunts would be a very nice thing to jump into next time. They're big, they're chunky. I could do Ripper Swarms to start off next time. I could start Ripper Swarms next time. I don't care about the Ripper Swarms. Barb Gaunts, big and chunky, really nice. I could then try something crazy like the Von Ryan's Leapers, if we want. Or I could jump all the way up to like a Psychophage, which is pretty like, unironically, I'm kind of worried. Because like the Screamer Phage, the Psychophage, I don't care about. The Screamer Phage, I don't care about, but they're big models, and I want to have a good time painting them. Why does this also have hooves? Can you just say who? Can you just say who were the partakers of the 3-way kiss, and that's it? All we need to know. We don't need context. No, I'll tell you the full context. Let me finish. I want to hear your guesses, though. I want to hear your guesses. Who do you think was participants in the 3-way kiss in my session of Kane? Because, like, I feel as though it should be obvious. At least, partly should be obvious. Okay. They were so hungry they ate a horse. Okay. Neurogons are done. I think I wrap up painting now, but I keep the setup here. I keep the hand cam. Hi. Okay, we have the factory inspectorate. Everyone, at attention. I want to hear a wah in chat. I want to hear a wah in chat. I want you to go wah right now. W-A-A-A-A-A-G-H. W-A-A-A-G-H. W-A-A-A-G-H. We got Gork and we got Mork. Gork and Mork are going to investigate this. And they're going to look down at my Tyranids. They're going to judge. And they're going to see if I've painted real crumpin' good with enough DACA, and if I'm brutal but cunning, or if I'm cunning but brutal. Looks like they're gonna. Oh, they're getting a close view of them. They appear to be having the Neurogons approach, and one just took out a Neurogon. Oh, it's a backhand. Oh no, they're killing the Neurogons. The Neurogons are. Oh, okay. We need to take them out. Gork and Mork had to be exited out of the premises. I don't think we should welcome them back going forward. But yes, these are orcs that a buddy of mine, not the same buddy I got the models from, but the same group, and he was just like, hey, I have some orcs. Like, do you want some? And so I was like, sure. So I took an orc, and like he knew my roommate as well. I was like, do you also want an orc? And my roommate was like, sure. So we have these orcs that their bases are too small. They are not tournament. They're not competitive legal. But we just took, like, he just gave us some of his orcs because that, like, he didn't want them. He didn't need them. And he's like, here's some orcs. And they watch over me alongside Pikachu, Raichu, Charmander. Yay. And Bob Ross. Also Boba Fett, but Boba Fett is missing a leg, so don't worry about that. Lego Boba Fett, to be specific. Okay, so ow! Okay, so I'm going to take my dry brush real quick. I'm going to wet it. Okay, we're fine. It's dry brush. I wasn't expecting much. Do I just dry brush around the brain? Do I just dry brush green around the brain? I want to see how that goes. Whoops. Well, this is going, certainly. I don't know if it's going well. I think I left too much paint on. Well. I like glowing brain. I like the idea of brain being glowing. Boba sit? No. Boba stay? No. You ain't got the teeth. Yeah, I might have messed this up a little bit. That's okay. It's a neurogon. We don't care about neurogons. I'm learning. I can just paint back over. Awesome. So now, I step away for one moment. In the meantime, I want all of you who don't know what cane is to say, me, please explain, hag, unk, arrow, please tell me all about cane. And if you do know about cane, I want you to say elbozo to everyone who says that. I'm gonna drink my water. Let's talk Yuri. I assume you want the paints and stuff to stay. I assume you want the hand cam to stay. I could go over to MS Paint. I could fully pivot to MS Paint, but I feel as though it's more special to leave the hand cam. So I will leave the hand cam. Oh, right, I forgot. One of my paints is missing. Bob Ross, took it. So, Cane is a TTRPG in which you are exorcists that have grace that gives you the ability to use sin, right? You have grace. These let you use blasphemies. You fight sins. Sins, manifestations of people's trauma. I am someone who's super depressed. I have high levels of grace. Something happens in my life that pushes me down a depressive spiral. Because I have grace, I manifest an ogre. I'm poor. I need money. I need to earn my keep, and I'm not able to pay rent or my medical bills or whatever. I manifest a toad because I have grace and the trauma of poverty trauma. And exorcists go out and they fight these sins. Cane is the name of the system and also the in-universe organization responsible for housing, training, and deploying such exos. In my game, we have Site Epsilon, which is the Valentines. The Valentines is the internal name that the exorcists call themselves. They are treated like weapons. They are not treated as human. They are disposable. They are sent out to fight sins, and they will die, and they will fight, and they will have a terrible, awful, no good, very bad time. Despite this, the Valentine culture is all about sticking together. It is about us versus them, where them is sins, and them is Cain, and them is humanity, and them is also other exos. In the Valentine culture, there is no greater sin than to betray another Valentine. On the other hand, there is also something called Site Gamma. You can go Gamma by being promoted and going to this other site where you have other missions, other responsibilities, other things going on. And this allows you to like have greater allowances, better. The glowing brain makes you think of B-movie monsters. Yes. It has a bunch of different stuff going on. And basically, the main character, Hattie, is a one-on-one game. I'm running for one player. Their character, Hattie, is a Valentine and wants to go Gamma. And so there's this conflict of interest where, do I sacrifice other Valentines and their opportunities so I can go Gamma? Or do I sacrifice my own opportunity to go Gamma so I can help the Valentines? That's been the thrust of the entire game. We've been playing for a couple months now, like 8 months, 10 months. I think 8 months. And they have developed, they've made a lot of friends, they've lost a lot of friends. All of Site Epsilon has like gone from 15, now they're 5 individuals. Long story short, there's Hattie, who is the player character. There's Bond, who is currently the most senior exorcist at Site. And she had a rivalry and a bad relationship with Hattie that has since matured and softened, and now they're like friends. Like genuinely, they care about each other. You have Sister, who is a 12-year-old girl, who is also an XO, who is also a Valentine, and she is the little sister of the group. And she is currently dealing with the trauma of nearly being picked up and abducted into a cult, and is not having a good time with that. You have Hattie, player character, Raphael, who is Hattie's girlfriend, another XO. She began as very gung-ho and in your face. She began as very aggressive and has since softened, has kind of pulled back, has gone more community oriented. And she really is banking like her entire life and all of her hopes and dreams on Hattie. And then you have Mix. Mix died and has since come back. Mix was the former like senior most XO, was one of the oldest members of the Valentines, was this kind of like older sister figure to everyone, and Mix is now back and she is different. And she is distorted by her like subconscious desire to keep the Valentines safe no matter what. Her highest goal is the perpetuation of the Valentines. All 5 of them are sent out on a hunt to go find and kill Snake, a former exorcist turned into a sin. The sins that you can manifest if you as an exorcist like aren't careful enough, you might turn into a sin. So, all 5 of them go out. Last session, they deployed at the area, they investigated, they found an exorcist not aligned with Cain. They found an exorcist not aligned with any organization. They found Bridge. I can just do this. What am I talking about? So we'll do Hattie. We will do Raphael. No, this is very Bond. This is very pokey. Sister can be green. This can be Raph. Mix. Snake. And I don't know. Bridge can be this little tentacle dude, right? So you have Hattie, Sister, Raphael, Bond, and Mix. All of them together. They are attempting to hunt down Snake, a former exorcist turned into a sin. He is an idol, which is the pursuit of perfection. What he's been doing, he captured other XOs from Site Epsilon, other Valentines, and basically is trying to make them perfect. Yes, solid Snake. Snake, his goal, and I've talked about this on stream before, he captured 4 other XOs from Site Epsilon. Snake capturing them is a large part of why they went down from 15 down to 5. And Snake has them. And for instance, like Newton feels like she has no control over her life. Newton feels like no matter what she does, everyone will just tell her what to do. She has no agency. She has no direction. All she has is her competency in craft and skill, in work. What Snake did is he set up Newton to go work with the gangs of kids, because this is a town that's like beset by like gang culture of like juveniles, like age like 10 to 15. And she basically is now in charge of some of the gangs and is telling them what to do and is their boss and is trying to get them all on the right track. Not necessarily like rehabilitate them, but just kind of like get them to not be stupid. And so she is building this like basically internal locus of control over these children. Faust grew up poor. He grew up as a have-not. He learned how to grind. He learned how to hustle. And when Cain picked him up, that never stopped. And in fact, because he was so austere in Cain, he then proceeded to double down on always looking for a good deal. He found the black market connection that they could use as the Valentines with requisitions, all that stuff. And so he has been given a position in the warehouse that Snake is currently at as a manager, and is basically just being allowed to do what he will as a manager, because that's meeting his psychological need of like needing money, needing stability, right? You have Watson. Watson thinks they're the smartest person in the room, but isn't. Watson's whole self-worth is based on being the smartest kid in the room, and then they went to college, and then they found out that they're like in a room with 20 other kids that all think that. And so Watson has severe self-worth issues and is going to manifest an ogre. So Snake has been just giving praise and attention and reaffirming the intelligence of Watson in order to boost Watson's self-image. Why is Snake doing all this? Because Snake wants all of the Valentines to go into Sin Overflow and become an idol. Snake, as an idol, thinks idols are perfect. Snake wants all Valentines to be perfect. Therefore, Snake wants to take all of the other Valentines and make them perfect. So if Snake took Watson and just induced Sin Overflow on them right now, Watson would become an ogre. That's not very perfect. So Snake needs to psychologically condition and train Watson into effectively moving past the need to manifest an ogre, give Watson the community that would help with that, and then rip away that community and then Sin Overflow. Because the desire to be loved, the desire to have community, the desire to be perfect are all things tied to the idol. And so Snake wants to take all of the other XOs and take Faust and give him stability and give him money and give him power in a financial field. And then once he feels comfortable enough that he's not going to manifest the toad, rip that away from him and leave him feeling this like yearning desire for the community that he was forming with his employees. And then because he's yearning for this desire, when he gets turned into a sin, he'll form another idol. That's Snake's goal. What's Snake's backstory? So the backstory is that Snake joined a little bit after Hattie, a little bit after main character Chan, and they went on the first hunt together. Snake was always kind of quiet. Snake was always kind of uncertain, but wanted to assist as best they could. They were a couple years younger than the others, a couple years older than Sister, so like 14-ish. And Snake on the second hunt with Hattie died, effectively. Succumbed to Sin Overflow. Took so much damage that they forcibly were turned into a sin. And as a sin, turned and looked at Hattie and said, "I was always fond of you. Don't follow me." And turned around and waddled away, waddle, waddle. And they waddled away, waddle, waddle. And because other things were going on at the time, because they were dealing with a whole other sin and a whole other hunt and a whole other bit of stuff, Hattie made the call to let them go. So Snake, former Valentine, former EXO, used to work with them, was friends with them, turned into a sin, waddled away, waddle, and then now has been located, currently trying to convert all of the other Valentines into more sins, but specifically idols. Where we left off, Bridge. Where's my? Where? What? Where did the? What the frick? What the? What? What the frick? Anyway, Bridge is a rogue binder, is an exorcist not tied to Cain. Had a brief run-in with Hattie. They fought each other briefly. Bridge ran away. Bridge wasn't trying to kill Hattie. Hattie wasn't trying to kill Bridge. They briefly scuffled. They parted ways. On this hunt, Bridge is spotted by Hattie and by Raphael. So, Bridge, why are you here? That's what Hattie and Raphael wanted to find out. So they briefly fight, and Bridge is like, whoa, back off. And then they come to a conclusion that Bridge, her goal is she heard that Snake was here. She heard that a sin was here, Snake. And she wants the sin seed, the thing that gives you grace, inside of Snake. The issue is, in order to do that, you have to kill Snake. So she's like, well, shoot, I can't kill a sin. And then Hattie's like, well, that's convenient. We want to kill the sin. And Bridge is like, oh, well, I know where the sin might be. And Hattie goes, really now? And so what it ended up being is that they made a deal. Bridge will give them information to lead them to the sin. Hattie and the rest of the Valentines will kill the sin, and then Bridge gets the corpse. And then Bridge meets up with the rest of the group. They chat, they have it kind of like a debrief. And then Bridge reveals that at the water sanitation facility, there's one of the acolytes. There's one of the exorcists that is being trained and kind of groomed by Snake. And they're all like, okay, we need to go there. They had a brief run-in with some cops. They duck into a gas station. They stop a gas station robbery. They duck out. They go take a rest. Or they want to take a rest. And so that's where we end the session. We end up in this session. They go back into the water filtration plant. They were planning, where can we rest? We don't know where to rest. We're not sure. They ended up going back in the water filtration plant. They saw that there was like 3 people in the basement. There was 1 person above in the office section. And they go into the building. And the building has like an entrance here, a fire exit here, and this is like a back section. Like this whole section is like back. It is like a measuring facility for the rest of the water treatment. Then there's a little stairwell here. They go down. They find there's some people down here. Bond, as their resident like schmoozer, as their resident social character, the face, goes down, talks to them, gets information, comes back, reveals that it's probably Acme, one of the exorcists, one of the Valentines. They head this way into the office building, and there's a little foyer section. There's a little section that has like 3 chairs. It's got a water fountain that's out of order. There's a little like reception desk that has a supply closet behind it. There's also a door that has a little window in it. And when you look in the window, they see a cramped little office that has a bulletin board on the side, a cork board that has papers all over it. Some look decades old, some look as recent as today. There's a calendar next to it. It's mostly in black, but there's a couple markings of red throughout the month, and at the very end of the month, circled is one date in green. And sitting at a desk with a big like 90s like monitor that has like a computer tower next to it is Acme. But Acme looks different. He currently has a white collared shirt with the sleeves rolled up. He has glasses on. He has hair that is not short and crew cut like in Cain military standard. It is a little bit longer and kind of like pulled off it's kind of like matted down a bit. And it's more like business short hair. And they're like, wow, he cleans up easy. And so they decide to rest literally right outside his door. Literally like in the antechamber, because the rest is like half an hour or whatever. So they quietly rest there. What could have happened in those couple months to make Snake the Sin Cat 6? I never said Snake was Cat 6. I never said Snake was Cat 6. I just noticed how fitting the Perfect Idol's severe attack is for Snake. Why do you think I did it? Why do you think I did it? So, they're all resting, and they're all talking. And basically, what they're, like, the big thing is, like, they're talking to Bridge. She isn't tied to any of them, and they're getting more information about her and what she's up to, and like they're talking about Cain and the history of Cain and like Valentine's, and like we have Hattie talking with Mix, and they're discussing and they're talking about the Valentines, and Hattie doesn't like Mix because Hattie used to like Mix. However, Mix now being distorted is kind of like, imagine you have someone you're really close to, you have a friend that you really like, and then they leave, and then they come back, and they're like the same person, but they're totally different. Like they're like 20% the same person, but they're like 80% different, and you're just like, I don't like you anymore. You're not the same. Why are you different? And then Mix is like, I'm the same person. What are you talking about? So Mix loves the Valentines. Always there for the Valentines. Will only ever be there for the Valentines. And is talking. And it's just like, hey, he looks like a person in there. And Hattie's like, well, yeah, we're all people. And then Mix is like, well, not under Cain, we're not. Under Cain, we're not considered people. The Valentines will never be considered people in there. And Hattie's just like, well, that doesn't matter. What matters is that we're Valentines. What matters is that we're all together. And Mix is just like, well, yes, we're all Valentines. However, I don't know. As long as we're all together. And then Hattie's adamant that like, no, we're not weapons. We are Valentines. It doesn't matter where we are because we're all Valentines. That's what matters. And Mix is of the opinion, well, Valentines stick together. That's number one. But also, shouldn't Valentines work towards improving the living quality of all other Valentines? Look at Acme. And they all look in the window. And then he's like working on a desk. He's doing a desk job. He, for whatever reason, has joined this water filtration plant as like a new hire and is like is like a wunderbar, right? And Mix is basically just like, I mean, this is not the worst option. And Hattie's like, what the frick? And so the rest of the party gets involved. They're all talking about it. They're still talking about Cain, what the highs and lows of being part of Cain is. And Bridge, who is not a part of Cain, is basically saying like, what is wrong with all of you? Do you not get like funding from the church or something? And then they're like, oh no, we're not a religious organization. And then they're talking about it. And then we talked about the history of Cain. And then Bridge is really confused. And then they start asking Bridge about how, like, you don't know anything about Cain? She's like, nope, never seen any of you before. And then she explains that she's been by herself for years now. She has been operating in her own like sector, keeping her head down as a lone exorcist. And she'll like see, like, she just one day woke up, something bad is gonna happen. She woke up one day and like, it's going to suck. And then something bad happened that she didn't specify what, that then time reversed before it. And then it happened again. And then time reversed before it again. And she managed to stop it that third time. And then from then on, she had flux powers. And then she kept using flux powers. And then she went through and used flux powers. And like, she just kept using that in her life. And then she found out that like sins were real. And like these monsters were real. And like people wouldn't notice them, but they would die and they'd be killed. And then she could go up and take parts of them and sell them. And so she got on that grind. She started selling. She started like hustling, and she started working with organized crime of the graceless, like mobs and mafias. She started working with individuals that are like Sister. Sister has a bound sin, a little tiny sin that like for her, and she's like, yeah, you said binder, which was really weird because like I've met binders before, and they all like. They're all really weird. Like, only meet one or two at a time. They don't seem all connected. And like, they all talk about being like under heaven or whatever. And then like my player's like, what? Like Hattie's like, what? And Mix is like, you're working for Under Heaven? And she's like, what? No, I work like with them, sure. Like I sell them stuff, but like the binders are the ones that want the sin seeds. The sin seed that we're gonna kill Snake for. I don't know what they want for it. I don't know what they want it for, but I do know they're gonna pay me a lot of money if I get them the sin seed. And that's when Mix is just like, they're the bad guys. They're extremists. And Hattie was like, listen, if we are the sin police, they are the grace and then a real life organization that I can't say on stream. But I'm going to let you guess what a underground cell made to spread terror might be called, right? And Bridge is just like, oh, I've been working with, oh, no. And then Raph is just like, well, do we know that? Is that true? And then Hattie's like, well, no, we don't know. Like, because there's been this big conversation this entire time. Like, how much of what we know is true? How much is Kane propaganda? Is Under Heaven actually grace supremacists that want to take over the world and kill all humans? Or is that Kane propaganda to say that all binders are evil? Unclear. And so they're talking about that. And then the conversation shifts. To basically being like, well, how did you keep out of sight all this time? And then it's just like, well, I just Bridge playing with the figures, explaining this is so funny. Who's buying ogre meat? I don't know, the ogre store. I like playing with my little figures. It's Bridge is like, I don't know, I just like, I keep my head down. I don't stay in one place too long. I mean, obviously, I'm not friends with any of these people. I have like a professional relationship with them. But like, even these binders, they were always nice to me. And like, Mix is like, yeah, because you're an exorcist. If you were a human, they would try to kill or subjugate you. And she's like, ooh, that's not great. Not adorable. Shut up. No, I'm going to not use my hands anymore. Anyway, I'm going to drink some water. Oh my gosh, we're approaching 6 hours. Don't worry about it. All's well. So they're talking about that, and basically the conversation shifts towards like, well, do you think that like maybe we could do that? I thought that we wouldn't have a chance, but it sounds like if Bridge can do it, and then like people are like, well, I don't think that would be very wise, because like there'd be a bunch of us, and like they're talking about that. And then Bond is just like, yeah, I don't think we could do that, but I mean, it would be nice to do. And Hattie's like, I don't know, I didn't really give it too much thought before. And then Raph cuts in, is like, can we stop effing bringing up a different escape plan every single week? And Hattie's like, oh. And Raph is like, I'm so sick and tired of all of us rapidly jumping back and forth between some different life plan every single week. Can we just decide on something for once in our lives? First it was going Gamma, then it was staying with the Valentines, then it was running away, then it was like throwing Clapback and K9 under the bus. Now it's back to the Valentines, now it's running away again. Can we just decide on something like once in our entire lives? And like, she's kind of crashing out, and a running theme throughout all of this. Sister is very quiet, like doesn't really contribute much, is listening. And whenever someone starts getting too loud, she goes, shh, shh. Because they're right next to the office where Acme is. And so Raph is kind of crashing out, and like Sister shushes her, and she's like, no, I'm not going to quiet down. Like, I need to get this through to all of you people. Like, and then Bond is like, well, yeah, but things have been changing a lot recently. And Raph's like, when do things not change? We are exorcists. We are going to die someday soon. We do not have a long life expectancy. We don't need to constantly whip back and forth, because all we are doing is just causing more chaos and not allowing ourselves to feel any degree of comfort or stability. All we are doing is making things more difficult for ourselves. Can we please, for once in our short, pathetic, sad, miserable lives, actually plan for something? And then they hear the door open. And Acme walks through, and he's like, oh my gosh, wow, hi guys. And then Hattie's like, good to see you. And then like they give a handshake and a hug, and Acme's talking to them, and he's like, I'm not even gonna ask how you got in here, but I am gonna ask why you're here. And so like Acme starts talking to them, and like he's just like really happy to see all of them. And notable interactions. Acme super happy to see them, like gives Hattie like a handshake and a hug, gives Mix a hug. Like Bridge doesn't know him, so she's off to the side. Sister sees him, and he sees Sister, and he's just like, oh, hey Sister, is Rancor still giving you any trouble? And she just like shakes her head. And then he leans in for a hug, and she takes a step back. And that's when Hattie like interposes herself between them, because she picks up that Sister obviously is uncomfortable with this, and then like points him over to Bridge. Right? So now he sees Bridge. He doesn't know Bridge, and he looks her up and down, and he does the whole like, hey, all of them are gonna call me Acme. What can I call you? And then she just goes, not interested, but they're gonna call me Bridge anyway. And so he immediately tries rizzing up Bridge, and then he's just like, fair. Had to try. And context. Sister. Why is Sister upset or uncomfortable with Acme? Sister went with Acme and Faust and Newton and Acme, Sister, Faust, and Newton to go find Watson and Snake on that initial hunt. Sister is the only one that made it out of there. And the only reason she made it out of there is because her bound sin Rancor physically grabbed her and pulled her out. She would have been a member of the Idols cult by now. She would have been like deep in the Kool-Aid by now. Mentally dominated. Had she not been pulled out by her sin. So she sees Acme, and she saw him get subsumed into the cult. And like she did not talk about what she saw. All she was like, she like clammed up, she stopped talking, she wasn't like addressing it. And so she sees Acme, and she is very uncomfortable with Acme. And so he's hitting on her, blah, blah, blah. Bond is currently checking on Raph, and is kind of like whispering something to her. And Acme like turns to them and is like, yo, what's good? And then they both like raise a hand like, hey, how's it going? And he is just like, so I'm gonna need to know why you're here. And they use the excuse. She saw Snake boring people, poor kid, oh my gosh. They use the excuse. K9 and Clapback went crazy. They broke out, and we're tailing them. And like we tracked them down to this region. And he goes like, whoa, that's crazy. Like, because he doesn't know. He doesn't know that they broke out or escaped or whatever. And he's just like, yeah, well, I thought they hated each other. I mean, I always thought there was like something more going on between them. There's also this like weird tension, but I didn't think they would like leave together. Well, they're trying to like Romeo and Juliet this. And they're like, and then Bond steps in, because Bond, social character, is like, yeah, it's crazy. They just kind of snapped and went out. We were in such disarray that we couldn't even respond to them. We took a while to track them down, but finally chasing after them. And he's like, that is crazy. Well, Snake and the others would actually love to see all of you. How about I take you to see him? And they're all like, sure. But in the meantime, he's like, oh, were you resting? And they're like, yes. And he's like, oh, I'll let you get back to that. Let me finish my workflow. Let me close up my office. And then I can go, I think the break room downstairs. Like someone brought in donuts. I think Sanjay brought in donuts today. Thought Tam might have brought in donuts today, one of them. There's not gonna be a lot left, but I know that's better than anything you're finding out here in the field. And they're like, oh, that'd be so sweet. So he closes up in the office, goes downstairs, and Hattie says Bond should go after them and like keep an eye on him. And Bond's like, I already went down there and I had a different cover story, so I would not be good to go down there. And so Hattie's like, yes, but we need someone to follow him to make sure he doesn't actually do anything. And so Sister says, I'll do it, and just walks down. And Bond is like, nope, you're not going by yourself, and immediately follows her. Everyone else is discussing. It's Mix, it's Hattie, it's Bridge, and it's Raph. Entire time, Raph upset. Raph not having a good time. Raph still frustrated. Did not get to air her feelings out. And Hattie sets her up at one point, and Raph doesn't take it because she's focused on the immediate circumstances in front of her. So Mix and Bridge and Hattie and blah, blah, blah are talking, and Raph didn't go down. Raph is still here. So Hattie was about to start asking Bridge about how she lived by herself and want more information about that, and doesn't ask it because she doesn't want to upset Raph. They go around the corner to check. Bond is currently standing next to Sister. Sister's eyes are closed and Rancor is not visible. So Rancor went down after him. And Hattie's like, oh, I forgot she was just going to send Rancor. And her eyes open and they start walking back. So everyone goes back around the corner. Eventually Acme comes back and in his hand, holding a plate, a tray, is a half dozen box of donuts. And in his other hand, he has a pot of coffee, 6 stacking paper cups, and a single packet of sugar. And he sets it down. He's like, okay, who wants what? And he opens the box of donuts, and inside is a single jelly donut and half of a chocolate frosted donut. And so Hattie immediately goes for the chocolate frosted. Bond wants the chocolate frosted as well, so they split it in half. Mix and Bridge each go for the jelly. And Mix, with her donut, looks down at Sister. And it's just like, hey, do you want some? And Sister's like, no. And Mix is like, come on, girl. This might be the only time you're going to have access to a donut, in a while. Have a piece. And so she gives her a bite of her donut. And then, Sister takes a bite of the jelly donut, but then doesn't get any jelly, so then takes a second bite. And he's like, that's actually pretty good. So then Mix takes her half of a jelly donut and breaks it in half, and then gives half of it to Sister. And Sister's like, thank you, and starts eating the jelly donut. And that kind of melted Hattie's heart, because that's the Mix she knows. That's the same Mix that she knows. And she's just looking out for Sister. Then Bond, actually, with her quarter of a chocolate frosted donut, goes up to Raph. Remember, Raph is dating Hattie, but has expressed interest in Bond. And my player is polyamorous, and their character is also polyamorous. So their player, Hattie is like, yeah, that if you want to pursue other people, I'm not going to stop you. It's not even you need to ask me permission first. Just let me know. That's really what matters. And then Raph is struggling with that, has been having weird feelings or whatever. Bond feels like she was caught in the crossfire, and Bond ended up basically having a conversation with both of them individually and was just like, hey, I'm not interested in Raph. I'm not trying to date anyone. I might be interested in something more casual. So don't worry. I'm not going to try nothing. And Raph has very clearly been interested in both of them. Bond was Raph's gay awakening. So it's how do you slice a jelly donut? You tear it apart. Just break it. So anyway, Bond walks up to Raph. Raph didn't get any donut, didn't want any donut because she's still in the mood. And Raph takes off, offers her a piece. And Raph's like, I don't want any. And so Bond eats the last little bit of her donut and then takes out of her mouth just goes chomp. And then there's a little bit of donut that was just a little bit left, one little tiny bite that was at the end that touched her lips but didn't go in her mouth. And she's like, come on, it's just one little bite. And she holds it out to Raph. And that's when Hattie goes, I also go over with my own last little bite, and I also hold it out to Raph. And I described that Raph goes from being kind of frustrated and not being in the mood for donuts to, oh no, my steak is too juicy and my lobster is too buttery. She now has two. Basically, she has her gay awakening and her first girlfriend, both approaching her, both offering her a bit of food. And so Raph, seeing this, with her mouth, takes a bite of Hattie's little donut grabs Bonds out of her hand and thanks them. And Bond walks away and is just like, I got you, don't worry. And then Hattie is just like, gives her a tease. And then Raph is just like, well, I can give you this piece. And then, but it would feel kind of awkward giving you what I got from Bond. And so Hattie kisses her. And like my player describes that it is they both eat the donut at the same time, and it's not as hot as either of them thought it was going to be, because in practice that's really difficult. And I thought that was funny, so I said sure. But what it ended up being is that, technically speaking, it was a three-way kiss, because it was an indirect kiss, because it was Bond like took a bite out of this, like it touched her lips, and she offered the last piece to Raph, and then Raph and Hattie kissed around it. Meaning that, technically speaking, there's now been an indirect kiss from Bond to the two of them. That's why there's kind of a three-way kiss. I get messy as heck. It's filled with jelly. I've tried, but I didn't say it would not be messy. Yeah, that's because you aren't an XO. Crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a rubber room with rats. This isn't what I expected, but that is a cute... See, exactly. It's a cute moment. It's not crazy. It wasn't Raph, Bridge, and Hattie, as I imagine most people are expecting. I could also see a very real argument, or a really real guess for Hattie, Raph, and Bond. And I think the crack answer is Hattie mix Bridge. Because that's just a whole mix of like, biblical levels of greed. Well, okay, so Raph has not had a good time. So my player, as Hattie, recognizes Hattie is not a good girlfriend to Raph. And I, as a GM, decided pretty early on, Bond is probably aromantic. If not, like somewhere on the aromantic spectrum, has had multiple people interested in her that she did not reciprocate feelings for, but that doesn't mean that she's not open to anything physical. Raph, her first girlfriend, treats her kind of poorly. Her first crush, or like her gay awakening, is not interested in romance. Raph learned that she is sapphic, like, during the course of the game. Did not start the game attracted to women, at least as far as she was aware. Now has two women she is extremely attracted to dancing around her. Awakening? Like the awakening from Mage the Ascension? Most of the donut would be on the table. Yeah, that's why you like cup it with your hands. I was personally imagining the idol's throuple maneuver. No, we didn't get there yet. I did genuinely expect the three faces of Snake kissing each other. That would be very funny. That would be very funny. Oh, that's why you were saying there's three faces earlier. Yeah, so past that, Acme is like, hey, let me drive you over to the warehouse in my car. And they're like, you have a car? And he's like, yeah, I have a car. Snake got me one. And they're driving like a 2003 Chrysler that's like cream colored and it used to be white. It has crank windows. They have to roll up, roll down. It has a key ignition that doesn't start for the first couple times. It rumbles as the engine is running. It has like beige upholstery on the inside. And so it comes to their attention that this is a tiny car. Plus Acme, there is 7 of them. And I describe how even like squeezing, the back seat can fit 3, but the middle seat can really only fit Sister. Sister is really the only one that can go in the middle seat of the back. And I also described that because Bond is covered in knives, like literally, like her sin mark is that she grew a bunch of knives and thorns and spikes and spines out of her torso. Anyone sitting next to her is going to take stress. So they had to puzzle through this because like they were arguing. They were like, oh no, we shouldn't take 2 trips, blah, blah, blah. And like, Bond is very anti taking 2 trips because Bond is like, well, if we go there and if we have some of us there, and then Acme leaves and comes back and then picks up the rest of us? What if Snake gets us? And so they're worried about that. Raph, being a whisper user, looks into the future, and whatever group goes first will have to deal and avoid with Snake, and the second group is going to have to deal with the cops, because the second group, a gas station got robbed nearby. They ran into the cops. So cops, as a pressure mover, all over the place and roaming up and down. They're in the gas station, and so whoever stays behind for this first trip is going to have to dodge the cops. And what they eventually decide on, after a lot of arguing, is first trip is going to be Bridge, Sister in the middle, Mix, and Hattie. Second trip is going to be Bond and Raph. And the reason they went 4 and 2 is because they were going to go 3 and 3. And then Acme brought up, actually, I think I'm Newton's ride. Newton is currently out on training right now. I need to pick them up on the way back. So I can go back. I can let Snake know. Snake can contact Newton. I can go pick up Newton while I pick up Group 2. Awesome. This works out. Make sure that there's not more than 2 people in the second trip, or that Sister is on the second trip. So, Bond and Raph, they're left behind. They're going to have to deal with the police. Hattie, Mix, Bridge, Sister, they are all going to go to the warehouse and have to deal with Snake. And that's where we left the session. We left the session where they're pulling out of the parking lot and they leave behind Bond and Bond and Raph. And basically, at the second group was going to be Bond, Raph, and Mix. And Hattie's just yo, who has any strong thoughts? And Bond needs to go last, because she is good at talking to people. She can talk her way out of the police. She needs to go in the second trip. And basically, Hattie's just yo, who has a strong preference? And Bond just looks at Raph and just I know I can trust you. And Raph's I got your back. And Mix is well, I wanted to go there first anyway, so this works out for me. So as they pull out, it's unclear if they're holding hands or if Raph is holding Bond's hand, but they see everyone head out and they drive off to the warehouse, and that's where we end the session. So, the ideal circumstance: Hattie, Mix, Bridge, Sister. They get dropped off by Newton. Newton goes inside. Hey, Snake! What is good? I just picked up some of the Valentines. I need you to let Newton know I'm going to pick up her, and then I'm going to bring back some more Valentines alongside Newton. Okay. And so Snake, off to the side. Newton goes and picks up... Acme goes up and picks up these two, Raph and Bond. Raph and Bond dodge the police. Picks up Newton as well. All of them come. And then Team 1 just stays in the parking lot. Doesn't actually go and meet Snake yet. That's the plan. You can just empty the contents of a grenade with psychic power. There's an idol power that allows the idol to transfer damage to its cult. You could give it to Snake for maximum evil. Snake can see and hear through the eyes of his followers, can't he? Maybe. Maybe. Snake spinning around trying to kiss himself like a dog trying to catch his own tail. Okay, so. Oh, hey, let me empty the contents of a grenade for an even explosion. Yeah, you can do that. Idiot. Silly. So that's the state of Kane. What I will say right now, things are not going to go well for Bond and Raph. I'll tell you what. Things are also not going to go well for Hattie and Mix and Sister and Bridge. I tell you what. Snake wants to create the perfect Valentines. So why would Snake allow them to be so unperfect for any longer than they are able. Why would Snake, knowing that the exos are on site, allow them to do this? Darn, you truly are a fool. I feel like a group of 4 will soon become a group of 3. Why? Because bridge? My plan, and I like telling you my plan, so then when I tell you how it goes later, you can all be like, wait, that's not what you planned. Mix is distorted. Her subconscious took over the spot where her consciousness was. She is no longer herself, but she is her deeper self. Her entire goal in life now: preserve and perpetuate the Valentines. Snake's goal as a perfect idol: bring the Valentines to perfection. Oh my, no, oh no. So, as you might have guessed, Mix, very easy swap. Very easy. And yeah, that was intentional. Yes, that was something I set up. Yes, that was something that is intended to hurt. Does Hattie not watch these? Cell does watch them sometimes, and oftentimes will watch them as a VOD if I tell them I talked about Kane. And sometimes they come in and generally they chat when they do. So like they haven't chatted all stream, so I assume they're not watching this. Yeah, this might be a bad time. Might be a bad time. For them at least. They're gonna be perfect. I don't know why they wouldn't enjoy that. So that's my plan. Funny enough, in running this, I came up with that. So I did some mining off stream. I've been doing some Kane supplement stuff. I've been making a Kane supplement. I already made distortions, but I'm making a lore supplement. With the situation is super scuffed. It is super scuffed, and that's why I had it really be a really small car where no, even if you tried, you can't squeeze in. If you did try to squeeze in, Bond would deal damage to people. They're split. They had to leave some behind. The police are gonna interrogate them. Super slopped. Exactly. So, I did some mining off stream for my lore supplement, for my setting supplement. And I made rules on how to make your own virtue. Well, just your own virtue. I made rules on how to make your own high blasphemy. And I also made rules that explained why Mix hollowed. I now have a mechanical explanation as to how and why Mix hollowed. And it fits. It checks out. Now, is it a great explanation? It's kind of tenuous because I came up with the explanation post-hoc. But I now know. Have I watched the Ghost Stories dub? I have watched some of it. I watched it like many years ago with like my cousin and some of my siblings, and it was very silly. I have not seen all of it though. Arrow, did you eat today? I ate. Like, listen, I started stream a couple minutes late because I was eating. I had some leftover curry and rice, which was very little. My roommate said that, oh yeah, there's some left for you. And I'm like, okay. And it was like a third of a portion. So like, curses. And also some strawberries. So I had a little bit of food. I am really hungry right now. I also need to get going. So I'm going to wrap up after these questions. Are you going to check out the Disco Elysium Vampire the Masquerade thing? I don't know what that is. I have no idea what that is. I assume it has to deal with like a Malkavian detective. Leg thing, any new progress? So my leg thing, when I'm in the shower, I will take my leg and I'll go like that, right? And basically I'm getting to the point where I can like raise my leg up higher. The goal is I'm trying to get to a point where I can comfortably and consistently get my leg like above someone's shoulder, just because I think that'd be fun. I am able now to pretty consistently hit it at the same spot, hold it, leg lock for at least a couple seconds easily, without any holding on to anything, without like straining my body, without it being difficult. I can just like raise my leg up, probably like above my waist, plant it against the wall, and just like lean in on it. Which I haven't done, but it could be fun. Curry, yum. Is Lucifer canon to Cain? No. Very little is explicitly demonstrated as canon in Cain. So leg thing progress. Again, the height hasn't really changed too much, but the actual consistency has. So now I'm more comfortably able to like, I mean, it hasn't, I would say like my mid to high chest. I haven't gotten it shoulder length, definitely not. But I've definitely gotten into like mid to high shoulder length, or mid to high torso length with the leg thing, and then I can hold it. And my goal is to get to the point where I can just like do a kick up and have my leg comfortably be at shoulder length or higher. I think ideally I would get all the way to an eye pose, which is like I'm standing like this and one of my legs goes like that. I think that would be really cool. I have never had the flexibility to do that. I don't think I will anytime soon, which is why I'm just slowly but surely working at it. And I want to get my my would be groin flexibility. It would be like inner thigh flexibility, so I can like stretch my legs open wider, because I think that would help with the idea of getting my leg up higher. Make sure I'm working both legs. I am. I do one leg and then do my other leg, and then sometimes I'll do like multiple like sets. I don't really do sets. I just kind of like put it up, hold it for like 5-10 seconds, and then put it down, put other one up, 5-10 seconds, put it down. And then maybe I'll do one where like I'm trying to be higher, or maybe I'll do one where I'm trying to do like from the side. I don't know. I've just been experimenting, see how it feels. But yes, I do it symmetrically. I do it for both legs. Is there ever a time a world stopped in invasion without Calgar and the blueberries? Yes, one time. Okay. In 40K, one time, the Tyranids were invading a planet. In this planet, the Death Guard had a vested interest. So the Death Guard are Chaos faction of Nurgle. They use plagues, they use bioweapons, they use all sorts of nasty stuff. And then the Tyranids are really good at adapting. So plagues, viruses, bioweapons don't really work against the Tyranids. They do, but then they stop working after a couple hours because they adapt to overcome. The Tyranids, through a very, very long and costly war of attrition, beat the Death Guard. By the end of the war, though, the entire planet was one giant pool of toxic sludge that was dissolving the armor of the dead Astartes there. So, Hive Fleet does what it's gonna do. It sends down its feeder tendrils, and as soon as one of them touches the planet's surface to start absorbing all of the biomass, it immediately severs the tendril, and all other bioships open fire on it and kill their own bioship and let it crash into the planet, because the planet was so virulent, was so noxious, was so dangerous that the Tyranids refused to consume it because it was too much of a danger of spreading a pathogen that could overtake even the adaptability of the Nids. So yes, there was a time where the Tyranids were fought off by means other than Calgar and the blueberries, and there have been many others, but that is my favorite story. Literally, it was the Tyranids saying, "Yo, this stank," and just bailing, which is very funny to me. So, hear from Lancer, stuck around because Cain. That was in that conversation. Thoughts on the P6 trailer? The P6 teaser, I'm expecting Persona 6 sometime in the next 4 to 6 years. I'm not expecting it anytime soon. Persona 5 teaser, coupled with the fact that the P4R trailer just dropped, means that it's probably going to be a couple years. I am curious. I was talking with Rory, talking with another content creator. I think P6 might involve Arthurian legend as its like core theme. So for instance, Persona 3 had a lot of Greek myth, Persona 4 had a lot of Japanese mythology, and Persona 5 had tricksters throughout history. I think Persona 6 might have like Arthurian legend, because it looked like a graveyard, but there was a statue that had a sword inscribed into it that someone was reaching forward, and I could very well see it being like the cast of characters. You have like your main character, their persona is Arthur, and then you get like Galahad and Parzival and Lancelot and like Gawain and all of the different knights of the round table make up your party, your group, right? So I don't know if that's where it's going to be. I definitely got like a green. I thought it was going to be green. I assumed, my guess was it was going to be green. I thought it was going to be green or purple. I didn't think it was going to be orange, and they're hitting on a different color each game, and they have done blue and then yellow and then red. So it was going to be secondary color. And I thought it was going to be, my guess was going to be green. Also, my boy Titus loved that blueberry. Ultramarine Blood is real, but I have nostalgia and positive memories of him specifically. I never played Space Marine 1. I don't really care about him. It looked very horror themed. Maybe the persona will be themed around cryptids. I think that'd be cool. I don't see that happening. I don't see like Bigfoot, go Chupacabra. Cause like I could see those being minor personas that you pick up. And generally in the power scaling of persona, it is lower tiered entities tend to be lower tiered personas. The Sandman is like anywhere from like level 15 to like to level 25 persona, whereas Thor is like a level 60 to level 70 persona. One is like a little, basically like a sprite, like a fairy, is like low tier, whereas Oberon is very high tier, right? It's Eldritch Horrors. If it is Eldritch Horrors instead, I would love that. If it was like, because in P5, they add in a few Lovecraftian deities. They add in Hastur and Azathoth. And prior to getting to the point where they're introduced, I was like, dang, it would be crazy if they added in like the Cthulhu mythos. That would be awesome. And I think it would be, and apparently in Persona 2, there was Lovecraftian mythos. So I think it would be really cool if the main cast of P6 had Eldritch deities. But I don't see that happening. Mothman and the Jersey Devil are SMT. Yeah, that is true. That like Mothman is already a persona, and the Jersey Devil could be added very easily, or the Jersey Devil might even already be SMT. Fun fact: in the novel Storm of Iron, the Iron Warriors have a Tyranid hive sheep that they killed, and they remodeled with the Destroyer virus to turn it into a lander ship. Oh my gosh, that's awesome! I want one of the ideas before I painted Kronos is I wanted to paint these in Alpha Legion colors, and I wanted the Alpha Legion to be directing this Hive fleet. And I'm still going to do that. I might do some weird coloring with the Swarm Lord, where I like the idea. I like the idea of the Alpha Legion subtly directing Hive fleet Kronos to take out their enemies for them. How do the Persona and Shin Megami Tensei series interact? I know they're the same universe. Are the gods personas? So what it is that Persona is an offshoot of SMT. My understanding is each Persona game and also each SMT game is completely self-contained. Persona 5 does not take place in the same universe Persona 4 does. Although Persona 4 does have Persona 5, I guess actually that's a lie. Persona 5 does have references to Persona 4 with like Rise and like Naoto. Persona 4 does have references to Persona 3 with like the club, Escapade. So like I guess like that they might be same universe. They don't really interact that much. Arrow Lies, yes. And like Persona 4 went to GeckoCon High for the field trip. So I guess I was just wrong. Yeah, they definitely are the same universe. And you get cameos or whatever, but they don't really interact with each other. Well, actually P4A is canon. The fighting game is canon, and that is the older members of P3 interacting with Persona 4. Yeah, I'm just lying to you. I'm just saying wrong things. So Persona is all the same universe. I think each SMT game, though, is its own separate universe. Yeah, Persona started as an SMT spin-off, and they use the same spells and SMT demons, which are usable as personas, exactly. And demons, and personas, and gods, and deities, and cryptids, and mythology are all the same thing. The real-life deity, Thor, is based off of the demon Thor in SMT. The real-life deity, Izanagi, is based off of the in-universe, like the demon Izanagi, the persona Izanagi. And so it's one of those things where real-life mythology is based off of interactions with demons historically. Final Fantasy Type B? A little bit. The different Persona games are all linked together. I don't think SMT games are linked together. What do I think about Kain from Vampire the Masquerade and the Antediluvians? The metaplot part of Vampire the Masquerade with the terrible blood gods and ancient history, it's not as popular as the personal horror element. Okay. I think the big metaplot idea of Vampire the Masquerade is really cool. How do you run it? Like, it's not easy to run. It's not something you can just like drop in a game. You need to set it up. You need to have the entire game go around it. You need to involve the Middle East and the Jihad and like Sabbat and Camarilla and Elders and the Calling and all that stuff. So like, yeah, you could play in Ancient Times, but what if I want to play, excuse me, my voice just caught for a second. What if I want to play a vampire with a smartphone? What if I want to play in a game where I don't have to constantly look up the geography anytime I want to reference a location name? What if I want to play in a game in the 20th century, in the 21st century, in the 22nd century? I like it, like you can run the meta plots. There's a game for that, Vampire Dark Ages. No. You're describing previous games. I'm saying, what if I want to deal with like the modern like Sabbat Camarilla war right now, in like the 2000s, let's say. That's really hard. You have to build the entire game around it. So like I think Kain is cool. I think the Antediluvian is cool. I think the Blood Gods are really cool. I think that all of it's really cool. It just feels more like lore than actionable setting details, right? Let's hide you from channel. You gotta go to bed. Good night. Which ratio of soft and hard magic would you like to use, and how would you define what can and cannot be done with magic? Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, that was a crazy message. If you can still see it, let me know. Yeah, report that bot. Report. Explicit material. So what ratio of soft and hard magic would you like to use, and how would you define what can and cannot be done? In my setting, I personally took a lot of inspiration from wuxia, like the interaction of elements typical to East Asia, particularly China, as well as JoJo's stands. So in my setting, I really like the idea that there is defined relationships between power types, but the actual ability that power bestows to you is basically unique to you. And so you have people who can shoot fireballs out of their hands, and you have people that can teleport, and you have people that can go invisible, and you have people that can create stuff from thin air. But someone that casts fireball isn't like a level 5 mage that can also create objects out of thin air and also teleport. They are someone who's like only good at casting fireball, and they can only use fire magic. And it's unique to them in how they interact with their magic source. And so I like the idea of soft magic systems that have hard elements to them, and they have what's it called? Wait, what the frick? I have my live chat right here. I have another live chat off screen that I'm reading. There are messages in my live chat right here that are not in my chat that I'm reading right now. So like there's an era called the War of Princes where instead of the Sabbat Camarilla Anarchs, it was individual principalities. Interesting. Like I didn't see you say that you can't see it, even though I'm on live chat. That's stupid. Why is this restricting my messages when I am the streamer? What the frick? Anyway, I like a mixture of hard and soft. I generally prefer a softer magic system that has hard rules like bounding it. And so something like the One Ring. Very soft as a magic item that follows hard rules in certain circumstances, such as when Frodo uses it. Frodo puts on the ring, he goes invisible, but can be seen by Sauron and his servants. It has a corrupting influence that's kind of nebulously done, but it will always work. and it gets stronger the closer you are to Mount Doom. Yes, I'm in all messages. I don't know what it is. It was hiding it. If you want to play in modern times, you could run a game where in the actual area of the world called Gehenna, where Gehenna is actually happening. You could. So I like a mixture. I like running a soft magic system that has hard guidelines that it works within. And yeah, I have a lot of fun with that. So I need to wrap up. I need to go. I have stuff to do. I have stuff to edit. I think I might not be able to go to the thing I was hoping to go to today, which is a shame, but I have stuff to edit anyway, so I need to edit. Thank you so much for swinging by. Thank you for reporting that bot. I hope you enjoyed my Tyranids. We now went from like 11 models to what? 31 models? I'm gonna drink food, I'm gonna eat food, or I'm gonna drink water, I'm gonna eat food, I'm gonna take care of myself, I'm gonna edit, girl frame tomorrow. That's the goal. This is basically how I was planning to do it. Yeah, I think that's a fine enough method, and I think anyone who gives you grief over that, like, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Arrow lies. Shush! Shush your face. Anyway, I need to get going. Thank you all so much for swinging by. Have a lovely day, morning, evening, night, afternoon, whenever. And take care of yourself. Bye. Let me do the other side. Yeah, I gotta do the snap into clap into snap. Snap into clap into snap. It just works. It just works. Bye.